a new rollout of Survivor Passes, updates to Erengel's infamous bridges, improvements to reputation, match history, and performance, and more as we dive into the Update 11.2 patch report. Welcome back, Survivors. First up this patch, we're rolling out the Survivor Pass changes we've been chatting about. Starting with 11.2, the Survivor Pass and its theme will no longer be linked to the new season. This allows us a little more freedom in what we put in the passes while not being forced into a full season duration. Our first pass is a little less serious than the lava-filled highlands of Miramar. With Survivor Pass Pajama Party, you can unlock several different nighttime looks. You'll have 4 weekly missions available, and a total of 6 challenge missions that offer free and premium rewards, along with some G-Coin. The max level of this pass is 50, and like before, you can grab level up packs separately or as part of special bundles that include the pass itself. Pajama Party only runs for 6 weeks, so don't sleep on this one. Next up, Erengel's infamous bridge to Sosnovka Island is getting a small rework. Our goal here is to tone down the choke point aspect of the bridge slightly, offering survivors an alternative means of crossing, once the explosions stop. To do this, we've widened the bridge slightly and added new catwalks. We've also improved cover a bit by adjusting the dump truck cargo box. We don't expect this will majorly change how people utilize the bridge, but we'd love to hear your thoughts once you've given the new bridge a few rounds of play. Our reputation system is getting some needed updates as well. We've made it easier to recover reputation if you've fallen below level 1, and your rep will also level up faster past level 4. A max deduction limit has also been added to prevent cases where someone could be falsely reported into oblivion by the enemy squad. We'll continue looking at the system and try to keep it performing as it should and free of abuse, so please let us know if there's anything else that needs to be looked at. Match history has seen some visual design improvements and has some added information, and there have been a number of performance improvements to the game overall as well. And one more thing. After quite a bit of feedback from the community, we've increased recoil slightly for passengers in moving vehicles. We hope this will put a little more challenge into those drive-bys, but let us know if it's too little or too much. Full details on those can be found in the patch notes. For now, pick up the new Survivor Pass, drop into Paramo, and turn your squad's slumber party into a slaughter party.
We're ready for the first game. Wherever we go. Nice.
After day is coming in.
It's gonna bring chaos and havoc for sure.
The final part of Trolleo, and there we just him has to take off and continue.
Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord, that they just might seal the
Great
we
play.
do have one guy down.
Job done.
Couple marking your great. You gotta get the kill. Fight the first tank, find the second.
Day number 2, ladies and gentlemen, here for the grand final of the ESL PUBG Masters Spring. A warm welcome. We are already 6 games deep in our best of 18 here to determine who is not only going to become our grand champion, but who's going to be walking away with the lion's share of the prize pool as well. My name is Kalaris, and joining me today to get into these games, we have ourselves Copter and Toby, the Wind Blast, to bring you all of the action. How's it going, Mr. Wind Blast? Are you doing all right?
I'm doing just fine, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to watch yesterday's games, and I'm super hyped to get them going today.
Same here, same here. Considering, what we actually saw yesterday with risers up towards the top, maybe some a little bit unexpected as well. Quite nice indeed. How about yourself, Copter? I'm sure you were watching the games yesterday. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I was peeking from the side a little bit, and definitely an interesting final. So super excited about today as well.
Yeah, it is going to be good for sure. Well, let's take a look at how everything just shape up, of course, because we can take a look at 2021 and get you up to speed with PUBG for the year.
Get ready for more PUBG Esports. Let's take a look at what competitive PUBG has planned for the Europe region in 2021. Europe will once again be split into 3 subregions: Europe West, Europe East, and the Middle East and Africa. The action kicks off March 31st with the ESL PUBG Masters Spring. After battling through qualifiers, teams must prove themselves through several stages of competition, including matches in the winner-winner chicken dinner format. The top 16 squads will face off for a share of the $50,000 prize pool in the grand finals, wrapping up April 25th. After the ESL PUBG Masters Spring, we drop back into the action-packed PUBG Continental Series with PCS 4. Qualifiers will be open to all competitors in eligible countries regardless of skill level and experience. Registrations open soon, with qualification matches following in late April. This year, we're replacing the PCS group stage with regional playoffs. These playoffs will seed the best teams directly into Europe's grand finals, taking place in June, where teams will compete for their share of a prize pool worth more than $200,000. Stay tuned for more information on the tournament format and seeding coming soon. After PCS 4, we'll have a second ESL PUBG Masters event in Europe, followed up by PCS 5. Competitors will also have the chance to compete in 3 entry-level ESL PUBG Open events this year, and the summer edition is right around the corner. An exciting change for 2021 is that teams will be gunning for more than just prize money. Squads will also be fighting to earn PGC qualification points based on their placement in both ESL PUBG Masters events and both PCS Grand Finals. And what do these points get them? Well, as long as the Blue Zone keeps slowly and steadily sanitizing the world, they'll get an opportunity to compete in person for the World Championship title in November's PUBG Global Championship. Follow PUBG Esports on social media all year long for more updates, announcements, and loads of new content from the Europe region. Be sure to join us for an amazing year of competitive PUBG, and thank you for being an important part of the PUBG Esports community.
And that's PUBG Esports in a nutshell, to be perfectly honest, here for 2021. And of course, here today, though, we are playing everything on super settings because we have got ourselves 12 more games here throughout our grand final to determine who is going to become our champion. And yesterday, so far, so good for 2 of the teams sat at the top, especially Toby, when it comes to Apex and ENCE. They looked brilliant yesterday, and to be honest, they flew away with the competition.
I mean, I gotta say, I am so happy seeing Apex get things going right off the bat. They've kind of started doing this comeback late and then just exactly make it through, just like we saw coming into this grand final. So seeing them making it all the way up into first place, 3 out of 6 in second place matches and getting the kills with it as well. I think that was a great performance, and I'm really hoping for the guys that they can continue today.
A stark contrast, I think, for Apex Copter when it comes to some of their earlier performances in this tournament to then fly out of the gates the way they did yesterday. It was great.
Yeah, Apex, well, we saw on the previous stages that they had some issues getting past, but they always made it on the last game. And I'm also very happy to see that they actually continue from where they left on the previous stage. So let's hope that they will continue. But also, I'm going to be very happy about the performance of ENCE, and also thinking about the fact that both of these teams on the top 2, they don't have a chicken dinner. So they only just have a huge amount of kill points and, of course, some other placement points as well. But there's still no chicken dinner. So that's going to be telling a good story here.
Yeah, brilliant performance from both of these teams. Just extremely strong consistency, especially even from a team like ENCE, who, you know, I always expect to just be surviving and surviving and surviving, but they blasted yesterday. So that was awesome to see as well. Let's take a look at the format for the overall tournament, just in case you're tuning in just for the grand finals. Let's get you up to speed with how we actually got here, because we had 256 teams to start things off. In terms of that qualify, we went through stage 1, which was super, and we qualified a few teams into our stage 2, which already had 8 teams invited. Stage 1, of course, was basically kind of our rankings matches, and in stage 2, we had 8 winner-winner chicken dinner games, where those 8 teams went directly to the grand final, and then we had our last chance qualifier, which qualified another 8 teams into that grand final. And we're left with these teams here, Toby. And so far yesterday really didn't disappoint. If you think about teams like, you know, Entropic, currently in 6th place right now, they got their winner chicken dinner game done 2nd out of everything. And they've had a pretty decent day yesterday, even though it's mostly in kills, not exactly placement points.
No, I mean, it's not that far from the way that we usually see Entropic do their things. They get themselves 2 double-digit games, one with 12 kills. I mean, that's very, very Entropic-esque, I guess you can say, of them to go out and perform like that. So no big surprises in that regard. Would, of course, love to see them manage to get their way all the way into the top of the placement points as well, to kind of even out with the kills. But right now, I mean, kills is the way to go, and that's why they're sitting where they are.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's blitz through our prize pool as well as points, because everyone's kind of familiar at this point with what is going on. Our first place will be walking away with $12,500, but everybody qualified for the grand final is getting themselves some moolah under the belt. So good stuff. We can move on to points as well, just to refresh you as to what's going on in terms of the super settings, because of course we have our 10 points for first place, And then if you get 9 through 60s, you get 0 points, 1 point per kill, yada, yada, yada. So that gets that out of the way. We've swept that aside, and we can talk more about these teams here, Copter, because another team that, you know, had a bit of a harder road throughout some of the earlier stages, but is doing great so far, is Heroic. And they got themselves a win yesterday with 15 kills, and I'm sure that you're pretty pleased to see these guys doing well as well.
Yeah, it's not a surprise, really. Of course, I'm happy for all the teams which are performing well. I mean, I just love the PUBG Esports as a whole. But of course, when we have teams which have some maybe Finnish players associated with them, and they also have a Finnish coach. So, of course, I really like what I see there. And we saw them performing on the previous stage on the end, finally. I mean, it wasn't easy for them at some point. But I mean, it's tricky because I have been always thinking about it today, earlier, like a couple hours already. Always when we see a team that is performing very well, we don't usually see like 2 days in a row of that. So that's what I'm always afraid that can the teams which are currently on the, let's say, top 5, can they actually pull off a decent day? Some probably can, but of course we can't expect that all the 5 will be getting the same amount of points today.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. We can take a look at the overall standings here and see who was performing well yesterday, but who was having a bit of a hard time. As already mentioned, we've mentioned Apex and Ents set up towards the top, Heroic likewise in 4th place. Just as an aside here, before I ask Toby another question, Blaze will not be playing with Hearth due to some health problems, health concerns. Let me read the message in its entirety. Medical issues have been brought up here. So Lipson will be sitting in for Blaze, which is a bit of a blow to them, I want to say here, Toby, considering the fact that Hearth has been looking brilliant throughout every single stage, I want to say, of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Lipson whatsoever. He's an amazing player. But as you said, I mean, coming in, especially stage 1 and 2, Hewitt was literally the fragging power of Blaze. Again, not trying to take anything away from the other guys either, but when you look at the standings, when you look at the kills, when you look at the damage dealt, he was out damaging literally every single player on the server for a good while. So not having him in your squadron, that's gonna, I would assume, take a toll. But then again, as I said, I mean, Lipson is a great player. We've seen him play at the top of the game before during the PL and the PL contenders days back in 2019. So looking forward to see how he will fare with the team. He has been playing with the roster before, so we'll look forward to see what he's gonna be able to bring now that they're back with him again.
Yeah, definitely. They started off yesterday, of course, with a win, did Blaze. Teased it off a little bit from there, but we're, you know, there's still a lot of power on that roster regardless. Copter, of course, we haven't really touched too much on FaZe here to start things off for the day, but they do deserve to be touched upon here when it comes to the double chicken dinners that they were able to get yesterday, both with 10 kills. And, you know, beyond that, I mean, they got the most chicken dinners. Yeah,
I mean, if you have a team, well, FaZe, of course, 2 chicken dinners and a lot of also kills from those games. If they are currently not sitting on the top 2, as we spoke that the both top 2 teams don't have a chicken dinner. So I guess this is like really showing how well actually Apex and Ents was playing yesterday and getting those kills and getting those placement points otherwise as well. So I think that's really reflecting on that one. But yeah, definitely, I mean, faced with 2 chicken dinners, I'm really happy to see that going on, because if I'm completely honest, I mean, they were a little bit struggling on the earlier stages. We didn't see right away that huge performance which we have seen some from the past, and I really like what I see right now.
Yeah, looking pretty damn good, especially to round out the day as well with the chicken dinner and 10 kills. It's got to be a little bit of a boost, I suppose, as if a team like FaZe even really needs it. But anyway, time to move on to who we think is going to be doing well today. And I'm going first. And I know Martin yesterday said that, of course, I had cursed the Na'Vi boys for predicting them. So, you know, we got to change things up today. No, we're not. We're not changing anything. We're going Na'Vi again. My firm strength will hold. And if I curse them again, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Toby, how about you?
I like Aaliyah like DMing you right now. Why are you doing this to us?
I'm sorry.
No, we're hoping for you that Na'Vi will fare well and don't get hate mails all day long. I'm gonna go with a team that had a similar day as FaZe did yesterday. I'm not picking FaZe. I'm gonna go with Heroic. They had 2 incredibly good games, similar to what FaZe did. The other games weren't really there. I mean, they had a 3-point game, they have a 2-point game, they have a 3-point game, and a 0-point game. Not what you want to have happen, but with the good games they had, I am hoping and assuming to see them being able to spread that over more games during the matches today.
Fantastic. All right. How about yourself, Copter?
I gotta go with the something a little bit unexpected here, so I'm gonna go with ends. And why it's unexpected is the fact that because like I said, I don't expect that always teams are performing so well 2 days in a row, and ends had a great yesterday, so that's why it's a little bit different. But anyways, ends is gonna be my pick.
All right, well, good picks all around. Unless mine doesn't come true, and in which case, we'll see. So yeah, those are who we think is going to be doing well. I mean, that being said, though, we've seen some great performances regardless. Like, we really can't take away or even not really predict something like an Apex or, as you say, the Ents kind of procedure continuing on, considering how great they looked yesterday. So it's going to be a good time. Of course, we have 3 Miramars, and then we will be going 3 Erangels. Toby, final thoughts before we go in? A few seconds.
I'm gonna go Gumrook. They are a team that they performed well in Miramar yesterday. They have surprised me so far, and I'm looking forward to see what they have to bring today.
All right, let's do it. It is time to start off day number 2 here of the grand finals, and I leave you in the very capable hands, of course. These 2 gentlemen, Toby and Copter, are going to be bringing you the plane and Miramar to start things off.
Here we go. Back. We go to Miramar once again. This is going to be absolutely amazing. What are we looking forward here? Western plane coming in.
Yeah, it's, I mean, planes will be coming right next to, well, La Cobreria and Alcatraz will be heading towards the southern parts there on the southern side of Los Leones, and yeah, it's, I mean, it's a decent plane. We can see Ends already dropping down, so they're gonna be heading towards Alcatraz. Then we have KG, Gara, Gumruk, which will be going to La Cobreria, so no really surprises here, as Skate is gonna be picking up El Pozo as well. Yeah, more and more teams just leaving from the plane.
Let's see, are we going to be witnessing any hot drops here on day 2? Is anyone scrambling for points, trying to maybe upset something for the final day? Or are we just going to see everyone spread out, play it nice and easy, and give each other the space that they, I don't want to say deserve, but the space that they need in order to get looted up? I'm looking down towards the south right now, Copter, and there are quite a few teams headed in that direction.
Yeah, there's, of course, bystanders usually play the Los Leones, so they will be heading there. Double VLA will be going on the southern side of Los Leones, and then we have Apex there on the taking the southern highway together with the Wear team. They're gonna be leaving a little more on the northern side. Also around the Picado, of course, we have Liquid taking Picado, so we can see them there. But they also Virtus Pro, they will go for the power grid area. But then August, they will be coming right there on the southern side, northern side of the Picado, and we can see from the Virtus Pro, Lou and Perfectis, they are already shooting from the double concrete buildings towards the August players, which are trying to pick up a vehicle.
Yeah, they're clearly trying to maybe spread a little bit of fear into the Oculus guys, not want to give them a safe passage out towards the east. In the meantime, loot will get picked up, and I believe we're in for a bit of a slow start to this one. As I say that, I'm probably gonna full on jinx it, and it's gonna get crazy in just a moment's time. But no, I do believe that this one could slow down quite a bit. Teams, as I said, are pretty decently split out. In terms of where we're headed with all the players, it is a pretty difficult terrain to maneuver, Copter, and I'm kind of looking forward actually to Skate here. See, they're getting looted up in El Pozo, how they're planning on splitting out, being a center in this circle already.
Yeah, I mean, they have to move a little bit towards the northern side. We have, I think last weekend on the stage, too, when we were casting, I think there was a couple of like similar circles, but they were coming just a little bit more on the southern side. So Skate was definitely nicely inside, but they just, they didn't need to travel towards the north. So now the creator field is kind of like on the middle, and we can actually see that they will be starting early rotation at some point. That's what I'm expecting. But yeah, definitely interesting to see what kind of places they will be picking out there, because there's a lot of these like smaller places, and I guess that they will be coming somewhere like leaning on the edge of the creator fields, the creator edge.
Let's see if that's where they're planning on going. Now on our screens, Bystanders, a team that didn't have the best day yesterday, currently sitting down in 12th place, tied with Virtus Pro. And, well, I mean, in this game, they're one of the few teams that have a little further to go. One of the many teams, I should say, because there are quite a few teams down towards the southeast. But a team that we've seen, Copter, do incredibly well. They're amazing fraggers. They tend to do really smart rotations as well. What are your thoughts on Bystanders coming into this day? Do you think they're going to have a good day?
I'm hoping that they have. I mean, Bystanders, they, like we saw on the earlier stages as well, that they kind of like were sometimes, struggling, and then they got a lot of kills, at least when it was about the chicken dinner games, and when it was about the points games, then they, then kind of like the performance shifted a little bit. But yeah, they got it there on the end. So I think that they definitely deserve to be on the final, and maybe I think that they're gonna have a better day than yesterday. That's what I'm expecting, but yeah, I'm not completely sure how much better it's gonna be.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna go back to that as well. I mean, they what was it? 16 kills second place and a 17 kill fourth place, all the other way around. Both on Miramar, by the way. And then to barely even qualify for the finals through the last chance. It's been an up and down road for them to get here, and I'm hoping for them that they can get something going here. Again, 31 points in day one. It's all right, but when you have the likes of Apex and ENCE racking up as many points as they managed to do yesterday, they really need to get something going here today, the Bystanders gang, if they want to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get into the same momentum as we had those top fracking teams yesterday. I mean, we know that they have the capability, so now it's about like unveiling it, or to, like opening the box finally, the Pandora's box, and let the hell loose. That's gonna be that should be the plan for the Bystanders today. We are already 5 minutes on the clock, so we gotta be expected that there's already rotations going on. Meanwhile, we're gonna be watching what FaZe is gonna be up to, and FaZe is currently located there on the western side of El Pozo. So as we can see that they are a little bit like still looting, gathering stuff, but yeah, they're quite nicely inside, and here we go.
Yep, and Tropic, one of the first teams to make the move. Of course, if you don't already have your map stream open, we strongly recommend you do that as well. Keep both those screens up because you do want to try and keep track of everything at the same time. And you talked about rotations. Well, here's one from Entropic. They're going to be driving up towards FaZe. They're out on that west side. We saw them just before. Could be one of the first battles of this one. There still are quite a few teams down on the southeast side that have yet to move. We'll, of course, try and keep track of them as well. Double making his way up on the ridge line. Probably will scout forward. And Heroic now starting their approach to the circle as well.
And they will be coming from the, well, not completely from the same direction as Entropic, but anyway, from the southern side, they have a couple of other teams rotating in front of them. Liquid also on the northern side of them, and it's the Norseman who's also moving on this area. But everybody's going to be traveling towards the same direction, towards the north, towards the middle of the circle. So unless there's something going on with the Entropic, I mean, if Entropic and FaZe actually going to start battling there, that's going to make a huge roadblocker there. And all these teams should be more or less like catching on that situation.
And that's the thing, right? Because now you have Norseman coming up, you have Liquid coming up right behind them as well, right next to them, I should say. You can kind of see them over there in the distance with the dark logos. And then you have Heroic, as you said, coming up right behind all these teams. So if the funnel ignites up here with Entropic and FaZe, it could easily be just a big crash of teams running into one another, who I don't think any of these teams really want to have to take that fight early on, but we might find ourselves in a situation where they're simply too close to each other to not take the fight.
Yeah, imagine if it's like 7 minutes on the clock and we have 5 teams fighting from an intersection or something like that. Meanwhile, we're going to be following what's going to be happening here with the We Live again. We also had Apex rotating on the same direction. They are currently on the eastern side of Los Leones. And Apex is going to be like rotating on one pack. Meanwhile, we're going to be having some shots coming from T-Bone towards Baymil from Norseman. So this exact situation that we just discussed, that they will find themselves in the rotation, but they are not going to be stopping. They'll just take a couple of the random shots and seems that their situation is more or less, for now at least, resolved.
Yeah, let's see now. Snowski backing off, realizes that they have Liquid on the hill just up above. So they're going to try and wrap around, but worst comes to worst, there could be a situation where they run straight into Entropic just below Mexi. You can see here's the vehicles trying to wrap around. Will he get eyes on? Might. Ooh, good tags coming on towards Snooski. That's actually Entropic shooting. Now Mexi's going to start tagging as well. Flammy's going to fall as elsewhere on the map. Mill trying to make the run forward. Mexi going for the tires, not able to connect them. EP actually getting taken down now. Regibeardo as well falling. So a lot of these teams starting to take damage as they try and find knocks on one another.
Yeah, those Bystanders actually losing 2 of the players as well. Digger is going to get a knock at the same time. Keanu's going to be flushed by Tendelos. So Ogles actually picking up the 2 players from the Bystanders. Novik is going to be getting a knock from Snooski Duski. So no Norseman, they will have a knock towards them as well. So Entropic, who was just there on the pictures as well, who were on the scopes themselves, now they will get a chance to do some damage as well. And here we go inside El Pozo. It's going to be Entropic and Norseman opening a full-fledged fight.
Phase 1 city fights without even having hot dropped each other. That is not something we see too often, but as you said, full-on fight here between Entropic and Norseman. And right now, I mean, it's kind of Entropic who are wrapping around. In the meantime, we're Team and Heroic. I don't know where that's happening. That's somewhere out towards the west. They're fighting each other as well. That's the exact same place as just talked about before. That intersection where so many teams are kind of funneling up. Now, because the fight happened in front, the teams behind are going to stop. And then you have one more team coming in behind that. Vasco falls down. T-Bone finds 2 in return, though. So a 2-for-1 trade going in favor of where team make that a 3-for-1 trade for Heroic. Unfortunately, they lose Vasco. Let's see what they make of it here.
Yeah, Poro's gonna be flashed now, and all this action is gonna be happening there on the southwest side. So right there on the western side of Monte Nuevo. But yeah, now it seems that the situation is gonna resolve a little bit at least. But the school is gonna be still traveling right next to Entropic. Face is gonna be on the other side, and he's gonna be driving there on the road. I mean, that is surprisingly actually the safest place currently, because that's gonna be giving some kind of cover from the location of Entropic, and the Face doesn't seem to be that much interested about this one. But Skate is gonna be watching from the distance, so we can see Adana was actually shooting towards them. Clip is gonna get a knock from Perfectis at the same time, and all this action is happening on the southern side of El Pozo as well. So a lot of things around El Pozo going on currently.
I mean, we're 9 minutes in and all kinds of hell is already breaking loose. I feel like everyone at this point has started shooting at someone or something, and that's usually not what happens when we get these circles that shift far away. But the issue is, there are really only so many angles of approach to this circle. If you look at the map, like the southwest side and the northeast are really the key entrance points to this first circle. And of course, depending on where circle 2 goes, we'll see in just a second. But when you only have 2 entry points and so many teams that have to rotate, they're pretty much forced to run into each other. New circle pops towards the west. Whew, I'm looking at Relive again. They're kilometers away from this next one, and they have so many teams, Copter, so many teams in front of them.
Yeah, but I mean, all these teams which came from the south, I mean, they are quite nicely actually inside, so definitely it was the right choice to actually come there on the southern side, so people were reading the circle properly. Shasha! Oh! Gonna fall down from the motorcycle, but gonna catch it back, and I will resume the action. The motorcycle's gonna be losing just like 5 HP or something, so it's gonna be all fine, and he's gonna be still making it out of it alive. But yeah, something just didn't go as planned.
It's like jumping out of the plane again. So far up in the air he was there for a second. Fortunately, it works out. Those vehicles, especially the bikes, are pretty useful trying to get down from high points without taking any damage. Hoggy with a bolt looking for people. In the meantime, Skate, we talked about them earlier. They had the center position. They still kind of do with this shift, and now Face are going to be the ones to try and wrap around and see if they can get themselves a good spot here with the hangars on the east side.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ens is going to be getting some knocks on the kill feed. Actually, 1 knock and flush. So Scar ready from Ogle is going to go down, and Ens is going to be picking up a point and a kill. And here we have the whole situation. Ens is going to be trying to take possession of this compound. I think that they were like fighting from it, or like running for it together with Ogles. But Ens, they won the fight, and it seems that the Ogles is going to be just leaving from the area. So Ens is going to take this place.
Let's see, Navi, they're hurt. The Katagumruk trying to wrap around. Now, actually, Apex and We Live Again are fighting as well. Everyone seems to be fighting for this one. That's up towards the east side as well in the meantime. Katagumruk holding off here, finds 1, finds 2, Honor falls down, gets flushed, Forge gets knocked as well. So no space for Orcus to try and wrap in trouble already, down to just 1 player.
There we go, Forge has been, well, flushed off. So KG, like you said, Toby, 2 guys down. 2 points for the KG, and they will get the points away. But yeah, now they will be completely alone. Ens is not going to be that far away. They will be there on the western side, on top of the hill. So maybe some shots will be coming on this way. Control's going to be taken down by Alia from Na'Vi. So there's going to be a knock coming from Na'Vi. So that's going to be 1 player less for the Gumruk. And meanwhile, here in El Pozo, we have bystanders and Norsemen. They are fighting from the different buildings, so let's see what kind of window fight this is gonna be. And meanwhile, also Ogles will be out. By the way, meanwhile, completely flushed down, so Zeke's gonna find the $10 last name player, and Ogles as a whole is gone.
Oh, 3-person, 3-tire US pickup truck trying to make it through the open place. They don't know where to go in this one. There are so many people in the center of this one already now. In phase 2, they have to commit to a dip where I don't think anyone would usually want to play before. I want to say phase 4, maybe 5. This game already has been absolutely chaotic. And keep in mind, we know that there's a lot of unplayable terrain and stuff, but it's only phase 2 coming into 3 now. The chaos that we see here is usually what we see for teams trying to prep for that circle they know is going to go somewhere specific. This we have no clue of. I mean, it can really go anywhere. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen with this next shift in just about 30 seconds. Herky, in the meantime, of course, they know they have Entropic close, so they can't really go too far away.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams actually piling on the middle of the circle, so that's kind of like indication that the teams are still like wondering how this whole circle is going to be shifting. Also, we have a lot of teams inside of El Pozo, so we still have 4 teams actually inside of El Pozo, so that's going to be a 1 city fight that's have to resolve at some point. And now we're just going to be waiting for the next circle. Voldemort's going to be getting a flush from Alia, so Navi's going to be losing 1 player permanently, and the Face is going to be watching the whole situation from the distance, going to be spotting Heroic. Ooh. And a couple of the shots will be coming on that way as the circle will be shifting there on the western side. And
wow.
Still those 4 teams in El Pozo, I mean, they will have to get out from there at some point, but they might be still piling up there on the east western side of El Pozo.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Face here and Skate's compound as well, they're starting to look incredibly hot, because with the southwest side getting shifted out next circle, you'd have to assume that the circle goes east to some extent, and their positions are looking very, very good. So you would have to expect at least 1 or 2 teams maybe wanting to crash in on that and try and force a fight and maybe take the spot away from them. Apex, in the meantime, up towards the north, are going to start their rotation. Where are they planning on going? Ends trying to hold them up. You can kind of see the shots fired, but nice. Simsy trying to do a little bit of suppressive fire, trying to allow for Calvin to make the big wrap around. Already have 1 kill so far this game. Found 1 towards We Live again, and now Simsy, I would assume he's going to go in the vehicle soon as well.
Yeah, I mean, this ends as a compound, which they actually took from the Oculus earlier. It's right there on the northern edge of the circles. They can basically hold the teams, maybe Apex and double VLA, at least have some decent shots towards them, but they will have to be very careful with the Garagumruk's location, so that is very important, as we can see Garagumruk just hiding there on the shack and the ramp, so they will be using that as a cover. Meanwhile, we can see, for example, Apex here seems it's going to be trying to rotate all the way from the northern side to the west and towards the trailer park, which actually might be a good idea.
Yeah, not often we see teams trying to utilize that position, but they're going to go in that direction for sure. Liquid, in the meantime, doing pretty much the exact same thing, so they might be running into each other. In the meantime, back towards Elbow, so we go on this stalemate. Well, it's still a stalemate, and Drubic is sitting here, Norseman on the other side. Now, Virtus Pro have opted to join that fight as well, at least to some extent. We are, of course, still waiting just another minute's time for that next circle to pop, and in the meantime, everyone's trying to get as much info as they can on exactly where their opponents are positioned so that they know where it could be safe to rotate with the circle to come.
Yeah, I just want to actually Norseman when they will leave from El Pozo. I just want to see when the first team actually decides to leave from Entropic and Norseman, what's going to happen then, because they have... well, I mean, Entropic still with the 3 members alive. I think Norseman is still currently also with 3. Yeah, that is true. So it's going to be 3 versus 3. And I mean, there's no easy way out. Norseman's going to be going for the drop. Herki's going to go and pick that up. And meanwhile, we can see Virtus Pro actually going right towards Blaze and FaZe as Spyro driving here. It's going to be FaZe opening fire immediately. And Blaze and FaZe both are shooting towards the Virtus Pro. And that's going to be one perfect. It's going to go fall down. Lips is going to get a kill from that one. Ace is going to get battling down to 3 members. There was the loot going to be trying to reverse the car. Ace will finish off battling. So Virtus Pro are going to be losing more members, 2 members down, and that's only 2 members alive as well for them. So they will lose half of the team on that rotation just in a matter of seconds.
I mentioned it before, and I don't think, I mean, where Blaze is sitting right now would usually be one of those spots you go to phase 4, phase 5. They were not anticipating there to be a team in that dip, and that caught them completely off guard. Unfortunately, they lose 2 in that rotation. Now they're kind of caught in the open 2. New circle does pop, and as I said, we do go out towards the east, and as I said as well, FaZe, Skate, sitting dead center. We'll see if anyone are looking to crash those compounds now.
Meanwhile, Navi, they are still here on the eastern side. I mean, they have this concrete, probably have some vehicles hiding here between the buildings or something. But yeah, that actually doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know if Melman is lost or something. He was definitely looking for something. FaZe is still going to be holding this warehouse compound. That's going to be completely fine for now. We can see double VLA on the northern side. And Blaze, which is like together with FaZe shooting towards the Virtus Pro. They are hiding there on the southern side. So this area is definitely stacked currently. And we already actually had the circle coming in on this direction already, so they are pretty much on the middle of the circle. Skate holding the best compound there on the middle, and FaZe is not that far away from the middle either.
No, and we know that FaZe rotated earlier. We saw there 8C, only 65 bullets for 2 guns. That is not exactly optimal. It's still all right, but if they were to take a prolonged fight, could have a situation where 8C runs out of ammo. Wouldn't want to have that happen. That's, of course, one of the risks of making those early game rotations, is that you don't get those extra meds, you don't get those extra ammunition and stuff as well. So we'll see if that ends up having an impact, or if FaZe will be able to sit tight where they are. For now, they're looking all right, but more eyes are starting to look in their direction. Blaze being one of those set of eyes, trying to see if they can spot anything up there.
Yeah, meanwhile, here on the southern side, I mean, Heroic, they actually got a knock towards the Virtus Pro earlier. Spyro's going to finish off bystanders, and now we have T-Bone actually finding the angle towards the running Virtus Pro members. There we have the mini shots with the 4x scope. Look, can he actually get away from there? No! Ooh. Headshot will come from T-Bone, and we have Spyro hiding behind the Mirado, but yeah, let's see how long that's going to last, because, yeah, I mean, there's so many teams around them that if he's going to go prone in there on the side, I think that somebody else might find him easily.
Yeah, it's not easy. T-Bone is the guy in front. You can kind of see it on the minimap there. He's the one trying to see if maybe he can find a spot for the team to go, but everywhere he looks, either he's getting shot at or he's at least seeing people in those positions. So I think Heroic starting to realize now that pretty much no matter where they play from next circle, it's going to be a we have to fight for this spot type situation. But then again, I mean, you can't really expect anything else coming in to circle 5 in just a a matter of a half minute's time. Example, out towards the east, looking for somewhere to go. They've spotted Katagomrok up towards the north. Maybe they opted to go in that direction, I'm not sure. But for now, it's looking pretty good for Na'Vi.
Yeah, this whole northern side is interesting as well because we have Na'Vi there on the side, Garagumruk and double VLA, starts in a small area, and then we have ENS there also on the very far on the north, actually traveling towards the western side, and the next circle is going to be coming in 15 seconds, so then we actually know where they have to go. And I mean, there's so many teams on the northern side as well, so there's definitely the next circle is going to be one that's going to drop down some teams, and we can see Apex actually lining up here with the ENS, so there's definitely a fighting happening, and nades are going to be thrown already, because it's going to be finishing up their team, but the utilities from ENS are coming.
Yeah, I like the southwest rep from Liquid around there, securing the compound, pushing it all together, clear it out, get the spot for free, and now we'll see here, ENS trying to hold off. Nice instant knock on the first one, but Intense able to immediately get the trade-off, so 1 for 1 so far, and you can see Liquid on the min-map, they're coming up for a third party.
Yeah, that's going to be traded immediately. A lot of utilities coming from the Apex. Taker's going to get Tixu down as well, so 2 knocks on the both sides currently. Liquid's going to be coming, just like you said, and they will be opening fire towards the Apex. We have Takers down, only Inters remaining. Apex going to be going at the same moment. I mean, Maxi and Clip, they will just finish up the job, and ENS actually has some time to do the revival, but no, Liquid, they're definitely not done with the job yet. They will be actually pushing towards ENS. Squeak still trying to revive Tixu, but we can see James, he beats a Clip. Maxi, they are hungry.
Ooh, nice nade coming in onto Tixu. Just got back on his feet just to instantly fall once more. I like the play from Liquid. They know they have a wounded team on the other side. Now they're trying to hold off. Not only that, but in 5 seconds time, the circle's going to start closing in as well, and they have the inside of it. They're trying to hold off ENS here. They know they're wounded. They know they have a chance now to do damage to them, force them to take a fight with less people alive. Blaze finding kills. Rip. Well, you just got run over by Rogue Vehicle. Lhasa, watch out. You could get hit as well. Not the case. Tixu falls back up towards the Liquid and Liquid and ENS fight in the meantime. Now Lhasa falls, that's Fex finding him.
Yeah, I mean, so many fights actually going on. We have KG putting the utilities towards Na'Vi. Got to go between the players, not going to do any of the damage there. James is going to be getting a knock towards Rustamar at the same time. Melbourne tries to surprise the KG members. I mean, 2 kills could be so close by 2 knocks at least. And I will take a flashbang, and now we should have the push coming with the M4. He's going to go and have a peek. First one, got to get him down. Yes, there we go. One guy's down. And Blaze actually taking down at the same time as the whole as well. And Melbourne wants to go for the next one as well. 2 knocks already, and wants to get the fuzzies as well. Example gets SQ as well.
Oh, Voldemort tasked with the overview position from behind, but fails to see Melman initially. Unfortunately, can't do enough damage to him to get him down. A lot of damage. Now, finally, the damage is coming in return, but it might be too little too late. You can see here, they're trying to get the rest up. They want to get the rest up, but there's still opponents on the other side. They have to hold off in order to make the push for the forward. Clip in the meantime, clearing out the entirety of ENS over on the other side of the map. Absolutely insane. Now, we didn't see it go down, but I'm sure there's some highlight worthy footage in that one, finding the 1v3, or not so much a 1v3, but at least getting all the kills confirmed. Great job by the Dane there. Na'Vi trying to see if they can get the kill, wipe full on the guys from Katagomrok, because they would want this space for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to forget that completely. I mean, Clip took the whole ENS now, so that was definitely a great job, but yeah, definitely not the result that I was expecting. But anyways, great job from Liquid. Meanwhile, the whole situation with the Garagurumuk and Na'Vi, it's still going to continue. Double VLA is not that far away either. AC is going to be getting a knock towards double outside of the picture, so that's going to be a flush as well. So that's going to be 1 more point for the face already with 5 kills, and all the 4 members actually still alive. Only 3 teams currently having the whole form and stack still alive. The circle has been shifting on the northern side. We can see Face, Entropic, and Heroic having the locations on the south, so they will have to move towards the northern side. Mise is going to be finishing off Ibiza, so Liquid's going to be losing a member as well, and of course Skade on the middle, they are going to be getting a point from there. Face try to hold down Entropic down to 1 last member, as we can see Novik hiding there on the smokes. He should be quite soon dead actually, and Garagumruk also leaving from that previous fight, going to be moving inside and tries to hold down Na'Vi, and there we go, AC will get Novik down.
Yep, the kill does get confirmed. They should now, I don't want to say guaranteed, but it's pretty guaranteed they know that they have no one on their south side and they can push forward on their own. The only issue is that they don't really have a whole lot of places that they can go. Let's see, Liquid, they opted to cross the road. They do lose EB, but they keep 3 alive. Issue could be Skate being able to spot them once they push over the hillside. You can see it's a kind of open push down the hill. They know this, and they're now trying to rev out towards the east instead.
Yeah, it's 7 teams, 21 players alive, so that's going to be, well, not that many teams actually. Face number 6, so it's pretty much on the line. It's the usual amount. We have, Karagum is going to be taken down by, I mean, Clip again, he's gonna take more players down, Voldemort in control. So Cleveland really is a team destroyer. 7 kills already, 10 kills for Liquid. Now he's gonna be spotting Na'Vi, has the Na'Vi rotation on the scope. Shots are coming from Cleve. Gonna be dealing some damage, but doesn't seem to be getting the same performance as he had with the, oh, there we go, headshot towards Quizzy. So I'm just gonna withdraw complete for my words about it. But anyway, I mean, Cleve has been dealing so lot of kills, and I mean, 7 kills out of 10 that Liquid has currently. So definitely has been the strongest force of the team on this game.
A lot of damage coming out from Liquid, that's for sure. Now they're trying to hold off Na'Vi as well. They don't really have to take this fight right now as they're all inside the circle, but of course, as you can see, they have the lower ground, they have that spot from where they aren't visible to skate on the upside hill, so they want to be able to wipe them and clear out the entire north themselves. FaZe, in the meantime, we knew they had to go. We knew it was going to be hard for them to get somewhere to go. Gustav falls down, 80 falls down, plus on his own, trying to make the drive forward, but Noki takes him down. Nowhere else for him to go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it was a difficult situation. But anyways, Nuke is gonna get that kill. But I mean, Skate, they're very comfortably sitting here on the compound. I mean, 3 kills so far, but they still have all the 4 members alive. They're actually the only team with the 4 members alive. And of course, all the other teams are fighting meanwhile together. It's gonna be helping out the situation of Skate. Liquid, they're still holding Cleve and James alive. They did spot their Na'Vi rotation earlier. And Cleve is just, you know, keeping the angles close, wants to know when they're going to be moving the next time, and tries to, you know, take down this team as well. Already 2 teams down for Clib, and it seems that the Na'Vi, the only choice is going to be the fight with Liquid. Liquid on the northern side though, so they are kind of like pinched down there on the side of the circle, so they kind of like are inside, but they can't really move anywhere.
If Clip could get the knock onto Quizzy here, that'd be huge, because that'd force either Melman or Example to try and make the wrap back and get the rest up. And the thing is, they know they have WLA. I'm not sure if they're both sitting, like Hubbits and Fate, are they sitting inside a car doing nothing? I'm not sure. They've been in that car for a while now. I think they might just be sitting there, looking around, hoping that no one's going to see them. I'm not quite sure, but now they're outside the circle, so they're going to have to move at some point. I mean, the last place you look for people right now is inside a car, and are they inside it? I mean, one of them are. I think one is playing behind, Hubbits is playing behind, and Fate is just sitting inside the car, chilling and waiting for a call, I guess, on where to go.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, you can just put on the radio and, you know, just get some nice tracks laid down from there and just, you know, enjoy the ride as the secondary player is going to be coming to drive the vehicle. But, I mean, the circle came on the middle, so Skate, yeah, they still have some parts of the compound inside of the circle. Hero going to be putting some utilities, going to be probably trying to smoke their way in. Yeah, we can see the smokes coming for the compound and also on the road, so they will definitely want to cross that road. They will have to get on the other side. They are outside of the circle, and Skate, they have the opportunity to hold down Heroic. They will put them all. They will notice that Paige is going to be there on the side of the compound already, and Anonymous is, you know, making sure that nobody's going to be like, oh, you know, moving there outside. They can see also Beamy coming with the vehicle, and the whole situation is building up as we speak. Anonymous is going to be making a hole. They will spot Beamy from the window, by the way, and will do some minor amount of damage.
Now they know they have team close. Question is whether Skate has the utility to hold them off. They made the early rotation as well, so we'll see. They've been sitting in the compound for a while. Should be good invest in helmets and all that. But are they going to be able to hold off Heroic here? They made a good crossing. I liked how Beamy was kind of the one tasked with doing the suppressive fire that allowed for them to cross on over. And now Beamy made his way across here as well. And as you can see, they're kind of stalemating it for now. Heroic, they're looking up towards Liquid. They're looking up towards Na'Vi. They know they have them on the other side, but they still have to be well aware and well worried about Skate just on the other side. Nate comes in, not going to do any damage.
Yeah, I mean, this whole Heroic Skate situation. Oh, Navi's gonna find Liquid. There we go. Liquid is down. So Navi will get those kills. Cleave and Jeff are done, and 4 teams remaining. Paige is gonna be getting a lot of damage from Skate meanwhile. And this whole situation with the Skate and Heroic, I mean, that needs to be resolved at some point. Oh, that nade right next to Paige, but Paige is gonna still stay alive. Not gonna be knocked down either. Actually, quite a little amount of damage dealt towards him. But yeah, anyway, Skate, of course, wants to get rid of the other teams on the compound. Yeah. But yeah, the next circle, that's gonna be the whole game changer here when they actually have to move away from here.
This is the tricky situation for both these teams. I mean, mainly, I would say for Heroic, because now they know the fight on the north has come to an end, and if Na'Vi opts to look in the Heroic's direction, they're going to be super exposed. They have a cover on one side, a building on the other, but that ain't a whole lot, and you can now see Skate trying to make the push forward. They want to clear out Heroic before they have to leave the compound themselves. They're pushing forward. One nade for Nuki. Let's see if he can find a target.
Yeah, Page is gonna be running away from that location though, so Nuki's net is gonna go inside, but there's nobody anymore as Page will move right next to T-Bone. Gonna take some damage. We can see Na'Vi actually has a nice angle towards these locations as well, so they are actually shooting towards Heroic. That's why they are proning currently, because otherwise Na'Vi will have the angle towards them. So it seems that the Heroic, they're kind of like pinched down, but it seems that the situation for Skate actually, even though if they get the Heroic down, I mean, they also have a quite difficult situation with Na'Vi later on, but they are still inside of the circle, and Na'Vi will have to move down from the hills, as we can see Quizzy moving the vehicle, and the Skate should be doing something about this, but they are going to be so concentrated towards the Heroic situation that they really can't, they don't have the resources to currently divide on this direction as well.
No, they need to try and see if they can get themselves down this hill as well for sure, Melman. And we'll have to go. I saw Beamy at 5 nades. I'm a little curious as to why. Maybe he's not trying to find an angle to get some of that utility use. But of course, knowing that Na'Vi is just over the other ridge line does make it pretty dangerous to try and get up and throw them forward. We'll see now. Habit's trying to make the move forward. Thought he had a tag on one. He didn't, but he's going to try and make the move anyway. See if he can wrap around the rock here. Maybe find some cover. But as you can see here now, they're exposing themselves to the compound as well. I believe Fade is just exactly inside the circle. Might be able to play from there. But this fight in the compound should start at some point soon. In the meantime, now it's actually going to be Relive again, and Na'Vi squaring off once more.
Yeah, meanwhile, WLS going to be getting a knock there, as we can see. It's going to be Quizzy taken down. Melman, example, still trying to struggle there. I mean, WLA, the only chance is to actually get some knocks. They will have to get inside, and now they will be, of course, trying to make that, lay that ground that they can actually finally move. They have the vehicle. They have a chance to get inside there. Hob is going to be running. Fade is going to be picking up a vehicle, and we have Skate now following this direction, same as Na'Vi. So it's going to be a lot of bullets, a lot of lead actually arriving to the direction of the WLA. Melman only sees the smokes, not going to be picking up any of the players, and meanwhile, I mean, it's gonna be WLA. They will have to do something about it.
Yeah, final circle now starting to close in. It's slow, but it's steady. Let's see. Example finds Fate, just Hobbit's left alive. Want to see if he can grind his way maybe to another placement point. No smokes left. Might as well just tank the blue here. I'm not sure exactly where it can go. Melvin wants to get into the car. 2 tires, and it's almost on fire. These cars are not doing well, but they will opt to use them anyway. Beamy falls down as the core are able to find one. Peaks for the second. T-Bone now up close in the building.
Oh, there we go. Sikora's gonna be defending from the window, gonna get T-Bone down. Viliv again, meanwhile, has been eliminated as a whole. Only 3 teams remaining, and we can see Skate. They're kind of like trying to move on the other side. Sikora's gonna be taken down by Heroic. So that's gonna be only 3 members alive still for Skate. And Page, the last member from Heroic, once we get the points, we'll get the plus as well. As means that will finish him off, and that's gonna be end of Heroic. So it's gonna be only Skate and Na'Vi remaining.
2 teams left. Anonymous tries to get around the side. Misa and Noogie both alive. That's a good flash thrown forward. Is that a nade as well? No, double flash thrown in. Noogie is completely wiped. Might be taking a little bit of blue here. Misa trying to come over the top. He's going to go down. Nice angle, but Anonymous does get the flash on Melman. Let's see now. Example. It's a 2v1. Let's blow up that vehicle. Let's remove some of the cover. Noogie exposed in the open. Tack down to low HP. Trying to get a wrap around. Not able to find the cover for now, but will fall in the end. Quizzy with the double grants Na'Vi a 10-kill win. And I'm sure, Copter, that's a really, really happy Kyle Harris we've got out back.
Yeah, he's got to be happy because, of course, he was actually, when we did the picks, we were talking about it, and he was really like very carefully trying to wonder who he should be picking up, and then he was like, no, I can't take Na'Vi. I really can't take Na'Vi. But then in the end, like, yep, screw it. I'm going to take it anyway. And he was right.
Well, he was. It worked out great for them, and I liked how they played that game, wrapping all the way north around. And let's see where exactly that led them to in terms of points in this game with these standings. 10 kills, a win, 20 points. Good game for them. And Liquid, we saw Clip doing his Clip thing, finding himself 7 kills. Great game for Liquid with a 10-kill performance there as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of kills for them and a great placement. And just like you said, Clip had an amazing performance. I mean, he took down 2 teams as a whole. He took down Ents as a 4-member stack completely on his own. Of course, there was some help damage coming from his teammates, but still had an amazing performance. Skate getting the 3rd place, Heroic getting the 4th place, and yeah, I mean, all these top 4 teams getting double-digit points. So yeah, it's gonna be good for them. And FaZe Clan, even though they got the double chicken dinners yesterday, they are still getting a good amount of points, 8 points from this game, and it's a good start for the day anyways.
Oh yeah, it's not too often we see 4 teams with double-digit points after a game like that, but of course that does mean that the guys down in the bottom, not a whole lot of points were accumulated there. Now we're gonna go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll be ready with game number 2 of the day, so stick around. We'll see you in just a minute.
Oh.
There was no world where Na'Vi was going to do bad 2 days in a row, all right? And here we are. That's right. They get themselves the win to start the day off. Admittedly, they did get the first chicken dinner and the winner went chicken dinner thing, so it might just be the first game of the day, so who knows? But anyway, moving on. We got ourselves Toby and Copter here to break things down. Copter, that was a great performance from Na'Vi, who were on the edge and sometimes in precarious situations, but made it work amazingly.
Yeah, I mean, they got the chicken dinner, and just like we spoke with Toby, it was, well, I mean, you were completely right about with your pick, so they just started the day exactly how you hoped for.
Not too bad. Not too bad in the slightest, Toby. Looking at that kind of 3-man push-up from Na'Vi towards the end as well. Of course, I think Skade very concerned about how Heroic was approaching them, but Na'Vi making that transition across that field was brilliant.
Yeah, I think Skate would have for sure wanted to try and maintain control of Heroic and kept them on the other side, but they had so many different things to deal with at the exact same time. And great play by Heroic to make that cross. And I gotta say, I mean, I know Copter has to pick the Finnish teams, but had he gone with Skate instead of Ends today, that would have been our 3 picks in the top 3 in the first game of the day. That would look pretty good for all of us. But I guess someone had to hop off that one.
It's a good point. Copter, why didn't you pick them instead? Damn it, Copter. What the...
I don't have the time machine. I can't go back in time and, I mean, I was hoping that Ens is gonna make it. Yeah, sure, I needed to pick somebody else, but yeah, okay, Skate. Okay, can I just change it?
I think, one day during these shows, you just have to pick Finland, and that'll just blanket cover
that's
everything.
Unfair. That's half the teams. You can't do that.
That is a lot of teams and a lot of the players. Let's take a look at the overall, because there's a lot of Finns over in the overall standings, as well as Apex and Ents still sit atop the pile here. Heroic, though, does jump up into 3rd place, and Na'Vi makes a massive jump thanks to those 20 points here. Toby, up towards 6th spot.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, massive comeback on them. Almost. I mean, 5 points off of grabbing the same amount of points in this game as they did in the whole day yesterday. And the thing is, I mean, with a team like Na'Vi, I mean, you can say this about a lot of the other teams too, when you look at, for example, Virtus Pro sitting down in 13th, but the way that Na'Vi played this game is how I go, but that's always how Na'Vi played. And then when you look at yesterday, where things just did not click for them whatsoever, you go, how did yesterday happen? We know what they're capable of. We've just seen it this game. Play the edge, grab out, take control, clear out teams like they were never even there to begin with. Make those smart endgame pushes and win games. That's what we know they can do, the former Tornado Energy guys. And it baffles me that they can have a day like yesterday and then just massively turn it around coming into this day. And I hope that this is a start of good things to come for the rest of the grand finals for them.
Yeah, I hope so too, obviously.
Oh, really?
Yeah, imagine that. But other teams that we kind of need to highlight here, actually, all jokes aside, in terms of the kind of predictions and stuff like that, actually is Skade here. Copter, obviously, they were having a bit of a harder day yesterday compared to what we were expecting from them, but they got a nice compound here, and they worked with it very well, like holding off phase, for example, and some other knock-on effects.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they were a little bit lucky with the circle as well. They had the compound for a longer time. But on the previous stage, I mean, we saw them, well, not completely like dominating, but they had a very strong performance when they actually went on the more on the aggressive side. And I was, of course, hoping that they will continue from there on the finals. But yeah, that didn't happen yesterday. So at least this game is proving that they kind of like they are still in the play, and we can expect that they are improving the result at some point.
Yeah, definitely so. And considering what we've seen as well from some individual performances throughout this first game, like, lest we forget, Clib, for example. I mean, considering the fact that Team Liquid doesn't move in terms of placements, now a lot of those teams, Toby, have kind of evened things up towards the top, and Clib was a major factor in that for Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the fact that he gets his name on a lot of those kills shows. I mean, it's many players doing the damage. Who gets the kills is not always the important thing. But the fact is that he got his name on all those kills, meaning that he was part of every single kill they managed to get in that fight. He was right there in the middle. We saw it when they pushed up on Apex from behind, trying to deal with them on the a third party against Rustenma and Ensign. He was the first one to do damage in 2 players pretty much back to back right off the bat there. Then he does the exact same thing to Ensign. Just after that goes over, does it to Karagumruk as well. A very, very impactful player, and impressive to see how he can transfer his sprays as quickly as he does.
Yeah, they could have almost done that to Na'Vi. Had Na'Vi not been extremely patient in that situation there, Copter, because that was quite the standoff up towards the north. But I guess Na'Vi Patience did win out in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, they didn't really have an option there. They only had 2 members alive at that point there already only. And Navi was there on the southern side, and the Circle decided to, of course, shift away. I mean, they were on the north, so of course going to shift away at some point. And yeah, I mean, Navi was just holding it, and they knew that they don't have to do anything there. They know that the Navi will have to make the move first, and they just waited for it, and that was the end of Liquid.
Yeah, and now though, that big pack up towards the top of about 6 teams up there, kind of all in that 50-point position, is going to be quite, or 50 to 60-point position. Is going to be very, very nice to see. It goes to show that there is very quick opportunities to catch up, even when 2 teams like Apex and ENCE yesterday, Toby, have done well for themselves. These other big names are now ready to push and strike out at the top.
I mean, we see it time and time again. I don't want to cast any curses on anyone, but we oftentimes see that team that comes off incredible on day one kind of fall off, and then you have those teams that take a little more time to get going. Usually, one of the first teams that comes to mind is TSM. They can go out on day one and practically get no points, and then game 2, they find themselves in top 5, and you go, how the hell did they manage to turn it around like that? Some teams just sometimes needs to kind of feel out the lobby, and sometimes that means they lose a player or 2 in the early game on the first day because they didn't expect something, and then they go home, they work on it for day 2, and then they come back and play like you've never seen them play before. And I think that was the case for Navi in this game in particular. They seemed like they had a really good grasp on what was going on around them, and for the likes of other teams on the west side as well, doing similar things.
Yeah, I mean, even a team like FaZe getting themselves 6th place in this game, considering that they had to make a devil-may-care push on towards where Skade was sat. Try your best and see if it works out, and if not, at least you got 6th place during this game, which was kind of, for all intents and purposes at that moment, kind of a throwaway game. But anyway, it is time to get on to our second game of the day here as we go back to Miramar once again. Toby and Copter, bring me the action.
We shall. But I just gotta love the Toby's answer. They were so political and kind of like cast the curse dodging answer, picking up TSM as an example, because they are not participating on this tournament, so it's gonna be completely fine to talk about it. They are not gonna be affected by any of the comments regarding the performance, so that was a great pick.
Yeah, just gotta, sometimes I like to try and kind of on purpose to cast the cursing, but this one I was like, you know what, we'll give them a chance, we'll be fair, we'll see what happens, and then I don't want to try and bait anyone to go into tricky situations later. But we'll see this time around. Pretty straightforward playing. Of course, if you want to go far up north, it's a little bit of a stretch, but still doable for teams. Only thing is, the circle you would assume to either center up kind of around the middle or down towards the south side of the map.
Well, team's gonna be spreading there nicely, and we can see the usual spots here taken more or less. We have Apex, for example, going towards Hacienda. Navi is gonna be heading there on the northern side of the water treatment. So kind of like, it's nice to see actually Navi playing in the old Tornado Energy places, kind of like, because that's the, well, those are the places. So it's kind of like, makes me feel like very comfortable and, homey kind of thing. But the circle, meanwhile, is going to be popping around Chumachera.
Yep, we said it down towards the south. There was a really good opportunity for that to happen, and now it does. And in this game in particular, I'm looking at Heroic. I'm wanting to see what they can do with this one. I'm expecting, if you look at the likes of FaZe, they will probably wrap down towards La Trillera and see if they can make their way in from there. But for Heroic, we've seen them, the older Marken roster, do great in these games earlier, like in the past. I want to see how they opt to spread out, where they decide to take control, how they like to maintain their splits, and see if they succeed in doing so. And also Liquid. I mean, we've seen some fun games, Copter, down on that compound south of the church before, where Liquid, they tend to get good things going.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, but yeah, let's see how they will play it. I mean, they will, of course, Liquid's gonna be moving there towards the southern side. Entropic playing those DA places, kind of, so that is interesting. And so Liquid, when they're moving towards Chumachera or the middle of the circle, they will, if Entropic plays those places right, they can actually do a lot of damage. We saw in the past at DA, for example. I mean, the original DA roster, they used to do a lot of damage from these locations, and I kind of like when I see that Entropic is playing them, because Entropic kind of like has some similarities with the playing style with the DA, especially with the older DA.
True.
But I think that also Entropic has been of course evolving from that. But still, I think that it's definitely a good place for them, and it kind of like generates a lot of opportunities during the rotations.
I think one of the I agree with you. I agree with you on that. That there are similarities between Entropic and the former DA roster. One of the things that I think differentiates them, though, is that Entropic is usually a team that runs into fights, whereas with what you're talking about here, which I agree with, that DA they like to do those kind of traps and gatekeep setups. That would require teams to come to them, and that's just not usually what I've seen from Entropic. But as you said, Cup, they are a team that we talked to Double as well about it. Have I don't want to say slowed down a little, but at least they have realized that we don't have to full speed forward all the time. So maybe this is going to be their opportunity to set up some traps on the edge of that hill down towards Chumacera, or maybe they'll just try and wrap up towards the church and take some control.
Yeah, it would be kind of nice to see some action happening
yeah.
on that area. But we are closing on 4 minutes, so the rotations, well, there's already something going on. But yeah, now we can actually finally see what the Entropy are going to be planning here. They're going to be joining the forces. We can see actually a few of the members traveling towards Hawk, and they will probably pick up somebody on the go, and let's see where they're going to be rotating. But anyway, Entropy will take the compounds around the intersection area more or less. At least we can see a double taking possession of one. From the north, we can see Virtus Pro now coming. It's going to be Lou there. And Batul is going to be also staying there on the still on the power grid. So yeah, it's going to take a while until they will move towards the middle. But anyways, definitely rotations are starting.
Yep, they sure have. It's always interesting to me to see these games where the center in phase 1, and actually quite a bigger portion of the kind of the edge of the center as well, is incredibly open. We have that big hillside, we have the big field south of where Bystanders and Heroic are right now, and that's not really an area you can kind of take control over. It's not really an area you can use for a whole lot in the early game, which means that normally where we'd see 3 or 4 teams try and take some center control, in this case they really can't do that to the same extent. So how are teams trying to split out now that the center is open, and where are they planning on playing from? I think one of the Alpha Omega things in this case, Copter, is going to be getting high ground control so you can spot what's going on around you.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Heroic, they landed on Chumacera. They are actually currently just a little bit moving away from Chumacera. Of course, they don't need to go far, so they're going to be having a higher ground towards the southern side at least, and they also have some visibility on the northern side as well. But they are just playing on that location, and thinking about like the hillside. So what are those high places to play? I mean, there's a lot of hills on the both sides of Chumacera, on actually all the sides of Chumacera more or less. Maybe not there on the northern side, but the south and the east and the west side. So yeah, those are going to be the hills which the teams and the players, they want to get. They want to use them. They want to spot. They need to get the information. And when you have a circle which is still containing all the southern parts from Chumacera, that's going to mean that there's a lot of tips and holes and, you know, hills that you can hide behind. And that's why the higher ground is super important, that you can actually get the information and see the players which actually rotate there. Because once they are gone from the north to south, there's no way of finding them anymore afterwards.
Exactly. You can see Entropic, they've kind of called the bluff on Heroic here, driving straight in between their split. A few shots were fired from Heroic down towards them, but they're sitting in a wide two-way split, which means they can't really overcommit on trying to find the knocks here, as they are pretty far apart from one another. So backing off a little bit, allowing for Entropic to get the compound down below. It's not the biggest threat to them right now, but of course, should the circles keep going in this direction, there could be a very realistic chance that that Heroic might have to take the fight to Entropic in this compound. But of course, I mean, again, Entropic, I should say, is still maintaining a split as well. And we'll see. Hawkey is the one currently sitting up towards that church area. And well, speaking of Hawkey, there's a knock on to Tegas. We saw Tegas before. Copter looking over, trying to find a spot for Apex to go to. I guess now he knows the church is taken.
Yeah, it's going to be a bolt action headshot. So definitely has the Entropic signature all around it. And well, that's going to be a great shot, but yeah, it should be revived still. I mean, they're that much far apart that shouldn't be a major issue. But definitely he needs to find a new helmet. That's one thing for sure. Meanwhile, Ogle is going to be well, because he Tendela scouting the area. There's going to be Blaze players, Lipsin and Laza, not that far away. So it seems that there's going to be something going on quite soon. Apocalypse also holding the northern location, and that actually could give some angles towards, for example, Tendelos was all the way climbing on top of that rock.
It seems to me like they have to know there's a team just on the other side. You can see Lipson kind of singing around and Scaredy Nut. Let alone the fact that he just swapped over to the red dot means that he's ready for a close quarter fight. Now his spots one, gets hacked up instantly. Does have a level 3 vest to maybe kind of evade a little bit of that damage, or at least minimize it. Lipson is the one playing up close. Lassa trying to back off now. Oh, he's rolling behind the vehicle, and
He's gonna get seen. Lassa taken down instantly, but Lipson instantly there to return fire.
Yes, yeah, Radio's gonna find him down. That's gonna be a Lipton getting forged to UK, so there's gonna be casualties on the both sides. Forged enough from the Oakland side, but Scotty just wants to go for it. We'll find it. Lipton's gonna fall down as well, so Blaze is gonna be losing a lot of players. Yellow's gonna be stealing for the bystanders, so bystanders, Yellow's gonna get Lipton down. That's gonna be stolen from Oakland. Onur's gonna go for the revival, and now there's gonna be some utility still thrown. Ripnow's gonna be dealing with some damage as well. That's gonna be coming from the northern side. It's gonna be Squeaky all the way from ends. They are like 500 meters apart. Well, maybe 300, okay. But anyways, far away apart. And now they want to get the floods as well, as Rustamal will just keep spamming with that mini.
The lesson that everyone learns at some point, and I'm sure that Blaze has learned in the past as well. Take a fight in the open on Miramar, and there's a very, very, very big chance that shots will be fired from the distance. Bystanders charmed in, now ends those as well. And unfortunately for Blaze, Apocalypse is all that's left alive.
And we actually have top 5 teams currently inside, only it's like 6 points. So that's actually a lot of teams very close by, and Ains getting just that 1 point. That's gonna make all the difference. I mean, they're only 1 point from the lead, so it's gonna be very tight with the points. Oh, Skate's gonna be parking the vehicle. Gustav's gonna be getting the angle, and Sikora, he should go down, and there we go. No problems for Gustav. That's gonna be end for Sikora. That didn't take long.
Hashtag bait crate. That's exactly what it was, Gustav. He saw the crate. I'm sure that's why he's here with the bike as well. And he sat around and was like, oh, so you think you're coming for a crate, do you, Sikora? That ain't gonna happen, buddy. That crate is mine. And Gustav, sorry, can now make the drive up the hill again. That is so unfortunate, but well, you live and you learn.
Yeah, it's always when you see a drop box like that, is like, it looks too good to be true. There's always like somebody doing some kind of prank for you, like waiting behind the tree or waiting on top of the hill or behind the ridge or something. And there was a great example about it. Circle's gonna be shifting that back on the, well, completely on the mainland side. Gonna be going just a little bit more on the northern side of Jumaquera. We can see Liquid and Apex right there on the middle.
They're pulling up on this. Again, calling bluffs. I mean, Liquid were sitting in a wide 4-way split. We know that Liquid likes to do these. Not wide. They were sitting in a 4-way split, I will say, regardless. And one of the most dangerous things when you're trying to maintain these split controls is that you cannot get players knocked because it simply takes too long for the teammates to get over. You can see James tried to get up close. Clip was getting into a vehicle, but by the time he got into the car and was ready to go, Apex had already pulled up, and there's just nothing you can do as a solo player, regardless of how great Clip is, to try and take that fight alone. And Apex, they're hunting. They know they're seeing split. They heard Clip before, but James has a great angle from above, doing damage to 2 players instantly.
Yeah, there's gonna be a nade drone towards that open concrete building. We'll get that down. Oh, that's gonna be first on clip. Oh, second one as well. There's third one as well. There we go. Team Liquid. They will show Apex what they are made of. And that's gonna be whole Apex taken down. It's gonna be Clip all again there on the kill feed. And Max is gonna be helping out.
Wow, what a response. What a play. Yes, okay, they lose EB. That's super unfortunate. But what a play. Apex, they thought they caught them in this split. They thought they had the time to take the fight 3 and make that 4v1. I like the commitment from Apex in that situation, trying to clear out Clip as well. But oh my lord, did Liquid have a response.
Yeah, I mean, well, you said that no, they're not going to go for it. I mean, they're hunting him down, and there's so little what you can do with one player. But then what happened is, the Liquid factor came along.
What a great setup as well. Clip was in the compound. James had the perfect overview. Mexi was uphill as well. And with a bit of utility and a nice angle peek from Clip there. Great play from the... Let's take a look at the replay. Because, I mean, I feel like we deserve to see that one once more. That was just really impressive. Although, actually, we're going to take a look down towards the Oakless fight, it seems, instead. That push over the top meant Blaze, well, they get in trouble. They get in trouble quickly.
There we go. The Oakless getting those Blaze players down nicely. And of course, there was, I think there was bystanders hitting one of the knocks as well. And there we go. Yellow's gonna get that point. But yeah, there we go. This is the Apex versus Liquid. And Clip is gonna be getting 1 second down. Yeah, James gonna get one with the nade. And then we have the last member as well. going down there behind the corner. So the Maxi fighting from a different location.
You can see him up on the hillside there, just up back. Clip found the first one behind the building, knew the two guys were isolated inside. The nade, of course, one thing is that it does damage, but also blocks audible cues, so Clip was allowed to wrap around the side and get those two players taken down. Incredibly well coordinated by Liquid there, who honestly, I mean, they were the ones being attacked. They were the ones to have to respond to the 4v1 initial push, and they had exactly the response you would hope for in that situation. Blue seems like he's DC'd. That's unfortunate. Hope that he's going to be able to get back in the game. Now he's been rest, so hopefully he's going to be able to reconnect as well. Would hate to have players go down in that kind of manner. We'll hope that they can get back in the game for real.
Yeah, I mean, this whole Liquid and Apex situation, I mean, Clip got the first knock, then we had the excellent nade coming from James from the distance and gotta get the second one, and then, of course, Clip got the, the third and his personal second knock there inside, so Clip got two guys inside, and then Maxi found the last one from the distance. So it was a perfect timing from Liquid and excellent teamwork, and, of course, still Clip getting those two knocks. That was very important, of course, for the whole situation. But, yeah, meanwhile, we can follow what ENCE is gonna be doing here. They will find themselves on the western side of August.
Yeah, we'll see. They just got the circle kind of shifted up in their direction. They know this next one should, to some extent, at least most likely, include their compound as well. So as you can see here, they're starting to spread out now within the compound, take some more control, not try and maintain splits any longer, get back together, be ready for the potential of a team crashing your buildings. You can see already now, Oakless up on the hillside starting to look in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, we're team here on the southern side. They're currently outside of the circle. We can see a Norseman, trying to take some vehicles, going to be moving quite soon away from the way. So Ware team, they should have some kind of open lane for the rotation. That's what I'm expecting, and that's what the Ware team is currently scouting. We can see Garagumruk coming from the eastern side and going to be actually coming quite close to Heroic, and they're actually still inside of that. This is a school building, or what do you want to call it, and that is a tough place. I mean, they don't have I mean, they can be there, peeking from the reach. But yeah, that's gonna be the cover which they have, and that's actually a very easy place, or not easy, but anyway, it's a place that can be pushed quite easily. That's what I try to say. And of course, nobody's gonna be pushing there on the southern, but they still have team on the southern side as well.
True. They need to try and make sure that Ware team don't opt to take the fight to them. In the meantime, for those of you guys who have the map open, I strongly recommend you to take a look at Na'Vi, sitting in a very wide two-way split up towards the northwest, the Na'Vi west, the northwest of the map. Now they're starting to group up a little more, but they have FaZe actually outside the circle. One of two teams still having to make their way on in. FaZe far out towards the west. Maybe they heard Na'Vi leave just now, because that could potentially open up a rotation path for them.
Yeah, well, Heroic, I guess they have some vehicles here, so getting away from here is going to be important. Garakumruk is going to be there on the side. We can expect the team which were on the southern side of them. That was a rare team, and that should be coming also from the south. But meanwhile, we're going to be seeing the situation here on the, let's say, a Na'Vi northern side. And Na'Vi going to be doing a 2-2 split, and they will park two members right next to Skade. That's going to be Example and Melman, and then they have the other pair on the northern side.
I talked about, yeah, exactly. Thank you for showing us this. I talked about Na'Vi splitting. Liquid, they're in the widest split I've seen in a phase 3 in a very long time. But hold that thought for a second. Ware team, they finally opted to go somewhere, and they're going straight into We Live Again. Unfortunately, they're in trouble right off the bat, and they fall. Just in the matter of seconds, they go down. Dante able to find cover, get on the other side, and Ware team lose only one. Actually,
there was a lot of spam also coming.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be Garagumruk shooting from the distance. Meanwhile, it's going to be Tixu getting a knock towards bystanders, and the circle's going to be shifting. It's going to go there on the northern direction. And it's going to find them from the middle of the whole circle. And a lot of teams actually from the south will immediately take the vehicles. We'll start the movement towards the circle. We also have FaZe and Norseman fighting there outside of the pictures. Currently, we can see Party Beetle getting a knock towards Fast. FaZe going to get a fast as well. FaZe is going to get a trade immediately. As Snuski Party Beetle will be knocked down. We actually get to the pictures as well. Herky will be taken down. FaZe with 3 members. I think they only have 1 player alive versus them currently. That's going to be, is it Herky or Snuski? It's going to be actually a Baymil far away on the distance, so FaZe should be getting these kills.
Yeah, PC flushes coming in now. They know of Emil's position as well. Going to be hard for him, really, to get away from there. And there for sure isn't a whole lot that he can do in terms of trying to get revenge for his fallen teammates, at least not right now. He's going to have to try and run off the other direction. But for FaZe, I was just going to say, their vehicles, if they are in the open here, could have some tires pop, and that's going to make their next rotation difficult, because they have to go quite far down this hill.
Yeah, they have to move. I mean, KG is going to be in trouble, and also Heroic going to be in trouble. Depends, of course, who's going to be holding. There's nobody currently on the holding positions, but yeah, there's not a lot of room actually on the southern side of the circle, so they will still have to wonder where they're going to be going. A lot of teams are coming from the south, so it's quite clear that, yeah, I think out of these 4 teams what we have coming, we can see Entropic now spamming. There's a lot of damage already towards KG, and they are just droning here between the 2 Mirados and the Novik, just keeping the scope there and, shooting whatever you can see.
Yeah, it's a bigger chance that you hit a target than you don't when you have so many players kind of proning on top of each other, so might as well, even though you can't see them, might as well just keep on shooting through the smokes there. But of course, as you can see here as well, ammo, not a whole lot of it, and Tropic hasn't had a chance to loot a whole lot, so finally, a little bit of loot will be shared. Orcus in the meantime, they got a knock onto one, and now actually it's going to be Entropic with the knocks and return on the other side. 2 players down already faultlessly, and Hobbit's both gone down, and the Orcus might be able to push on this one.
Yeah, I mean, double VLA, I don't know what they can do. They have the Oculus on the other side, Entropic on the other side, and you always... Oh, that's going to bounce from the tree, by the way. That's one of the utilities. But no, it's not going to do any of the damage. Meanwhile, Hawk is going to be getting a knock from Squeak, and Max is going to be feeding some SQ from the Karagumru. And there we go. T-Bone, that's going to be face going down. Beamy T-Bone. They will just take HFX Augusto down. I mean, that happens so fast. But anyway, Heroic will get those 3 kills, and that's going to be face falling.
Wow, that's a quick wipe. Their face, of course, unfortunately losing a player earlier, but thought they could pull up on the compound, maybe get a good angle. But again, I mean, we're seeing this from multiple teams this game. Great response to a breach, and Heroic, as you said, I mean, they're dealing with face within seconds. They're great hold from them, splitting up between the buildings and doing the damage they had to loot them.
Yeah. Okay, there we have Entropic in trouble. Also going to be shooting towards them as well. We have Blaze waiting there. We have Navi actually on the other side of the road as well. Circle's going to be shifting. And Entropic, they will go right towards Blaze. And Navi on top of the hill. There we go. Blaze is going to fall down. And Entropic is going to find from the vehicle. And Entropic also in a lot of trouble. A lot of knocks there. There we go. Navi will get those points. Regipedo is going to fall down as well to Apocalypse. Wow. And that is going to be the end of Entropic as well. I mean, that also happened very fast.
They get the drive-by on the last place player and think, well, I guess that means we can play this area. And then Navi comes over the top and says, nope, not gonna happen. And Tropic dealt with in the matter of seconds. And Navi looking to get themselves yet another good game. They are outside this next circle. Will be shifting in just a matter of 20 seconds. But with the Rich they just cleared now, that should give them at least a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell about it. I mean, 11 teams still face number 5, so that's going to be like a decent amount. And we can now we can see actually Heroic here. And of course, there's going to be double VLA on the distance, but they also have 1 player from Norseman that's not that far away. And I don't think that they have seen a Vaymil, not for now. So let's see if there's going to be any kind of surprise factor. It's going to be Nate going all the way towards Hobbits, but no, it's not going to do any of the damage. It's going to be anyways close, but it's not going to be enough.
No, not enough damage done there to find himself the knock, and even if he did get the knock, I'm not sure he could be able to make the push forward to get the flush on him. Heroic are inside the circle. Nice peek down in this direction, anticipating that the team in the compound will potentially try and wrap down towards the south side and deal with them. Page spotted it early and forces Batulin's back into hiding to get healed on up. Smart play, really smart play by Heroic from having 1 player kind of dedicated to look up towards that west side.
Yeah, meanwhile, Heroic just playing this reach. It's going to be fine for now, but yeah, when the next circle's going to be coming, and then they're going to be in trouble. Now they're going to spot Vaymil, and Vasquez Ned is going to go, that should do the job. No, it's not going to do the job. So Vaymil's still going to stay alive, going to be still standing there, but there's going to be more nades, and most probably somebody's going to be shooting from the northern side at some point as well.
Yeah, question is how much utility they're willing to commit to get that 1 kill down here. They're throwing a lot of nades. I believe that's nade number 5, and they threw a molly just before as well. These are all utilities that they could really use in fights to come. They'll see that molly hit. I'm pretty sure it did. Not sure if they got the kill on him or not with it. Tenderlust goes down. That's elsewhere on the Evan Meal. Yes, the molly did in fact hit Vasco. Is going to be able to clear him out with that one. And that might actually have given him a dip to play from come next circle should this one go away from them.
Yeah, that's gonna help Heroic definitely. I mean, they have more areas to play. They can rotate there on the deep and try to hold that at least for the next circle. So let's see how it's gonna go. But we have Navi here, meanwhile, fighting on the eastern side, and Oculus gonna be on the southern side of them, very close by. So definitely Oculus versus Navi fight is gonna happen right now. It's just there's gonna be some long distance shots at least exchange. We can see ends following still from the compound. They still have the compound inside of the circle, so that's going to be good. But yeah, it seems to slow down a little bit.
And that's the thing right now. Everyone is just waiting to see where the next circle is going. Are they going to be forced to make the move? Are they not? Example, nice knock onto Honor. That's going to allow for Na'Vi to make the push on forward. We saw one player cross just before. I believe that's Millman pushing it full forward, and indeed it is. He's up close. He's real damn close. He's throwing the nade far back, not going to do any damage right in between the two players. Now he's going to hear steps up close, and that should be the factor, the indicator that they have a team just on the other side. But as you can see here, bystanders from further inside the circle, forcing them back down behind the bucket. Now it's actually going to be the Na'Vi players in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, August, they actually don't take any of the damage from those utilities. The Na'Vi is going to be losing Melman, so Yord from the distance going to find that one. So both Na'Vi and August are actually going to be in trouble, so we can maybe see some kind of YOLO runs outside of the eastern side. So we'll see how it's going to go, because we can see Skade, bystanders, and ends holding the eastern side. So I don't know how Na'Vi and August actually will get inside of the circle. It's not going to be easy, definitely. So if they're going to send it, there's going to be so many scopes. If they want to run it or come with the vehicle or anyhow, so I mean, there's just so many people waiting for them, and now we're going to figure it out.
Yeah, bystanders, they've been playing here in the open for a while now. It actually might just come to pay off for them. We'll see what they're planning on doing with the position that they find themselves in. In the meantime, Puppet shot his teammate and then died. Interesting, but I guess they were in a position from where they couldn't really do a whole lot, so they're just denying the points early on. Fortunately enough for them, no placement points will be obtained. In the meantime, now Aaliyah able to take down Honor once more. That's the second or third knock on him. So as you can see, bleeding down quite quickly. Thendalos needs to commit to the rest at some point soon, but Aaliyah also has to watch out. The blue is moving in. You gotta keep on moving, and that's how you're biking the blue. And no! He goes down! Unfortunately, Aaliyah taken down there does manage to find the flush onto Honor, but he's going to be taken down too fast, too early. Now Example goes down as well. Quizzy up close against Skate, who finally pushed out of the buildings.
Yeah, he's going to be hiding there on the smoke, and that's going to be a problem. I mean, they will have to find him. Animal's going to be spotting him down, so that's going to be good. Example's going to fall down. Skate will get only one kill so far, but the one player still going to be hiding there on the smokes, Quizzy. And, I mean, he can actually shoot on the backside of Skate now as they are retreating from the whole situation. But, of course, he needs to also be very careful with the whole Augless. And he's kind of like has the idea that somebody might be there. He's going to put the nade right towards Quizzy. It's going to explode on the air just a little bit too early. Otherwise, Quizzy would have been gone. And that second one, that should be it. Yeah, there we go. Old Mise is going to be finding that one. And now Na'Vi, James's pick, is going to fall.
Only 2 kills for Skate this game so far, but they haven't really been forced to do much. Now they are trying to make that push on forward. Gotta go look, they have a crate just outside their building. It looks to me like they've looted already. They have Liquid right next to them, and now Virtus Pro have come to say hi as well. Still 4 players alive for the Polar Bears. We'll see how much damage they can do approaching this circle from the west.
Yeah, still half of the teams are, by the way, full stack. So we have 4 teams with 4 members alive. So that's going to be interesting. We need to wait one phase or maybe a little bit more when we actually finally see the top 4, and that's going to be interesting if we actually have so many full stacks or 3-4 member teams. Bartol is going to be finding an angle, going to be throwing it right towards Liquid. Maxi and James hiding there. A lot of damage from that nade. James, Maxi, more utilities are still on the air, and that would beat. Maxi's going to go fall. James barely going to stay alive. Tries to trade with the utilities. Bartol is going to be still putting more stuff there, but yeah, James going to be hiding that behind that vehicle, and might even be able to go for the revival. Bartol's going to go for the drive-by. Who's going to got that one? James going to down. And the second one was Pyro. That's going to be Liquid going down. Pyro and Bartol in there will seal the deal.
What? How was James able to get 2? He sat inside the vehicle to try and prevent the molly damage and able to find 2 knocks there. Absolutely insane. So 3 of them goes down, 1 gets flushed, and unfortunately for Skate, I thought they might be able to pounce on that, but they weren't in the position quick enough to do the damage needed, and that might actually mean that Virtus Pro, despite all the damage that just came in from James, they're able to get 3 back up alive. That is so massive for them. I thought for sure VP was going to fall as a result of the amount of damage James managed to do there, but no, they get to keep 3 alive, and unfortunately for James, only getting 1 kill in that one.
And now we have Orcus putting the utilities with bystanders, and I think that Skate is going to be actually looking towards the Virtus Pro situation as well. But yeah, let's concentrate on this one. Skuig is going to be getting forced down. Jord is going to steal that one. That's going to be 1 point for the bystanders. Yellow and Keanu from the bystanders, they are down. Then they're still hiding behind that rock. And that's going to be the last member from the Oculus, by the way. 27 damage, 28, and that's going to be it. Teeks will find that one, and Oculus, they are down.
Yeah, not a whole lot of places Thunderloss could go there. You can see Ends, they've pushed up towards the road. They know exactly where to play this one from. And now Skate starting to look from the other side as well. Yellow still hasn't gotten rest, so there are only 3 on their feet right now to try and do the damage needed in order to move further forward. In the meantime, Flammy does go down, and Anonymous now up to peek on over. It's a finished sandwich, and the Danes are the ham in it. We'll see if they can make the push further in. Lou, in the meantime, threw the molly inside the shack. That was where the KG guys were playing. So Karagumruk will go up in flames, and VP, once again, able to stay alive.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. I mean, Garagumru going down, that's gonna help with the whole area situation. There's nobody actually on the middle, but I don't think that there's a lot of whoa, what's that nade? But Digger is gonna get by Yellow down, so Bystander's gonna be losing at least 1 more player. So Ends, 5 kills, by the way. They have moved on the top of the scoreboard already, and they're gonna be 1 full stack together with Heroic. Everybody else is still down to 3 or 2, but the Bystanders and Skate situation seems to be building up here on the northern side of the circle.
Anonymous trying to get healed on up, will be able to do so. They know pretty much exactly where they have the Bystanders players. It's just a matter of whether they can get the ankles or not. Keanu will fall. They will be able to get the kill. Now Ends having a chance to wrap across the street, will be able to do so. 1 molly could do the job, could take down Yort, but for now, he's able to stay alive and hide on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, there we go. More utility is going to be thrown towards Jort and Keanu. There we have Digari actually doing damage towards Heroic. 2 knocks actually from the Heroic. That's going to be huge because that was the other full stack, and having 2 knocks on that side is going to be having a huge factor. There we go. Tix was going to find Jort. That's going to be Bust taken down, as well as the whole pace going to be knocked down as well. So Ends, they are just dealing the damage all sides. I mean, north, west, south, east, whatever. They will just deal it.
So often you see teams having a tough time trying to make their way out of the compounds, but this time around it's really working for Ends. Now let's see if they can hold off here against their Finnish counterpart in Skate. They're just over on the other side. Misa gets eyes on 1, I thought, but no, the smoke is going to wear it off for him. Nuki falls down. Diggory trying to do damage in return, but Anonymous able to take him down. Closing it out with the pusher coming around the side, but now Rustin able to get the angle on 1 as well, so there's just 1 left alive. It's Misa forced to back off, of Virtus Pro is pushing from the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be having some casualties as well. We can see Misa fighting together with them. Battle is going to be getting a flush, by the way, from the Rustamar, so Ends will at least lose 1 player completely. So it's going to be Ends, Heroic, Skate, and Virtus Pro. These are going to be the 4 remaining teams. Virtus Pro is going to be moving towards Skate. Misa is going to be crawling. Lou is going to be probably spotting him down. There we go, headshot, and that's going to be end of Skate.
Down they go. Skate eliminated. 2 teams left in the middle with just Beamy up on the other side trying to get T-Bone up on his feet. Lou peaks on over 6 kills so far for Virtus Pro. They've lost Perfectix already. Let's see if they can get the kills on the side. Spiro spots 1, has to back off instantly, trying to get himself into a better spot.
Yeah, I mean, 3 versus 3 versus 2, that's gonna be the situation. So Heroic, just following the whole situation from the south, knows that the Virtus Pro and Ends are fighting here on the northern side. T-Bo's gonna be getting a knock from Diggory, so definitely not just following. There we go, Battle is gonna be immediately spotting them down. They're gonna be trying to hide there on the smokes, and Battle actually deals the damage, but doesn't get the knocks. And there we go, now they are visible, at least I think so, and more damage from Battlin.
Oh my lord, those smokes is everything that's keeping Heroic alive right now. Of course, that alongside with the firepower that they have. Diggory falls down, Beamy, great nade thrown forward. Tixu, you got to decide now, do you commit to the rest or do you not? He goes for the peak and gets himself the double. Tons of damage being applied, 13 kills for Ends, and now they're in a 2v3 against Virtus Pro.
That's gonna be Squeaker versus Spyro. That's gonna be damage dealt towards Spyro. So Ends, I mean, that's gonna be, they have 1 player less, but yeah, they kind of like have the location. There's gonna be flashbangs coming. Squeaker's gonna be flashbang, so he needs to, you know, put some utilities there. It's gonna be smokes coming in. So Squeaker's gonna be a little bit separated from Tixu. Tixu has the angle from the rock, and the Battle kind of like holding the Mirado back there. So both teams have the back marker there. Tixu's gonna be supporting them, but the spray's not gonna be connecting. Squeaker still just knows that they're gonna be close by. Wants to have a peek. The smokes are there, and let's see Spyro versus Squeaker, but Squeaker's gonna let go from that angle.
Backs off, allows for the smoke to bloom, at least for longer. Doesn't want to try and push through. I like the peek from holding the angle. Spiro tries to get the eyes around the corner. There's a little bit of a hole in the smokes, but now it's bloomed. Now they can't get the eyes through it. You can see Lewis trying to spray through the middle, but I like the off angle that Batulas has on the side, trying to make sure they can't get around the edge at all. Squeaky down to low HP, takes her down to low HP as well. Spiro around the side finds 1. Squeaky 1v3, trying to get around to ring around the boat. Able to get eyes on 1, but no! It's going to be Lou, I believe, or Spiro in the end of it, getting the final kill. Ends gets themselves 13 kills, but Virtus Pro wins the game.
Oh, that was so close. I mean, when Squeaker was coming behind that smoke, I thought that he's gonna get that one knock. I was so much waiting for. I don't know how much HP was remaining still for the Virtus Pro player, but anyways, great performance from Virtus Pro definitely, and Ens getting the second place as well, gonna be getting the decent amount of points. But yeah, let's have a look on the standings.
That was an absolutely insane finish to what really was a great game overall. Ends do end up in first place overall according to points. 13 kills on the second place, gonna net them 19 with Virtus Pro just behind them. And Heroic, again, able to find themselves a good performance. So 3 teams getting themselves into double digits here, Kapta.
Yeah, I mean, Ens just getting those 13 kills. I mean, we spoke about it that they didn't have any chicken dinners. They just had a huge amount of kills yesterday, and they're gonna continue on that same route. So getting those 13 kill points, definitely. I mean, I just love what I'm seeing currently from Ens. Definitely, they are kind of like a reborn a little bit from the last week, and so definitely they have revisited their strategy book, and kind of like they have something that is completely different than what they had on the stage number 2. But yeah, all the teams like Virtus Pro, Heroic getting the double digits as well, so they can be happy about it.
So many crazy things going down that game, and I mean, we're gonna break it down with James in just a short moment. But one of the things to me, as we I guess take a look at the overall standings, just shortly, we'll do that with James instead. We want to bring James along for this as well. We don't want to take everything away from that one. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go take a short break, and then we'll be back with James on the desk in just a few. So stick around. We'll see you in a moment.
Get ready for more PUBG Esports. Let's take a look at what competitive PUBG has planned for the Europe region in 2021. Europe will once again be split into 3 subregions: Europe West, Europe East, and the Middle East and Africa. The action kicks off March 31st with the ESL PUBG Masters Spring. After battling through qualifiers, teams must prove themselves through several stages of competition, including matches in the winner chicken dinner format. The top 16 squads will face off for a share of the $50,000 prize pool in the grand finals, wrapping up April 25th. After the ESL PUBG Masters Spring, we drop back into the action-packed PUBG Continental Series with PCS 4. Qualifiers will be open to all competitors in eligible countries regardless of skill level and experience. Registrations open soon, with qualification matches following in late April. This year, we're replacing the PCS group stage with regional playoffs. These playoffs will seed the best teams directly into Europe's grand finals, taking place in June, where teams will compete for their share of a prize pool worth more than $200,000. Stay tuned for more information on the tournament format and seeding coming soon. After PCS 4, we'll have a second ESL PUBG Masters event in Europe, followed up by PCS 5. Competitors will also have the chance to compete in 3 entry-level ESL PUBG Open events this year, and the summer edition is right around the corner. An exciting change for 2021 is that teams will be gunning for more than just prize money. Squads will also be fighting to earn PGC qualification points based on their placement in both ESL PUBG Masters events and both PCS Grand Finals. And what do these points get them? Well, as long as the Blue Zone keeps slowly and steadily sanitizing the world, they'll get an opportunity to compete in person for the World Championship title in November's PUBG Global Championship. Follow PUBG Esports on social media all year long for more updates, announcements, and loads of new content from the Europe region. Be sure to join us for an amazing year of competitive PUBG, and thank you for being an important part of the PUBG Esports community.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves a good old victory for Virtus Pro. CIS showing up strong here at the start of day number 2 of the grand finals. Toby, Copter joining me. Yes, there was CIS representation towards the end of this. A lot of Finnish representation once again, though, Copter here. But Virtus Pro walks out with the win.
Yeah, of course we have a lot of Finns there on the server. We know that already. We have been discussing about that quite a lot. But yeah, Ens was there fighting with the Virtus Pro. I mean, it was 2 versus 3, and of course Ens they had a 1-1 split there. Tix was holding the kind of like as a back marker there behind the rock and trying to just pick up something from the distance. But unfortunately, when he saw the Virtus Pro players, didn't really deal the damage that was required at that moment. And then of course it went all the way down to the 1 versus 3 situation for Squeak, and they were just playing around the smokes. And I mean that those frays which were happening, which was kind of like deciding the whole game, it was it could have been Squeak getting the knock as well. So it was very tight. But anyways, it was Virtus Pro who got the upper hand, and N still got a lot of points.
Very tight, but Virtus Pro now joins the upper pack here for the grand finals, and we do actually have an interview ready. Hyruzen is going to be joining us here from Virtus Pro, of course. We've seen Hyruzen in action recently as well when it came to the PGIS. Hello, Hyruzen. How are you doing, friend?
Hi, I'm fine. Being a 5 player, a little bit boring for me right now.
That's
so I'm just watching games.
Well, actually, I know obviously this tournament is going on, but talk to me about your experience in Korea, because obviously you were filling in over in PGIS. How did you enjoy Korea?
It was a huge experience for me. Like it was my first LAN ever. Like it was really difficult, but I think we grown up as a team as well. Like Perfectic was helping us through all time in Korea. So now we just trying to get better as five. So it was a great experience for me.
Fantastic. Toby, you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, of course, congrats on the win this match and making it this far in the tournament. And also insane that your first ever LAN experience is a tournament for over $7 million. That's pretty wild. I can imagine that being pretty terrifying as a player. But no, I want to hear from you. I mean, now you sit back and you watch the games. Do you feel like, I mean, with Perfectix being in on the battlefield instead of you, do things happen differently for Virtus.pro? Do you play differently, or is it the same? It's just one player difference.
I think it's the same. Like we just playing as five. Five players is like the whole team. You can move any piece of the team. It will be the same. So for me, it's just I'm watching this tournament. It's really tough because we didn't expect like. And our teams weren't participating in PGIS, going to be this well, like competing this well right now.
Yeah.
It's like so the game's like pretty tough for us as a team, not as because I'm not playing or Perfectic is playing right now.
Fair play. Copter?
Well, on the PGIS, I mean, I think Virtus.pro was one of the teams that was showing most, I would say, like different kind of strategies when it came to the chicken dinner matches, especially.
True.
That you had a lot different gaming styles. I mean, a lot of them you tried to play the chicken dinner games like with the proning, then you tried with the full aggression as well. So I think that there was a lot of variation. It was actually very nice to see. But now when you came back to Europe, and of course we have a lot of variation with the game formats as well. We have the old super settings. We have the most chicken dinner rule, and then we have the WW chicken dinner rule as well. Do you think that we can see similar kind of variation from Virtus.pro? Because are you like planning it the same way, thinking about it the same way as you did on the Korea?
I think the problem of these strats, like because in PGIS some teams weren't too aggressive. Now in ESL, a lot of teams are very aggressive, so you can just prone. So for me, I think we'll show you something new later.
Nice. All right. Well, thank you very much, Hyruzen, for joining us. Do you have any final words before we let you go?
Thank for all your support. I think my team will show that we can do better, and hope we will win this tournament. Thanks for your support.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Hyruzen, and good luck to the squad in the next games. Awesome stuff. Hyruzen joining us. Actually, very nice to be able to talk to him, considering the role that he had to fulfill at PGIS, which could not have been an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. But I think he's very astute in saying that even just swapping out one player on that roster, they all are kind of like a hive mind almost. And it showed at PGIS how quickly Hyruzen was able to, I mean, of course they're playing together, Toby, but how easily it was for him to kind of slot in and keep on going the Virtus.pro way.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I hate to be the one to put the spotlight on one player, because I believe that PUBG is one of the most team games that there is. But to me, the fact that they can hop back and forth between these two players the way that they do, and yes, they play similar styles, but it also has a lot to do with Petulins. Petulins is a massive impact on kind of sending his troops around and doing his Petulins things. And I think it goes to show one of the great strengths of VP, and one of the great strengths of having a very, very overall balanced in-game leader.
Yeah, that content piece from PGIS where they're doing the star chart and Petulins like 100 mental or whatever the hell it was. Everyone's like, yeah, all right, calm down. But anyway, let's take a look at the overall scores here for day number 2, as Ents and Heroic have now leaped Apex in their position and are, quite honestly, Copter, they're blasting right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have a gap of 10 points. So I think we spoke during the match that there was top 5 teams inside of 6 points, and when you get 19 points from a game, that's how it's gonna look there. So definitely nice for them. I mean, it's 10-point gap before Heroic, so it's gonna be also Heroic getting the second place. Apex gonna go fall down on the third place, and then of course the rest of the teams of the top 6 gonna be holding their places. But like behind ends, I mean 66 for Heroic, and then we go all the way down to Virtus Pro. That's gonna be only 15 points, so a lot of things can change inside of a one match. So who knows how this scoreboard is gonna be looking after the last Miramar.
Yeah, Virtus Pro with a massive jump, and now compared to what we were seeing yesterday with kind of a lot of more kind of unexpected names up in that top 8 here, Toby, now we're seeing the big orgs, the big guns on the chase with Na'Vi and Virtus Pro joining this top 8 here, and there's a lot of scary teams up in that top looking for the championship.
Yeah, it's incredibly terrifying being anyone up there in the top who don't feel in any way, shape or form comfortable, because we talked about it coming into today's games. There are teams that just need that one day off. I mean, not off, but to kind of get established in the lobby. And we know that Tornado Energy, as much as they can come out day one guns blazing, the Na'Vi roster now, as they are presented, they come back strong, and they pretty much always do. So Virtus Pro, the exact same thing. They come back strong, and it's no big surprise to me that those two teams are the ones to win the first 2 games.
No, indeed. And there is potentially a lot more on the horizon for Virtus Pro, of course. Yesterday, their first 5 games, 4 games or 5 games really didn't go their way. They didn't really feel like Virtus Pro games. But then after that, with the second place and 10 kills, back on the road, it seems, to try and challenge for that championship. Well, gentlemen, we are almost ready here to get into game number 9 of the tournament, as we have Miramar for the last time here today. After that, we'll be moving on to Erangel, of course. And don't forget, at home, we are in super settings. So all the points that you know from kills as well as placements do count when it comes to the games throughout the entirety here of the grand final. Toby, Copter, bring me the game.
Final Miramar game of the day, and also by the end of this game, Copter, we will have hit the halfway mark in the grand final. So if that's any estimation, you can double that up and then say, double the points up and say that's how it's going to look at the end of it. But we know that's never really the case. We already have those, always have those teams at the bottom that just do crazy climbs back into the top in the end of the day.
Yeah, we could just play best of 9 final. That would be a thing, but yeah, no, we have, anyway, plane is going to be here on the eastern side. So we had a western plane, then we had a horizontal plane there on the south, and now we have an eastern plane. And the Na'Vi is going to be actually doing an interesting split there. Cruz de Valtiera, Bronca, and Campo Militar. So Na'Vi faces definitely cannot go to the usual places, and they will just go there on the north. Meanwhile, on the middle, we can see Edgepick going for San Martin. That's going to be the usual. Apex going around the Hacienda area. And of course, Virtus Pro, the victors of the previous match, they will be landing there around the power grid area. So no changes there. And there on the south, that's going to be again very crowded because bystanders, Skate, Na'Vi, Vert team trying to find some kind of a place that to hold. And it seems that we actually might have some kind of overlap with the Na'Vi and Vert team if you look at towards the intersections.
Yeah, Na'Vi, not often. I mean, the old Na'Vi would be used to being down in this area quite often. Okay, that's the south circle. The new Na'Vi we don't see down here too often, but now they're here too. And as you said, them and we're team nearby one another. But Melman able to get away from there at least for now. He could be running into other trouble elsewhere. Nearby, we'll see Skuri and Poro are both down towards that west side. So maybe we'll see damage coming in. But that circle copter, whew, that could be a spicy one.
Yeah, I mean, that southern circle, the plane was there on the eastern side, so yeah, it's definitely, of course, touching the plane, but it's not the most far away circle that the players could have expected, but it's definitely not one of the most expected ones either, so it's a little bit far away, and this whole Na'Vi and Weird team situation was the traditional getaway with the car situation. They just stole it and run away as fast as they can.
Let's see. Oh, yep, getting looted on up. They know that there are enemies nearby, so get yourself your utility and weaponry as fast as you can. Maybe find yourself a vest as well, Leah. That'd be probably something that you prefer going into a fight. And again, I mean, that's why it's so confusing sometimes when orcs change their rosters and whatnot, because we always talk about the Na'Vi playstyle and how they like to play it quiet for the first circles, and then they come in late on the edge guns placing. But now that there's Tornado Energy, that's not necessarily the same case, because if the former Tornado Energy, now Na'Vi, if anyone dares to fight them early game, they don't back off. They're not afraid. They're never afraid to take a fight. So just because there's Na'Vi up there on the on the logo doesn't mean that they're necessarily trying to utilize the same playstyle.
Nah, it's just yellow, just like it used to be a couple months ago. So it's okay. Okay, it's not that simple. But the one thing that I have to mention about this whole Na'Vi and the Word Team situation, they got away, but they also found some company on the southern side, and if we actually look at the situation at some point where the Word Team and Na'Vi are fighting, they're actually circling around the same central buildings on the new circle. So this fight, if it's going to happen together with Word Team and Na'Vi at some point, it's going to be for one of the best compounds in the circle.
Yeah, at least for now, that hillside. We know plenty of circles tend to go down in that direction, and very well could with this first one having popped as well. And you can see here, Skiri and Poro, they were the ones down in this area of the map. Now they realize that Na'Vi have claimed control of the compound, and I think they're going to just back off. They realize that, I mean, they know for a fact that Na'Vi landing close to one another. They've heard 2 vehicles. They've seen one player maybe not wanting to reveal their position, backing off, and I think that's a smart play to disengage for them in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi is a little bit wondering, like, are the Word Team players actually on these compounds? But they're a little bit more on the northern side. But yeah, it seems that the Poro and Square, they will just leave and they will go for the concrete here. Maybe they want to get a little bit more loot as well. But yeah, looking at the what we can see on the inventory, they should be pretty okay. I mean, they have the weapons, they have the vests and the helmets and everything. So it should be pretty much okay. But yeah, meanwhile, we are closing on 4.5 minutes on the clock, actually, and we have the rotations going on. So we actually have Liquid just leaving from Picado. We have Blaze team coming from the northern side of Los Leones. We have Bystanders leaving from the Los Leones as well. And a lot of teams also coming from the northern and the eastern side as well. And here we can see actually the Blaze and Liquid a little bit like finding themselves on the middle of the rotation. James is going to be just going there on the fields, but there we have Maxi and Clip on top of the hill. So that's why the Blaze is going to be leaving, because they know that there's going to be people shooting from the northern side if they will go for that one player on the fields.
Yep, we know that Blaze, they were in trouble in this exact area in game 1. They ran into too many teams for themselves to handle, so a little worried when we see them go straight back to the same spot. But of course, it is just a part of passing on through. They're going to continue further down towards the south, but they do have bystanders. You can kind of see them on the edge of the minimap down there in your bottom right corner. We do have bystanders somewhat close, so could be a fight waiting to happen. In the meantime, T-Bone looking over the top towards the south. He's just going to be met by laser tracers down from Na'Vi on the opposite hill.
Yeah, I mean, this location on top of the hill, which Heroic is currently taking, they actually have the whole visibility towards the Word Team and the Na'Vi locations. I mean, of course, there's some cover, but still, if Word Team and Na'Vi going to be too much concentrating on towards each other, then Heroics might have a chance to actually do something about it. So they might get a knock, they even might get a flush as well, if the players are overcommitting from, for example, peeking from the fence lines.
We know a team had to rotate early when you see the UMP Mini 14 combo. It's not something you see utilized too often, but that's what it is. Also for Millman, as you can see here, level 1 helmet clearly indicates they didn't have a chance to loot all that much. Quizzy actually now getting found by Beamy. I'm a little worried that could be an opportunity for Heroic to push forward. They're not usually a team to try and pull up early on, and I don't think it's going to happen here either, but what a good knock from a distance there from Beamy.
Yeah, exactly what I was a little bit afraid of, that this might happen if the Na'Vi, for example, are going to be watching towards the Word Team. But I think that the Na'Vi actually spotted the Heroic on top of the hill. We have a crash coming from Liquid towards Bystanders. Damage dealt towards Chief. He's going to go down. Clip is going to go down as well. Maxi will come with the buggy. And he's going to be still alive, but is he going to be for long? DB is going to do some damage from the distance. But try to shoot. We'll get one. Maxi's going to get one as well. So Bystanders down to Tiano and Flammy. And now they will fight from this compound. There's going to be a Skate also shooting from the distance. At the same time, Arno's going to be dealing some damage. Sleep is going to be falling, and he beats us. The last member will get Keanu. It's going to be 1 versus 1. Flamey versus Ibiza, and he just wants to get the fuzzies immediately. We'll go down to 5 HP. I will prone inside.
5 HP trying to stay alive here. There's one right around the side. It's coming in now. No! Almost had it, but Flammy with the response able to get the kill. They thought it was just a simple one-team pull-up, but all of a sudden both Skate and RV chime in to try and engage, and Zikoro knows exactly where those knock players were. Good nades. Roll forward and actually wait. What? Did he just kill him because Flammy looked out the window and was met by... Wait. That is not something you see too often. He was inside.
Maybe there's a hole.
He was inside the building and gets naded by the nade outside because he peeked out the window at the exact angle of the explosion. That is not something you see too often.
Yeah, I mean, Sigurda's just gonna tell that it was calculated, of course. I mean, of course, gonna peek from the window, and of course he planned to put the nade, so it's gonna bounce from the floor, and then it's gonna come a little bit on the up, so that the explosive's gonna go on the window.
Wow, that was new. That's I like to see it. It's rare. It's rare these days that I really get surprised by some things happening. Things can be impressed, but it's rare that we see new things. This one, not something that you see too often. Great throw there. Whether it was calculated or not, impressive throw, able to get the kill. And you know what? I think we get a replay on it. Let's take a look at exactly how that would happen. Because yeah, it must have bounced up off of the raft there.
Yeah, I think it did. I mean, we can see it. There we go. It's gonna come. It's gonna bounce there, but it's gonna be like behind those box. It was actually under the boxes a little bit. It was a strange one. Anyway, we're gonna be talking about that later. It's gonna be going. Oh, we go. Hawk is gonna get faced down. It's gonna immediately face that one. So Hawk is gonna go down as well. And here we do have Double still traveling with the vehicle. And there we go. Base and DB are down, and Entropic, they seems to be taking some kind of possession of this area.
Oh, we talked about Entropic, a team that dares to play aggressive. Here they do it once again. They saw the split, they called the bluff, and they take out 2 players from Heroic quick and swiftly. Page and Beamy gone down, and now T-Bone and Vasco will have to try and see if they can stay put on the other side of the circle. Orcus, in the meantime, a little out to the east. You can see them on your minimap now on the bottom right side, making their approach towards this direction. They've heard the commotion. They saw the knocks and the kill feed. Maybe they want to try and pull up on this.
Yeah, let's see what the Orcus is planning. I mean, Entropic, they have the cover, they have the garage, and they have some couple of the hard covers there. We can see Orcus, but they can get the upper angle from here, as we can see. They can actually also look towards the Heroic, but if they continue on that direction, they also have the angle towards the Entropic. But yeah, I mean, it's phase 1, 10 seconds until we actually see the next circle. So is this actually a moment when you want to start a fight? That's going to be a completely different thing.
And we'll see. Circle's gonna pop. Where are we going? Are we headed down towards the islands? Are we going back up towards the north? I cannot really see right now on the minimap where the next circle has gone. If you are having the map up, of course, you will be able to see that it did in fact not go towards the islands. It's gonna stay up towards the north. It's gonna allow for Entropic to wrap out towards the west. Here you see it. We're staying up north, and this copter is gonna be a hilly battle.
Yeah, I mean, so many teams coming from the eastern side. The west is going to be completely empty. We can see Apex actually going for the Higos Islands, which is not a bad idea. I mean, of course, they can't stay there, but it's going to be, you know, just like when you go to a bus stop and there's like, let's say 20 people waiting for it, you might want to step a little bit aside, you know, that you don't get crushed when the people are coming. So that's the same strategy that the Apex, they just want to get out of the trouble. And if there's going to be any kind of situation on the beach line, then they can actually shoot from there. Skate will try to nade double VLA, and we'll be shooting on the backside as well. Sigurd will take the damage, will go down to 36 HP, and he's going to be going back to the buildings. And the double VLA, actually, we can see them reversing on the beach, so probably they lost some tires and they're going to be leaving the vehicle on the beach.
Oh, they're going straight in towards Karakumruk. They were sitting further down the hillside, and now they're forced to take a fight with one another. Hobbit's gone down already. SK trying to take his fight, one person managed to get him. Fade in return, able to find one, but they're losing players on the other side. 2 gone down, they're both managing. Now it's just Fade left alive, trying to get the angle of one, but no! He's gonna fall as well. Voldemort with the SLR, able to get the last one there, and Karakumruk able to get themselves a triple here in the early game.
Yeah, they got a lot of points, and of course we only have 13 teams remaining, so phase number 2, and we already have lost 3 teams as a whole. That is a lot. We have Weird Team on the northern side of the players there. Meanwhile, we can see Norseman and Blaze. Let's see what they are going to be building up here. We can see Snuskiduski and Emil actually getting lips in down together. We're going to get a knock, and we'll get a flash as well. Lost a hiding there inside of the it's kind of like a building. It's a shack there. There's going to be some smoke outside of it, but I think that the Norseman, they have an idea that he might be hiding there, but they will not go for it. And Laza just wants to get away from there. Probably wants to join Rip9 there on top of the hill.
I mean, the smoke should be the dead giveaway. Now, Rip over the hilltop, doing damage towards Herc is going to force him to back off a little bit. Might allow for Blaza to run up, and yes, it actually does. Only level 1 helmet, but does have a level 3 vest. Should be able to tank a few bullets. We'll see now how they plan to play this one. Are they going to back up? Are they going to stay on the hills? I would assume they are, but as you can see here, they kind of find themselves within a valley, and it's really difficult. I mean, if one team pushes towards you, you can't just fully commit to fighting that one side, because there's always going to be the threat or the fear of a team coming from the other side as well.
Yeah, well, it seems that all the teams actually have made it inside. So we lost a couple of the teams, but we are still here. We are with the 13 teams and 47 players. Norsemen still, they have a 2-2 split still there. Blaze is not going to be that far away from them, but yeah, they can't really shoot on this location without peeking from the edge of the hill. And then I think that Snuski, Duski, and Emil would have an angle towards the Blaze players on top of the hill. So that's going to be that situation. I think it's going to stay like that for a while, so nothing major should be happening for a while. But yeah, meanwhile, Virtus Pro, they have also a split, and they have 2 members on this compound, and actually a lot of players from the Entropic Blaze and also FaZe around them.
Well, new circle popping in 5 seconds. As you can see, everyone kind of just sitting tight for now, waiting to see where they're going to be forced to go. We're going back east. We talked about it just before. Couple of you mentioned it, how there was so many more teams towards the east than the west. And I guess finally, they get a little something going their way. So circle going back out towards that east side. And with the road splitting everything in the middle, it's going to be incredibly hard to find somewhere to call your own if you're trying to do so without having to crash anyone.
Oh, Entropy gonna be crashing towards Blaze. Blaze gonna be using that Jack. Again, we have seen them as the Jack Masters on the path. Nova's gonna be hitting the tree. There's gonna be a lot of bullets, but no damage enough. No knockdowns whatsoever, not for now at least, but there's gonna be still continuing shooting. And Double gonna be moving towards Novik. He's gonna be holding that top of the hill. But Blaze, suddenly, this situation seems that it's gonna go very fast down, but actually no major damage dealt.
How did Novik not get knocked there? Maybe the angle just wasn't quite right. That's so unfortunate, Blaze. I thought they had a free one, but not gonna happen. In the meantime, as you can see here in Tropic, I don't think this is where they were planning on stopping their vehicles, but now they're here, now they're parked, now they're stopped, and we'll see how they manage to play it from this spot. There's still plenty of teams having to come in from that west side. Apex down towards the south, FaZe from the northwest as well, and then ENCE actually making their approach up towards the northeast. So maybe one team, if even, going towards Tropic, they could have some space to play around here for a while.
Meanwhile, we have ENCE actually moving towards Ogles, and let's see how this is going to go. We have Skuik and Rustamar and Tixu, Digger, everybody's going to be on the vehicles, and ENCE, they are kind of like, coming on the side of the hills. They know that then they lost it. Well, I don't know if they know, but they might be guessing that somebody might be there, but that nade is going to prove them.
Now they know.
Then the nade is going to be there. Somebody will be there. They don't just spawn out of nothing. And ENCE, they got inside of the zone, so they don't have to hurry. And it's not going to be easy. Ogles, they also have some presence on top of the hill, so getting knocks there far away, that would be the key.
The thing is, they want to take this fight, but they also got to bring their vehicles into the circle. And see, Ogles, they're proning it down. They're actually kind of backing off and allowing instant approach to this one. A little surprising to me. I thought they were going to try and do more to maybe hold them from making that push inside the circle. In the meantime, Semsi finds Aaliyah. That's down towards the south side of the map. Elsewhere, and the fight, of course, between Entropic and Blaze is still going on towards the west as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, Entropic seems to be triggering the whole situation with the Blaze. They will flush now Lahza, and they will get Apocalypse down as well, but Virtus Pro is going to be third party on that one. Ogles is going to be meanwhile moving, but we can see battling a Spiral causing a lot of damage there on the kill field, and now we actually get back on the scene, so we can see Virtus Pro going to be coming from the west and also from the northern side. Blaze is going to be trying to do some kind of revivals, and Virtus Pro, they will find more players from Entropic. They did some damage already towards them as well, so let's see if they can do anything more. But yeah, it seems that this situation is going to take a while, and here we go to a next scenario.
Ooh, yeah, I was just going to mention FaZe. I saw them grabbing in on the south side. Here they come pushing forward. They take down Tegas, but 8C falls in return. Now Fex able to get the immediate response onto Intense. He goes down. Instantly flush. Calvin and Sims are trying to make the run on forward. They have Navi up top. They have FaZe in front of them. And Tropic falls down in the midst of all of this. That's Virtus Pro able to get themselves more kills after a good game last game. They continue the stride here. And you can see Navi trying to hold off below. Gustav taking down Eski from Karakumruk, able to find one, and Fex now just over the edge.
Yeah, a lot of action happening here. The circle actually shifted there on the southeast, so quite far away from all this action that we are currently seeing. So these teams, they definitely need to resolve this matter. We have FaZe, Navi, Apex, they are still fighting here. And meanwhile, on the kill field, we can see some other action. But the whole situation for FaZe, they lost 2 members already. And there you go, Battle is going to be getting down Ripno, and that's going to be a flush. And the FaZe clan, FaZe takes some minor amount of damage. Well, actually a major amount of damage, and needs to heal, and that's going to happen. So they can actually, I think that FaZe, they might even think about leaving from here and leave just Navi and Apex to fight themselves.
See, Navi over the top. They have found Simsy. Simsy takes down Melman. Able to get one, but gets traded in return. Unfortunately, those go down. Calvin. Oh, that's a good nade here. That could be so much damage coming in. He's a solo player left alive. Nate from forward, only 17 damage done to Aaliyah.
And Na'Vi, unfortunately for them, down to just 2. We'll have to make this push towards the next circle, which surprisingly enough is still including water, despite the fact that we're in phase 4. Out to these they have to go, but it's going to be a hard transition.
Yeah, FaZe actually went nowhere. They're just waiting there. I mean, they want to hold these guys. They want to get the points. That is the FaZe playing style. Because the Alia, there's going to be a damage coming towards Calvin. So he's going to be spotted by Fast FaZe. Calvin going to be completely alone. Now he's going to be trying to leave at the same time as well. We have Fast FaZe concentrating towards the Calvin there on top of the hill. Will spot him down. And there's going to be damage dealt as well. Both sides. The Example's going to get Calvin down. So Navi will get the point from there. And Example still on the blue. Fast FaZe with the perfect angle. Will do the spray. Going to connect as well. And let's see how far he's going to flip that buggy. And the shot will come from Alia, finding Fast FaZe, and Fast FaZe will be taken down, and only one member, Fex, from FaZe left behind.
Nice attempt from Alia to keep his teammate up and alive. Alia, I'm sorry to say it, but you can't get that rest, buddy. Might as well try and see if you can find your approach to the circle. I'm just not sure how in the universe that's going to happen. It's going to be a hard approach, that's guaranteed. Fex trying to stay put. 3 first aids left remaining. I don't see a vehicle anywhere near him. Phase 4, it tanks, it hurts. But we'll see how many first aids he can get hold of.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to get inside. There's going to be a lot of shots from Virtus Pro and all of KG. That's going to be the last member from Navi. That's going to be KG. Control Gun is going to get that kill, and Navi has been taken down. So the winner of the first game of the day, they're going to be falling down here on the third match as well. So KG, I mean, they have a foreman stack actually holding this angle. So even if Fex is going to find the vehicle, then it's going to be very difficult, at least, to come from the southern side inside of the circle.
Yeah, he is so far out right now. And I mean, phase 5 is going to connect in just a matter of seconds. You can drive a couple of meters, then you have to stop and try and heal up. To be honest, I mean, there is only 9 teams alive. So if he can outlive just one other team, he's going to get 1 placement point. And we've seen it before, Copter. We know how much that 1 point difference can mean in the end of a tournament. So I can't fault him for trying to see if he can guarantee himself and his team 1 more point.
Yeah, actually, I think that Fex just found a vehicle from the blue, so he's going to be trying to get with that one. But yeah, let's see how this is going to go. Let's wait to see. Meanwhile, Garagundo's going to be finding, meanwhile, something to find as well. It's going to be Virtus Pro Spider's going to get enough for X-Lidons. That's going to be 1 guy down, and the flash will come from the Perfecti, so it's going to be 3 versus 3 fight. And the Virtus Pro, they kind of like have the holding angle. KG needs to come on top of that hill. That's going to be utility thrown, and they are going to be going completely in the wrong direction. And we can see Fex actually crashing there on the backside of Garagumruk, and maybe he's going to be doing some kind of tricks there, but yeah, maybe he also wants to wait for that placement point.
He's silent pulled up on them. They have no clue. They don't know that he's there. I do not believe they saw him or heard him. They're completely focused. Like Karagumruk, they're full on committed to looking up towards the guys above. And honestly, I mean, I don't fault them. They didn't hear Fex come in, and he could be a massive impact on this. If this one kind of pops off, if casualties come in on both sides, there might be a chance for Fex to stay alive here.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. I mean, if he's going to open the trigger towards the Garagumruk, then of course Virtus Pro is going to be realizing that it's going to be still 1 more player. But if he's going to let the Garagumruk to deal with the Virtus Pro or the other way around, then of course he has a chance. But yeah, there's the 1 placement point. But if he's going to find the perfect angle, let's say towards the SQ and X-Lidon, he might just get 2 points as well. So he needs to balance getting the placement points versus the kill points. But yeah, I think that he also realizes that there might be more placement points coming. So if he can stay alive, he could go all the way, let's say 5th or 4th place, and then he's going to be getting more points than from those couple of the kills. That is like doable.
Never underestimate the fracking power of Fex, and never underestimate Virtus Pro either. They got all the different strats in the playbook, one of them being one with nature. Get yourself in that, set yourself up in a bush, and then be the movie trap that the other team can run into. Misa not doing that, quite the contrary, shooting over towards Ensign once again. The Finns squaring off against one another. We saw it in the end of last game, and this one is no different. Diggory having lost his helmet already. That's unfortunate to lose that one, knowing how many DMR headshots are maybe coming his way.
Yeah, and there's not many places where you can actually get the helmet from the forest. So you have to get it from a body, or you have to try to find a shack with the helmet, and it's not going to be easy. I mean, there's only a couple of the buildings inside of the circle. 20 seconds when we actually have the next circle, and then we know which direction we have to go. We have players all the way on the east and the west side. So no matter where the circle's going to go, somebody will have some problems getting inside of the circle. But this whole skate situation, they're more concentrated towards ends. And I'm not completely sure if are they like aware or are they not caring about the where team which is holding the compound, they must expect that there's gonna be somebody, and maybe just know that it's gonna be too strong. But yeah, look at that one. That is what I can call a Finnish circle. Even thinking about we have the heroic there on the northern side as well.
Yep, all the Finns are inside the circle out on that east side. Fex, unfortunately, does go down just shy of placement points, so despite his efforts, won't be granting himself any of those there. Now Virtus Pro realizing there's a team coming in from behind them. That's actually going to be Norseman trying to make the push on forward. Perfectix does lose a teammate. Herky on the edge there. We'll see if any more damage will come off of this. They are pushing forward. Flash is being thrown as well. Herky has 2 mollies, might be able to do more damage.
And they will go towards Batulin's direction. Molly's going to be thrown as well, like you said. And Spyro will try to do the revival. The Molly is not going to be catching. It's going to be too short, so that's not going to do any of the damage. Flashbangs as well. But yeah, Herky just, tries to take all the concentration because Nuskidusk is going to be coming from a different angle together with Party Beetle and a Baymil. So they will actually come in on this one. We have Virtus Pro at the same time also shooting towards KGE. So they will be coming on the backside. But Virtus Pro is actually good, so very ugly and very fast.
Virtus Pro knows they need to commit to one fight. They know they have Nolson behind them. They know they need to steal with Karakumbruk as fast as they can. Perfectix, full speed forward, doesn't see one. Now he finally does. Shots connected, shots fired, and those get both of them on down. Eski, all that's left in just a matter of seconds to take them down, but they have to do a 180. They need to turn around. They need to be ready for Norseman on the other side. 10 kills for Virtus Pro. They've annihilated Karakumbruk. They've taken down Herky, but there's only one left alive.
Yeah, now it's going to be Norseman coming from behind. I mean, they just surprised them. It's going to be 1 versus 3. Norseman will try to do this revival towards Herky. And Spyro just hiding there. And the Norseman, they don't seem to have the most clearest idea where the guy's going to be hiding now that Flashbang might be giving something away about the location. But he can just go there downhill and he should be okay. He can actually rotate there on the southern side of the circle. But yeah, meanwhile, there's going to be also Skate, as we can see, waiting for them. They are going to be right there on the southern side of Wear Team. And it just might be the case that we have Spyro actually running on the crosshairs of Skate. And I think that we actually saw some shots on the minimap already that the Sikora is going to be shooting towards Spyro. So yeah, Spyro will have to find some kind of way inside of the circle. But it's, I mean, it's going to be risky whatever route he's going to be taking there.
I liked how Snooski played that one. Get up on the ridge line, try and see if you can spot him running below, but just exactly couldn't get eyes on that position. Zakora trying to wrap back up the hill. He is the contained player, having to make sure that no one's able to wrap below. And Wear Team, if they weren't lucky enough, having themselves a compound, that crate is pretty much landing inside in the middle of the buildings. So, UD, if you get yourself a little 3 gear there, sometimes you get those games where just hear a clunk. And you didn't even know, but a crate just landed right next to you. That's got to be exactly what just happened to Rudy there.
Yeah, or maybe you get like scared about the shadow when you see that. That is the one thing as well. Like, what was that? Okay, it was actually crate right next to me. Okay, and it's just gonna be watching towards Heroic. We can see Vasco. He's gonna be hiding on that open garage, and they have 3 shooters actually on that side. So I don't know how Vasco's gonna be trying to get away from there, but yeah, I don't know. There's gonna be nades already. There's gonna be damage dealt. Vasco's gonna be coming from the peak. Understands that he needs to fight, but it's gonna be Diggory getting him down. So that's gonna be 1 player less for the Heroic, and the point will come for Enz. Actually, by the way, the first kill of the whole match for Enz, so they're gonna be opening the scoring as well. But yeah, of course, they have the placement points as well coming.
Diggory, you shouldn't have headshot him. You could use this helmet, but okay, I guess you'll take what you can in that situation, getting yourself the kill. Wear Team, they get the circle again. They're currently sitting dead last. Only 2 kills in this match and 11 points overall, 8.5 games in. So, T-Bone, you're dead. You're dead, mate. There's nothing you can do to stay alive here. Burn, baby, burn. Rustenma finds the kill. Second for Enz as they keep him coming. 81 points overall so far. But for Wear Team, I mean, there's a time to turn things around. You just got yourself the center circle. You're pretty much the only team inside. This is your chance to get something going.
Yeah, they're happy sitting there on the middle. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you just get the luck. And I mean, when you're on the last place, I think it's nice that if they can actually score a little bit more points as well, being Finnish team and everything. But yeah, let's not worry about that one. Spyro was the last member. I mean, 11 kills already for Pro. Now we have Nuki actually spotting him down. Will deal the damage as well. Spyro will go prone. Norseman's going to be fighting him from the top of the hill. And there we go. Snuskidus with the AOG. Will spray him down. So the one which got away got to be dealt with. And Norseman will get the 8 kill for them as well. So that's going to be a good amount of kills as well. So Norseman definitely also stepping up. I mean, they are on the 15th place. And without those kills, without this match, actually, they would be behind the Wear Team. So definitely a great performance from both teams on the
Beetle! You gotta hit those, Noki! Able to turn around and get the knock on 1. No punch connected. Evan Meal, though, he ain't gonna miss those. Turns around and instantly finds 1. I was a little surprised seeing Norseman actually grab north round on this one, but now they do. We'll see what more damage they can do. No nades, no damageable utility for Norseman, but Snooski is doing everything he can to hold off the opponents with his AUG.
Yeah, just watching this whole situation, we have Ents there on the northern side, everybody else fighting here on the south. I just smell the Ents chicken dinner, to be honest. I mean, they have such a perfect chance to get the chicken dinner as well. They've been ending from the circle as well. Misa's gonna be getting Norseman, Party Beetle with a nade. Great nade coming from Misa. That's gonna be getting one knock. Snuskidus is gonna be the first member, and will be going for a peek to see if he can actually find something from the smokes, but no, he's gonna be retreating back. They will start the revival process as well. So Norseman, they want to get the third member up and running. More utilities, more damage towards Snuskidus and Emil, but Skate, they don't know how hard they're actually hitting with those nades. The damage will come, but of course the players have no idea about it.
No, it's a push too dangerous to kind of commit to, and I respect the fact that they're trying to hold off on the edge. They're still inside the next circle. They're sitting tight, waiting for Norseman to commit to a decision, and it seems like they've just done that. Wrap west around instead of trying to take the fight out in the east. I respect that decision, because if they can get it on the west side here, if Beetle can get them a spot to play from, there might be a chance for them to get to third party should Skate and Ends, or even Wear Team, one of the teams that one of the team inside the compound. If they start fighting now, there might be a chance for Norseman to third party, but Sakura spots Snooski over the side, and instantly Udi able to get the flush.
Yeah, and actually, as we do have the last phase already, the middle place is gonna be right there between the buildings. So I mean, that's a hectic ending. I mean, there's no more phases, no more circles, so it's gonna end there between the buildings, like on the front yard of Wear Team. So they definitely have a great chance here, as we can see. He's got a sporting Udi, but Udi's gonna still stay alive. Will go down to 15 HP, but I mean, they will have to get some knock towards Wear Team if they want to get closer to the building. So Wear Team is holding this very nicely, but everybody's gonna be closing all the sides of the buildings.
We talked about the full finish circle earlier. That might be the case again. One player for Norseman left alive. It's full-on Scandinavian action going on right now. Party Beetle trying to stay put out towards the west. He is inside the circle, and again, as I said before, if somehow this one pops off between the other teams, he could sneaky peeky make his way to at least the top 3, potentially even a top 2 position. We'll see. Ends first team to dare to push towards the buildings. Diggory all the way up close, still looking for that last Norseman player.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting. I mean, we have a square actually inside of the building, which Diggory and Dixo is kind of like trying to approach. So Ends will come from the north. They will come on the right next to the building. So they will be leading there on the side. Oh! It's going to be coming for the flank, and the spray will come. And Sikora gets Diggory, Squeak, Dixo will fall down. And only one member is going to be Rostar. He needs to do a lot of damage from there. But no, the Fosses are coming in as well. It's going to be Wear Team who's going to get the points from there. So Wear Team actually will stand up here, and they will get the points all away from the hands of Skate. And Skate also, they need the points as well.
They thought they had the chance to push up a mega play, but now Ends are starting to fall apart. So Yuri goes down. Sakura once again doing so much damage with that AOG. Rustenmar trying to stay alive. And there's not really anything that Skate can do to try and make that push on forward. As I say that, the smokes have been thrown. The path has been made. Sakura is making the push on forward. Only 14 spare bullets. There is, of course, loot to be picked up, but that nade is going to be close. It's going to be a little bit too far, Squeaky. Will he get back up alive? I think he might, but for how long will they stay put?
Yeah, a lot of nades coming from Skate. I mean, they still managed to do the second revival. That's going to be impressive, to be honest. But yeah, Skate, they know that they're going to be hiding on the smoke. And Anonymous will be coming on the side. As the smokes are going to be clearing out. We can see already some red on the canisters. But that nade is going to be forcing Anonymous out of the location. But he still has a decent angle. But damage will come from Squeaky. Anonymous not going to be finding them because they're going to be hiding behind the flames. And Ends actually will move Rustamar and Squeaky a little bit away, at least from the angle of these players here on the other side of the circle. So let's see how far they will go. And now actually Wear Team's going to be triggering Skate as well, so that might be a completely different situation. And Ends, they just might have a chance to get away.
In the middle of all of this, Party Beetle has managed to sneak his way inside the building. He might be able to get something going here. Anonymous finds himself a double. That's going to be Ends completely eliminated. Look at this Anonymous, now solo player left alive. I talked about the potential of a solo doing something here, but there's still 3 from Wear Team left alive. They're trying to wrap around 3v1v1. Party Beetle is inside. Anonymous is sitting outside. It's snakes in a house, and it's Wear Team trying to clear them out.
Yeah, they will go for the Rustamar's gonna get a kill from Nuki, so 1 point will still go for the ends, but the red team still with 3 members. Skate only one, just like Toby said, so they will be just trying to find the players. Red team is just like circling around. The blue is gonna be closing in, and Party Beetle is gonna be there on the other side of the building. Now we have the angle coming on the backside. Yeah, there we go. Udi is gonna find Party Beetle down, and now it's gonna be only 1 versus 1. Skate 1 versus 3 situation. So it's gonna be Anonymous. Can't really go for the revival anymore, so Siko's gonna be hiding behind there, and they're just waiting for it. And there we go. It's gonna be Wear Team. They will get the chicken dinner, and in the end, they will still get the 9 kills. So even though Virtus Pro gonna be topping the kill amount with 11 kills, still it's gonna be Wear Team, and they didn't have that many kills before the end, but still they get 9 in the end.
Well, we said it. If there's a time to pounce, now is your chance to make your way back up the leaderboards. It was like what playing Mario Kart. Last place get that big lightning thing. All the other teams get wounded. You get yourself the circle ending literally inside your compound, and you grant yourself a win off of it. Great game for Wear Team, and let's take a look at the overall, or the standings after this game, I should say, and see how they look. Wear Team, first place, 9 kills, 19 points overall, and this time around spread pretty evenly, but again, Copter, double digits for 4 teams on the top.
Yeah, I mean, that is impressive. I mean, all the other teams, if you look at the bottom 8, there's only the maximum amount of points is 3. And there's a very few points going for the lower 8. Of course, that is the lower 8. That's why it's lower. But still, that the 4 teams getting, what is it, like in total, more than 50 points anyways, at least. So that's a lot of points for 4 teams.
And for looking at the teams that managed to accumulate them, Norsemen, they were sitting down in the bottom. Wear Team were sitting dead last, and now they surpassed Norsemen. So the 2 bottom teams able to get something going here. Well, it's still quite a journey up to the top of the leaderboard. That is, I mean, all thing has to start somewhere, and this for sure is a good game for them. I liked this end game though, Coupler. This was an interesting one. Plenty of like small things with teams trying to wrap around one side, realizing that ain't going to work out, wrap back the other way. But I think before we go into too much detail, let's bring back James. Before we do that too, let's hop to a break, and we'll see you again in just a moment.
Damn, that was quite the finish here to finish off Miramar in its entirety for today, I suppose. And actually, that brings us to our halfway mark here in the grand finals, as well as where team now puts themselves on the board, considering that they were having a little bit of a hard time languishing down towards the bottom in 16th place, but this will bump them up quite nicely. Toby, Copter joining me here. Copter, we saw some great stuff from where team in the last chance qualifier, and not just yet here in the finals, up until just now.
I mean, the game was very good for them. Of course, I was not having my doubts, as you kind of like heard it already. But yeah, they defended the buildings very nicely. I was really scared about the situation that because ENCE was like completely alone there on the north, and all the 3 other teams were fighting there on the south. That that kind of like escalates there, and there's only like remains of the teams, like 1 or 2 player remaining, and ENCE actually can come from the north with all the 4 members. But yeah, it was very clear that the Skate, for example, didn't want that to happen, so there was a lot of players like waiting for them, and they lost immediately 2 members, and the remaining was also having a quite tough spot there. So yeah, I think that the ending in general went very fairly to Where team actually. That it wasn't like any easy job, but it wasn't the so yeah, it was like defending and following the plan and playing it just like it should be played.
Yeah, 2 points actually to bring up from all of that is that well, whilst we take a look at the overall standings, of course, ENCE and Skade, obviously kind of causing some problems, causing some pushes on, and ENCE firmly now up at the top with Virtus.pro also making a move into 3rd place. But also, Toby, aside from, ENCE and Skade making the pushes on, how the bloody hell did Party Beetle get in that building? How did he get there?
One thing is actually make it there. Another thing is having the guts to go, okay, 3, 2, 1, woo! And then just start sprinting while it literally fire going on, like guns and bullets flying across the entire what remained of the map. I mean, we didn't see it go down, but that must have been one of those, you know what, guys, I'm gonna do something. It might work, it most likely won't, but I'm just gonna start running now. And the entire comp's going like, no, 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 no. And then it just does it anyway. One of those, I'm one with the force, the force is with me, and fortunately for Beetle, he made it in. It didn't amount to much in the end of it, but it is still made it in and granted him 1 more placement.
How bizarre. But yeah, as you say, yeah, great overall to see even just a little extra points coming in. Where team, though, does leap over Norseman down towards that 15th spot. The thing is that with 9 games to go here, Copter, even if you are, again, kind of languishing that 15th, 16th spot, there is still opportunity to catch up. ENCE might be a far stretch out there, but a lot of these placements now gain you extra prize money thanks to the prize pool setup here. So there's a lot to play for still.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, if we are on the halfway, just like mentioned, so it's I always have this saying that what you can gain on the half of the matches, you can lose it on the remaining half. So where team, for example, they can just, on the remaining games, they can pile up the 83 points as well, and then they will end up on the 106 points or 109 points, whatever. So they can still do a lot of points, and definitely the final is not yet over. Of course, you have to work super hard to actually get there on the top 8 and get a bigger share of the money, but still there's a lot of opportunities. And we are talking a lot about the Where team, but of course the Norsemen, of course Party Beetle had a great experience there and great performance, but still Norsemen as a team, they did very well as well, and those are the top 2, the bottom 2 teams. So it's good to say that the both teams on the bottom did very well.
Yeah, as much as, of course, we had our 2 teams at the very top coming in strongly to today, ENCE and Apex. ENCE has continued to run with it here, Toby. However, Apex, I mean, to the chagrin of like Liquid killing them off in the first 2 games, has had a bit of a harder time here today.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was worried about. I alluded to it in the pre-show today, or like kind of in the segment coming into the first game, that they have had these good strides of amazing games. It's just, I don't want to say oftentimes, but at least sometimes been followed by performances that didn't at all live up to the great performances they would have had in the day past. And this is, at least for the first 3 games, kind of that same show again. Their ideas are great. The pushes that they make would work out in most cases, but then you get those off angles from Liquid in that one game, or a team being in a spot they weren't expecting them to, and that's when they get caught off. So hopefully they can reset for Wrangle and get things going again.
Yeah, 3 second places yesterday. Brilliant stuff with 11 kills, 10 kills, 9 kills as the day went on. And now we find ourselves with a bit of a rough time for them. 11th place, 13th place, 16th place. But as you say, maybe Apex can ramp things back up. Considering what we've seen from them yesterday. Heroic as well, done absolutely fantastic here to get things pushed on into our second day. Far Cry is the performance from what we saw from them in the earlier stages of this tournament, but now it is time to go into the grassy pastures here as I leave you with Toby and Copter for all the action.
Thank you, thank you. And one thing that I have to say here, I mean, when Toby was describing Party Beetle's run there, you know, just wait for the moment and run. And usually when we see this PUBG commercial or advertisement videos, there's always like guys running and nades exploding on the side. So maybe there was Party Beetle on that movie.
Could easily have been. Gotta give credit for a nice effort there, making it inside the building and doing everything he possibly could to stay alive. But to go back to Weird Team, I mean, as James said, during the last chance part of the tournament, they actually played incredibly well. But looking at how they've played this tournament so far, if we take this last game away, they have had 6 of 8 games without a single kill. That is the main thing to me. One thing is that sometimes placement don't go your way, but when you can't find a single kill in 6 out of 8 games, I mean, if in order to do well, you need the game to literally end inside your compound, that has me extremely worried, especially considering what we've seen from Weird Team before, how well they've been able to perform. So seeing what they've been doing here, other than last game, of course, has me incredibly worried. And now, okay, Copter, that's a little bit of a curveball. Let's hop down to military.
Yeah, that's the thing. But at the same time, we can also see on the northern side of Pochinki, we can see Entropic and Virtus Pro. I think they are fighting from some of the vehicles. Now it's going to be Virtus Pro going there on the middle of the Poshok area, and it's going to be only Lou who actually going to be a little bit separated towards Double and Reggie Bear, but that's not going to happen. Entropic will do the usual split. They will put the 2 members on the Poshok area, but they just can't go on the compound where Lou is going to be going for now. So they will have 2 members going on the west side compound, and I think that they have 1 player on the water world and maybe one player towards the ruins area. So that's going to be one thing. But yeah, anyway, nothing's going to happen here. But definitely the circles worth talking about as well. So it went completely on the south, and it's not like 100% is guaranteed, but I would say 95% is guaranteed to be on the military island.
I'd say there's a very, very, very big chance that will happen. Yeah. We'll see. We have seen crazier things before than this circle going back to the main island, so we never know. One thing to mention though is that Party Beetle, speaking of the Daredevil himself, I think he pretty much landed on a boat by Prim. Took that and has now made his way over to Millie Island. So I think he's looking to try and see if he can claim a compound early. Same thing going is, of course, Liquid trying to do the exact same thing. The only issue is, I mean, I know the usual rotation for them. Look at this. James has a helmet and no vest. 1 first aid, no DMR. I mean, I respect rotating early, but is this maybe too early?
I don't know, but there's nobody on the bridge, so it should be okay if they can just actually make it all the way. Their face is going to be there on the southern side, already on the island side, because they landed, but they are not going to be holding that one. And I think that face is actually moving there on the shoreline, try to welcome the players, which might be coming with the boats. So there's nobody actually, if Liquid's going to go across with that bridge, nobody's going to be waiting there. So it's going to be a completely free rotation, and they can actually even try just on the middle of the Sosnovka military base and get some more loot. There's nobody there.
You say that, but then if you keep in mind how Liquid likes to cross over, they usually go across the bridge and instantly wrap out towards the east. Towards the west, sorry, along the shoreline, try and wrap all the way around the island. If they do the same thing here, they could be running straight into FaZe Clan. And not gonna lie, FaZe, I mean, other than Gustav having 20 bandages and no first aids, FaZe is looking much better in terms of their loadout right now, should they be forced to take a fight with Liquid. They're doing that, I mean, I just mentioned it, they're doing exactly this. They've come on over the bridge, now they're starting to wrap towards the west. This could be incredibly dangerous for Liquid, given the loot that they've got, like that they left Pochinki with.
Yeah, there we go. Liquid is coming, and we have FaZe waiting there just behind that hill on the compound. Ibis going to be coming. It's going to be Fex and Gusto on the windows already. IT on the different building. And there we have Gusto getting Ibis down there. We have more damage. The team is going to fall down as well as Kleba as well. FaZe versus Liquid, and already 3 bodies, and it's going to be only Maxi here hiding on the side of the building. Gustav's going to be trying to come for the peak. They will hear that they knew that this was a vehicle crashing on the side of the building, so they have some kind of idea, and we can see them coming for it already, and there we go. Liquid is down, and it's going to be FaZe getting the 4 points when we are less than 5 minutes on the clock.
If there is a time you would want to have had that vest, I think that was it right there. I mean, we couldn't have called it out any better. That was exactly what I expected to happen that ended up going down. I like the idea of what they did. I like what they tried to do. They didn't, I don't think, expect FaZe to prio the shoreline compound, given that they usually play from up this hillside. But as we saw, Gustav was the only one up here. Blaze came up, and that forced Gustav to leave. And I mean, if there was any kind of prediction in this from FaZe that Liquid would go on that south side, they played it well. They predicted it, and they got the kills.
Yeah, we can see actually where team going here, but on the island we can see Augles actually following Liquid's rotation towards FaZe as well. So let's see what's going to happen. There's a lot of teams are actually going there on the western side, and let's see if you have any more action. But the Weird team, meanwhile, they can just come inside without any major casualties and actually make the turn towards the east. So there's not going to be anybody else back except for Navi. Augles, they are already here. We can see actually FaZe there, and there we have Onur taking the damage from Norseman. FaZe is going to be waiting there as well. They are actually, I think that they already shot towards the Augles. So Augles, they got a passage, but now they're going to be trying to play some kind of pinball between Blaze, FaZe, and other teams like Norseman.
I honestly think Honor driving away from that compound, he was like, wait, there's a team there. And then while he's driving, he was like, wait, was that a Tommy gun? I think he realized that as he was driving away, like, wait, did I just run away from a Tommy gun? That was, it's not oftentimes you see the Tommy gun being the weapon that you use to go, oh, we're dangerous, stay away from here. Usually you break out your DMR, or if you have a crate gun, you try and utilize that to scare teams off. But here, well, I guess the Thompson worked out to perfection, and it allows for Party Beetle to maintain control of the compound.
Yeah, headshot. It's always a headshot, though. I mean, Tommy gun shot, headshot does a lot of damage, but yeah, yeah, definitely not the weapon that I would like to have on that kind of situation. Meanwhile, what we can see here, Norseman's going to be spawning the Apex boat, which is going to be traveling there on the southern side of the whole Sosnovka Island, so we can see some long-distance shots. There was one actually tagging as well, so there was some minor damage dealt, but yeah, they will just continue. Apex is going to be coming with 2 boats there on the south, and bystanders, meanwhile, they have moved on the southern buildings right next to the southern docks, where actually Apex boat is going to be arriving there. So there might be some action happening at the southern side of the Sosnovka Island as well.
Yeah, we'll see if Skate can get themselves a safe passage. They know that they have Entropic around. You can see they're kind of setting up to hold them off. If you're going to try and hold us off, we'll try and hold you off. Misa probably would want to have a better scope than that 2x on his gun, trying to hold off Entropic, but not quite the case here. They want to wrap over, they want to cross over, but they have Navi over on the other side. Of course, they don't know that, but we do. But now here comes Skate, full speed forward, trying to make the cross. Melman is ready on the other side, but will he try and do anything in terms of damage, or is he going to back off? We'll see in just a second. Here he is.
Yeah, he's got to be at least moving a little bit. I mean, there's very little support for him, so there's going to be more members on the side, but they're not really on a shooting distance. And Skate is going to go at the same time as well on the western side. I mean, that's of course where the teams are going to be expecting the circle to go later on. And Melbourne going to be watching the Skate movement, but they are going to be too far away now because the Entropic also crossing the bridge, and Quizzy and Melbourne at the same hill there as well. They will just follow. They will count the vehicles, and if anybody's going to be turning on that direction, then something's going to happen. But yeah, they're going to go again on the western side, and now we have the spray coming the backside of Novik, but he's going to be getting away with that buggy.
This entire shoreline on that south side has been taken full control of. Anonymous and Skate, they found themselves a compound for free. More than what could be said for Liquid, of course. Heroic still miles out in the water. They'll try and see if they can find somewhere to call their own. But as you can see here, and as you can kind of see on the entire southwest side of Military, this entire shoreline, this entire west side of Millie has been completely taken over by teams. We live again swimming across, and I mean, so far, a lot of insane commitment to getting good center positions in this circle.
Yeah, Avem is going to be playing the shack there. They're just going to be going on the scope as well. We have Party Beetle with the Tomai gun. So there we go. Let's have it. Party Beetle, show us that Tomai gun action. Let's see how the Thompson's going to be doing some casualties towards Entropic. Hawk is going to go down to Herky from the distance, and Double is going to get Party Beetle down immediately. There's no chance whatsoever. Don't bring that Tomai gun on me. I'm going to hate that, and I'm going to get you down.
Tommy gun, no vest, no helmet against full level 2 barrel. Something just tells me that you really don't ever win that fight. Party Beetle, he sent it across early. Credit where credit's due. He did all he could, but the Tommy gun and no vest or helmet ain't exactly going to grant him a lot of favors when there's a full team pulling up on him.
Yeah, and one thing that we have to note, all the teams are there on the western side. There's no team whatsoever inside of the Sosnovka Island, as we can see. Only Virtus.pro is going to be coming from the eastern side, but the circle has shifted, and it's going to go there on the southern side. So we still have like a 40-45% of water. So that's a lot of water still, and getting all these 15 teams that we still have remaining on that area. That's going to be complicated. So we can expect that there's going to be teams actually crashing there on the airplanes as well. But yeah, of course, majority of the teams, they want to go on the completely on the southern side of the military base.
See Apocalypse, he's pushed up towards Apex's compound. There are only 3 in the compound for now, so if Blaze decides to pull up on this, which it seems like they have, there might be a good chance for them to do some real damage here. Calvin jumps up in the window, hip fire headshot coming in, tons of damage being put out by Calvin. Tegas finds Lipson as well. That's 2 down already. Calvin jumps on down, trying to get the There's 1 inside the building, spots 1 on the side, get on the side, 1 finds Apocalypse, 1 inside, and Calvin, oh my lord, finds the triple to take down Blaze.
That was a great performance. I mean, just destroyed the Blaze. So Apex, they got 4 kills. They have 1 player knocked down. We have FaZe rotating on the northern side of them, but they are not going to be trying to third party this whole situation. So no major incidents should be happening. We still have some teams on the northern side of the bridges as well. So let's see if they have anything. We have Jens actually coming for the bridges. We have Gara Gumruk waiting here. And then we have actually X-Rider shooting towards them as well. But the Jens seems to be getting away unless Gara Gumruk can actually shoot all the way from the northern side of the bridges. But that's not happening. And what's going to be the decision for ENS? Are they going to be going for the west? No, they will just continue. And if they will continue this way, they will be finding Navi, maybe August. So TX will be going on top of that hill. And is he going to be crashing that car? No, he's going to be still keeping all the 4 wheels, not on the road, but anyways on the ground. And as we can see, we do have, is going to be Alia, who's going to be waiting there on top of the hill, finishing up the kill for Forge.
Does he want to engage in this or no? Alia, you're all on your own there. You do have Navis, and the remaining 3 Navi players split on. No, you can see he instantly prones down, realizing a full team just pulled up next to him. I don't think he want any part of this. The only kind of, like, does he have an escape plan here? Is he able to get back towards his teammates without ENS realizing where he is? Tiksu, you can see he shoots over towards Millman, and Millman has his whole own set of trouble now, with Relive again pushing up towards him.
Yeah, well, here we go. Melman's going to be spotted. It's going to be Fate getting that knock, and should be a floss as well. Shouldn't be a major issue to get that point home, and there we go. Double VLA will get that point. So we have, 14 teams, 52 players still alive. And as we can see, double VLA, they are not yet inside of the circle, so they are just here on the northern side. They will have to move a little bit. Many of these, they don't have the vehicles because of the some came with the boats, some came by swimming as well. Not many though. But yeah, I think all the vehicles from inside of the Sosnovka Island from the northern part, they're completely gone. So they will not find any of the vehicles from there.
Rustin Ma looking around, trying to make sure that no one else is coming in from the north. They want to make sure they have absolutely no one left behind. And of course, we know this, but they might as well just be safe. No reason to risk it with the fear of getting shot in the back when you try and make that approach further forward towards the circle. 15 seconds to go. Everything is kind of slowed down. We've lost 2 teams and 12 players already, Copter. So as you can see here, everyone just sitting around waiting for that new circle to pop.
Yeah, let's wait for 5 seconds, and then we know where the circle is going to be moving. We still have actually some players outside of the circle as well, as we do have a Virtus.pro player still there on the antenna hill.
Ooh.
Oh, those nades coming from me! That's going to be, oh my lord, fast face, and the whole face is going to be taken down with 2 nades. I mean, they didn't see that coming.
What?
8 kills for Apex.
What?
That is just breathtaking. Meanwhile, Calvin's gonna go completely nuts. I mean, let's have a party, yes?
What?
Yes.
They're as mind blown as we were. FaZe thought they had the position. That's a good spot to pull up on, but Apex weren't gonna let him have it. They knew exactly where to place those nades to take him down. Wow, we talked about Apex being able to turn things around and getting things going. If there's a way to get the momentum going back your way, that is exactly how you want to do it there. You can see it. You can feel the fire within these guys. They are feeling it right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think somebody just said on the studio that let's hope that Apex will find the mojo, and they are currently on the second place, 13 points behind the leader, so they have passed the heroic phase. Virtus Pro, they are really back. Apex is back, and you have to be careful with these guys. I mean, when you see those nades, you have the 8 kills before 15-minute mark. I mean, these guys, they are dead serious.
What a play. Jesus Christ. I mean, that's what you want to see if you want to get Apex back in there, if you're an Apex fan. That's exactly what you want to see. And feels bad for FaZe again. I mean, it was a pretty smart spot to pull up on. Usually, that team in the compound won't overcommit too much to the to leaving the compound, to dealing with the guys below. And to be honest, they didn't. They got 2 max range nades in there, and that wiped the entire team. Unfortunate for FaZe, but just as fast as they took out Liquid, they went down themselves.
Yeah, I mean, well, those 2 nades, I mean, they were so good. I mean, they were perfectly timed, they were perfectly positioned as well. But now we have Virtus Pro actually coming. We have Oculus trying to defend this area, but we have the Virtus Pro. I think it's going to be 3 members. It's going to be trying to shoot as 1, and they're going to spot him immediately. And that's going to be the end of Oculus as well. So Batulin and Lu, they will find Tendelost and Scar ready. And the job well done. Oculus is destroyed, and down to 12 teams we go.
Yeah, they've played it quiet on that side of the circle for a while. I think they spotted the crate landing there. They should know that it's over there in that direction. At least that would be my only reason for them to try and drive into the blue and maintain control. Maybe it's to find themselves one more vehicle. Could be as well. Seems to me like that's what's going to happen there. Getting themselves another car, bring it back towards that plane crash area and wrap further forward. So we have 2.5 teams, I want to say, still inside the military base itself. It's We Live Again and it's Na'Vi. Now let's see where that next circle is going to go and whether it's going to grant them any favors.
Yeah, it's going to be Virtus Pro waiting there on the airplanes as well. So that's going to be one more team. So let's see where the circle's going to be popping. It's going to be only 5 seconds. And then we know which area is going to be the hot zone and where the rotation is going to be coming from. And it's going to go there right there on the corner of the, I don't know, it's not really like a plain road, but anyway, the road is going to be going from the southern side. It's going to be there on the corner. We have the buildings there on the both sides. So we have a KGE controlling the buildings on the south and the west, and then the buildings from the inside of the corner is going to be controlled by Wear Team. So again, I mean, Wear Team, they got the chicken dinner on the last game from the middle building. So could this be the buildings again for them? Can they actually repeat it? I mean, if they can get the let's say 2 chicken dinners in a row, then of course it's going to make some huge difference on the points for them.
That could easily be a bounce back in the right direction. Maybe that's a strat for other teams. Just be where Team is if you want to get circles going your way. Speaking of Wear Team, Skiri does get knocked by Noik, so it's not all good and fun for them. Bullets are also being thrown their way. And speaking of, let's take a look here. We Live Again pushing forward. I don't think they have a clue that there's a Na'Vi player inside here. They sure as hell did. And Quizzy, wait, what? How did they turn around and get him down? Dante, what a hero play. Able to take down one. I thought Quizzy was going to be a guarantee to get a knock there, but not going to happen.
Yeah, and Ens is going to be making a play as well. I mean, Skullcake got a knock from top of the hill, and Ens, they have a 2-2 split, so they are following the whole situation from the top of the hills on the north and side, and they have 2 members kind of like blocking the rotation away from the situation. So they might be trying to get some kills. It's going to be going for the Alia, and there we go. It's going to be Na'Vi taken down. It's going to be Skullcake getting a point and double VLA. They have 3 kills as well. So Na'Vi, they will fall, and now it's going to be only 11 teams, and the phase number 4.
Yeah, We Live Again, trying to make the run further forward. They still have a couple 100 meters to go to the circle. You can see Virtus Pro, they're waiting for them. Just looking around, trying to see, well, they have to come in our direction at some point. Just waiting for them to make that push for Tulins. Now spots 1, can't quite connect on Fate there. And also with the circle closing in and it being phase 4, but Tulin's got to be a little worried, or a little careful here, I should say. He's on his own. If he gets knocked here, I don't think there's a chance for him to get back on his feet. But as you can see, the bike is there. There is an escape possible, but only for now.
Yeah, Virtus Pro got to be trying to spot anything. Bottom's going to find Faultless. That's going to be a great one with the trade time scope only. Can he actually fuzz it down as well and get the point? That's going to be a completely different story. He's going to be hiding there inside of the garage or between the garage and the whatever container that's going to be there, oil container. But yeah, no, he's not going to get the flush, so the point is not going to happen. The revival will happen in double VLA, but they will still have the full stack as well remaining. It is 30 seconds when the Virtus Pro will have to move the remaining players as well inside. Butler's going to come right now, and they will try to make sure that the double VLA, they have no area to play whatsoever. They will try to do the damage and make sure that the guys, you know, they have to stay there like in the very much in the north, and hopefully the next rotation is going to be going towards their way.
We'll see, 15 seconds to go, and while before it was all quiet, while everyone was waiting for the circle to pop, this is not the case at all. Virtus Pro looking for kills up towards the north and down towards the south. Bystanders and Heroic, I was looking at this for a while. That fight has now popped off down in that direction. Let's see, new circle is going to pop. Is it going to grant favors towards the center? Well, to some extent, down towards the south we head. Apex ain't going to be complaining about that one, that's for sure. And in the meantime, towards that northeast side, KGE, Karagumruk, sitting in a 3-1 split. I'm curious to see how long they're maintaining.
Yeah, this is gonna be a one hectic circle. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Apex, and this time it's gonna be Heroic on their scopes and the Apex training. It is moving, it is on the tracks. We have Intense, and also Teams is gonna be putting the utilities. Teams is gonna be getting a flush from Vasco. That's gonna be 10 kill already for them. So Apex with 10 kills, they gotta be getting a huge amount of points, and they are only 12 points from the leader Ends, who's actually, by the way, fighting there on the northern side of the circle, trying to hold down double VLA. And now we can see Intense is watching if there's gonna be any movement behind that. Rocket's gonna be Page trying to hold his life, but I think that the Apex, they have a different idea about it.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to really go anywhere. In the meantime, Virtus Pro trying to wrap around. They have found Yord. I was just going to say maybe there's a chance for Yord to get an off angle, but not going to happen. But Tulins don't let those give away for free. So Bystanders, while inside the circle, they lose one. And for Virtus Pro, they have to push further forward. Question is, where are they planning on going? In the meantime, Simsy does find Page or triple coming in for him. Apex, they're feeling it this game, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, I mean, they destroy again one more team. Then we have the double VLAN situation. It's going to be holding that deep. And we have the utilities, a lot of smokes there. Fate and Dante, they will come on the distance. Nade is going to be thrown. That's going to be Fate. They going down. Tixo will find it with the nade. Dante's going to be still trying to put some smokes there. Digger is going to be getting out of the hole, but the double VLA, they still have the players on the northern side. They will immediately open the fire towards Ends if they will decide to come out of that deep. So they will have to stay there for a while. Molly is going to be catching. Well, not going to be catching, but it's going to come there. And that nade is going to be so close. The Squig is going to fall.
Practically proning down on the nade. We see the movies where they try and prevent the damage from being dealt to their teammates. I don't think that was the case this time around. Down he will go. Squeaky should be able to get rest though. We'll see how the rest of that one is going to unfold. More nades raining on in as We Live Again try to stay alive. Norwich trying to stay put, but Norsemen, they've come to live as well as they find kill number 4.
Oh, that Molly is not gonna catch it. I mean, that could have taken 3 players down. Apex gonna be meanwhile doing a lot of damage, battling, and Flamu is gonna go down as well. So Apex, they are just simply nailing it. That they have the whole roster still alive as well. I mean, Apex, they are just rolling. But meanwhile, Enska are gonna be doing the revival for Skuike, and let's see if Digger can actually catch this Molly. That's gonna be damage towards him as well. Virtus Pro, what is going on here?
Tries to pull out through the entire team inside the middle. Unfortunately, they were already dead, so no run over flushes for Spiro. He is on his own here, though. Not a whole lot that he can do. Perfectix has to say that, actually, sorry, Perfectix is next to him, so they try to stay alive on their own. But what a cluster out on that east side. Bystanders eliminated, and somehow Virtus Pro stays alive.
I mean, Apex is only 9 points from Ends, so they are really catching up, and we have 8 teams, so I mean, there's still 9 placement points available as well. Yeah. So Ends is going to be 4 members as well, but I mean, Apex definitely catching up, and Ends only with 1 kill, they will need to get some points, and they are fighting here. They have the double VLA on the southern side, and we can see Voldemon falling down, so Squig is going to be finding at least some damage, and Digger and Squig, I mean, the double VLA is the biggest problem for them, and their team is not really concentrating towards the direction of Ends.
Well, you say it's the biggest problem. I don't know about that any longer because New Circle just went up towards the north, so Apex will have to make a move from that south side at some point. They should be able to still play within the area where they got those kills on FaZe earlier, and actually, I mean, come to think of it, there's plenty of loot available for them down there. And probably some vehicles as well, so they should be all right, at least for now. But of course, they do have Virtus Pro to deal with. In the meantime, down towards that, up towards that north side, I should say, Ends still looking to try and deal with We Live Again. They want to be able to make a move out when they have to, but they can't do it as long as there's still a team on each side.
They did the revivals. That's going to be still from utilities coming in. That's going to be coming right between Dixo and Digger. So Fate and Dante, they seems to be trying to come for the push, but there's an immediate payback from Ends, and they will do some damage towards Fate. And now they will realize that they really can't do it. So Double VL is going to be letting that go. They will not go for it. They will just go back on the original places and try to hold it down, and maybe wait for the next circle. Ends is not completely inside. I mean, they can actually get inside of the circle still by staying here on this pit, but yeah, then they will be actually very vulnerable for the nades.
They've Snooski goes down to blue. Tegas clearing a kill there, so 14 kills and counting for Apex, continuing to rack up points. Fate does just exactly manage to get back behind cover, but you can see no one really at this point is in a hurry to go anywhere. 15 kills make that as they continue their stride for somewhat of a record. I mean, there are still 20 kills available for them. Curious to see how many points they can end up racking up in this match.
Over to Pro and Apex. There we go. There we have the spray. Spyro's gonna take the damage. Perfect is gonna find Takers down, and there we have some more damage. Perfect has the perfect angle, but no, he will be found and he will be giving some damage as well. Then we have the utility. Spyro will be maybe flushed down with that molly. Seems he's gonna fall down. Circus is dead, and Spyro will catch fire, and he's gonna be flushed down with that molly. So Virtus Pro down to Perfectis, and it's gonna be 1 versus 2 currently. And of course, when the Apex gonna be doing the revival, then it's gonna be 1 versus 3 if Perfectis can actually handle the situation. But I mean, he can't really go anywhere. I mean, Perfectis, this is the only place where he can play currently, because immediately if he's gonna move on the northern side, there's gonna be KG having a completely wide open line of sight towards him.
Let's see, Simsi trying to do damage across. As you said, Tegas has fallen. Look at the kill spread on the team of Apex. They have 16 kills and everyone's been stepping up and doing their part. Perfectix tries to find some cover. Will he get it? No, not gonna happen. 17 as the kills keep on coming in for the Norwegians.
No, that is nuts. I mean, 17 kills, that's already, if they get the chicken dinner, it's going to be 27 points. And even if they don't get the chicken dinner, it's going to be anyway 20 points or more. So, I mean, they are just amazing performance from Apex. I mean, I don't have the words to describe it anymore. They are just going, and they still have 3 members. They lost 1, but still having 3 members alive as well. And it's only 5 teams remaining. So I mean, these guys, they are really. I mean, if they can carry the same momentum on the next games, whatever's going to happen on this one, I mean, all the teams, they have to watch out. They have to be super careful, because the confidence what these guys are having currently, it is completely out of the books.
There you can see here. I mean, they know that Skate is above on the other side. By the way, I mean, kudos to Skate for once again making it top 5. They've been there every single game today. I don't know if Apex can scout the building on the west side of the road, but as you can see on the map, it's actually free right now. It's only a 1-story, but if they can somehow crash it, that would be absolutely insane. I mean, even if they do go for the vehicles, I don't know exactly how that could happen, but it's available. There's a smoke wall. I think KGE's compound, Kalagumruk, you better expect to get pulled up on by Apex. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. Those smokes have been thrown. We saw Intense with 10 of them just before. Nice initial headshot. Is that the call to make the push? I'm not sure. We'll see. They have 2 cars available. Rest of them are smoking or pretty much burned out already. 3 players left alive for Apex. What are they going to make of this one?
They're gonna go for
They're ready with the
nades already, and everything is ready, and they are coming. The utilities are there, and Apex is coming. They are gonna be crashing on the wall. The damage will be there. There we go. Lion gets Intense down. A lot of damage still. Calvin's gonna fall down as well. And Apex, I mean, they did their mark, but in the end, they will have to go. And it's going to be Karagumruk with those very great usage of utilities, but they saw the smoke. They knew that it was coming.
That is exactly how you want to hold off. No reason to start shooting if you can just plant some smart utility out back on the building. Smart play by the guys that got to their first 3 kills of the game, actually. I believe that. Have been sitting tight for a while now. Finally, they're getting in on the action. Skate try to push forward, and unlike Apex, they get the building that's actually free.
Yeah, they get inside. So, I mean, it's going to be only ends without any building. Everybody else has a building, and ends, I mean, the last phase number 8 should be coming soon. And wherever it's going to go, they will anyway have to deal with Weird Team, for example, and KG. So, definitely, it's not going to be easy. If it's going to go to the south, then it's going to be good for the KG, for example, and also for Skate. But the ends is going to be trying to now push towards the Weird Team. We have the utilities already. It's going to be 4 versus 4, and they know that they will have to go. The circle's going to go actually right towards the location of Weird Team. So, if ends is going to be winning this one, they have a great play. So, whoever's going to win it, I mean, if Weird Team's going to hold this one down, then of course they're going to have the best place for the last circle.
This is an interesting position from Sergi here. They might not be expecting one to be all the way up on the wall already. We'll see how much use he can make of this position now. And upside flash over the wall. We'll see if he makes a peek on it or no. No, he's going back to proning. Behind the wall, doesn't want to do any primitive peeks on this one. Takes it just from the side. Red helmet and vest can't really take any more damage without going down here. Molly's thrown forward. There isn't really a whole lot more for ends in terms of utility. They have to commit to this push now.
Yeah, where teams just holding this one. I mean, they are not really taking any risks here. But if they let ends to come on the windows and too close by as we can now. Oh, missed it. Very perfect. We have the spread towards Rustaman as well. Rustaman should fall down, and there we go. Where team is gonna take down Serfi and Skue. They will destroy ends. And where team, I mean, they are again holding it perfectly. And now they're gonna be defending versus Skate as well. Mise, Nuki, they're gonna fall as well.
Everyone's trying to make the push for this final building. Skate, one player left alive, trying to stay put. Sakura is down to low HP. He's gonna fall. Here comes Katagumruk. The two teams that had these buildings for an eternity are now fighting for this last position. Skiri has no clue that Liron's on the other side. Liron able to find him now. It's just Udi left alive. 4v1. Udi, you need to make a miracle work in order to be able to bring this one home. Katagumruk has done well from the south. Now they're wrapping over on the other side. They know exactly where the last one is. Voldemort peeks in, and that's gonna be it. Katagumruk with 10 kills get themselves the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, great to get the chicken dinner for the Katagumruk, but yeah, I mean, the whole ending, I mean, everything happened so fast when the phase number 8 came. Everybody knew what's going to be the name of the game, where we have to be, where we have to go, who's going to be having the strategical advantage, and immediately N started to push towards the Were team. And that's how it rolled down when the Skate and Katagumruk then tried the third and the fourth party as well. But I think that we have the standings, so let's have a look.
Let's take a look at those standings after what was one of the most insane games I've seen in a long time. Apex get 5th place, but they tie first with 20 points after netting 17 kills. And oh my lord, this game was absolutely insane. Ever since, I mean, it started off with Liquid getting blasted in the very start by FaZe Clan, and from there, there was just no slowing down.
Yeah, it was, I mean, this map was definitely something. But yeah, I mean, Were team still getting those 12 points, even though, I mean, they were holding that compound, but they still got the kills, they got the placement points, and thinking about the location where they are currently on the leaderboard, I mean, that's gonna carry them away from the current location. So definitely those 12 points gonna be a very good amount of points for them, even though they didn't hold the compound in the end. But yeah. I mean, this map definitely was, it was like a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, I mean, sitting all the way down in second to last place, had Were team won that one there, they would have tied FaZe for the most wins in the in the grand final so far, despite the fact they were down in second to last. That's insane. Great turnaround, as you said. Great turnaround for them to get things going again. Hopefully, for Were team, that can it can be a sign for things to come over the course of the last 7 games.
Well, I think that we're going to be heading for a short break. Of course, going to be seeing the highlights before that, and then we're going to be joining back on the desk with the Kyle Aris. So just wait for it, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
The new rollout of Survivor Passes, updates to Erengel's infamous bridges, improvements to reputation, match history, and performance, and more as we dive into the Update 11.2 patch report. Welcome back, Survivors. First up this patch, we're rolling out the Survivor Pass changes we've been chatting about. Starting with 11.2, the Survivor Pass and its theme will no longer be linked to the new season. This allows us a little more freedom in what we put in the passes while not being forced into a full season duration. Our first pass is a little less serious than the lava-filled highlands of Paramo. With Survivor Pass Pajama Party, you can unlock several different nighttime looks. You'll have 4 weekly missions available, and a total of 6 challenge missions that offer free and premium rewards, along with some G-Coin. The max level of this pass is 50, and like before, you can grab level up packs separately or as part of special bundles that include the pass itself. Pajama Party only runs for 6 weeks, so don't sleep on this one. Next up, Erengel's infamous bridge to Sosnovka Island is getting a small rework. Our goal here is to tone down the choke point aspect of the bridge slightly, offering survivors an alternative means of crossing, once the explosions stop. To do this, we've widened the bridge slightly and added new catwalks. We've also improved cover a bit by adjusting the dump truck cargo box. We don't expect this will majorly change how people utilize the bridge, but we'd love to hear your thoughts once you've given the new bridge a few rounds of play. Our reputation system is getting some needed updates as well. We've made it easier to recover reputation if you've fallen below level 1, and your rep will also level up faster past level 4. A max deduction limit has also been added to prevent cases where someone could be falsely reported into oblivion by the enemy squad. We'll continue looking at the system and try to keep it performing as it should and free of abuse, so please let us know if there's anything else that needs to be looked at. Match History has seen some visual design improvements and has some added information, and there have been a number of performance improvements to the game overall as well. And one more thing. After quite a bit of feedback from the community, we've increased recoil slightly for passengers in moving vehicles. We hope this will put a little more challenge into those drive-bys, but let us know if it's too little or too much. Full details on those can be found in the patch notes. For now, pick up the new Survivor Pass, drop into Paramo, and turn your squad's slumber party into a slaughter party.
What was this game? This was insane. First, our circles start things off by trolling us down towards that southwest side here of military, and then we have Grenades, the video game. Joining me here, we have Toby as well as Copter here to break things down. Where do we even begin, Copter? This was an adventure.
I don't know. It was a crazy game, definitely, just like we told already with Toby. But anyway, I mean, it started from the whole liquid face incident, and that was over very shortly, a couple of seconds, and it was done. I think Face actually went away even with the faster pace when the Apex get the momentum with the nades, and all the incidents that we saw, they were just, a lot of things happening at the same time, and a lot of teams going down as a whole.
Yeah, I'm glad we got the very important replays, I suppose, in that highlights. I mean, normally in highlights, I'm like, yeah, okay, kills that. But Apex had the 2 perfect grenades onto Face, Toby. It couldn't have been more perfect. And they just evaporate. They just disappear.
Yeah, I mean, massive kudos to the observers for catching that, because they were there for the half second it took for that team to get wiped. They pushed out of the building, they cleared them out, 2 perfect nades. It could literally not have been done any better than how they performed it there.
Yeah, and then Karagumruk as well, greeting Apex on the way. That was perfect too. Let's take a look at the overall standings. There's still so much to talk about. Ents still up at the top, but Apex with 17 kills. Now ties Ents in terms of kills scored here after having a few rough games before this, Copter, they are well and truly back with that kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, Apex had an amazing game, of course. I mean, they had a lot of kills. Of course, the last push towards the Gara Gumruk, that was a little bit unfortunate for them. But yeah, of course, maybe we spoke about the other compound, which was free currently at the time, but yeah, they probably didn't scout it. And I guess that they had such a strong momentum going on with the getting the kills and, you know, destroying people. That yeah, just go for it. We're going to take them down anyways. But yeah, it didn't work that way. But anyway, I mean, huge respect. I mean, they're only 7 points from the lead, and they managed to do a 9-point gap on the Virtus Pro on the third place as well. So that's, I mean, especially the gap versus the Virtus Pro, that's going to be the strong point here, that they managed to make that one happen.
Yeah, they've got to be extremely happy with this. I mean, even if you, at this point in the tournament, for some reason, bow out and just have a bit of a rough time from this point on, Toby, Karagumruk being fourth, being able to hold it out against some of these prime, strong competitors here in Europe, it has been a brilliant tournament for them thus far.
I mean, I mentioned them coming into this game. I never mentioned they're going to get a 10-kill win. I just mentioned I'm looking forward to see what they will do today because they have surprised me. And the fact that they keep living up to my... I don't want to say that I've made expectations for them now, but keep living up to my I hope they can do this today. That's, I mean, that's incredibly impressive. Other teams, they tend to fall off, but Karagumruk, they've kept going all the way through. Decent amount of placement points, solid amount of kills, and they're sitting in fourth in a pretty good spot overall right now.
Yeah, fourth place down the line, if they're able to continue to attain that position, would be $5,000 for fourth place, and go up from 6,000, then 7,500, then 12,500 up at the very top here. So yeah, brilliant stuff by them. Heroic Phase and Liquid fall just a little bit thanks to Karagumruk being able to score them points. And Wear Team, once again, Copter, another brilliant performance for them, to be perfectly honest. Slowly moving up the bottom of the table, but moving on up nonetheless.
Yeah, getting those important points. I think it was 12 points for them, and now on the 14th place, but they're catching up on Blaze, Bystander, so they are only a couple points away. And then We Live Again, of course, they're still like 15 points away. But I mean, if they get a second game like that, then of course they will be catching the rest of the pack. The middle field is going to be like on their reach. So that's going to be definitely good for them. So nice to see that they're performing, and let's just hope that it's going to still continue as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. But I think overall, I mean, that game was all about the a lot of surprises happening there, and like evening out the play field, the gap which ENCE managed to build up on the couple of first games of the evening, that's more or less gone.
Yeah, of course, they still do stay up all the walls to the top, but of course, they have done very well for themselves, even though the gap is slightly narrowing. Let's take a look at the top players as well and see what they've been able to put up thus far. Intense still sits up at the top. Wow. I think probably thanks to those grenades, he's just above Diggity, considering what we've just seen. And Simsy, likewise, up here as well, Toby.
I mean, it's impressive to see what they're doing. And I kind of like the silver lining of that last game was that FaZe hold out Liquid, Apex hold out FaZe, Karagumruk holds out Apex, and Karagumruk wins the game. Oh, it's kind of, you know, like you get to hold off a breach in an insane fashion, and then you get held off of an insane fashion. That's, I like, it's rare that it, like, the stars align like that, but this time around it did.
And the stars are aligning, I suppose, in terms of the kills for Entropic, who are not even in the top 8 right now, but Double is still posting up these numbers.
True.
I think, Copter, they're still in a situation where they're fragging out, but still have, like, almost very few placement points here for Entropic.
Yeah, that is true. They have actually gone down pretty early. I don't remember that they have been part of any of the end games today. But we have seen Entropic. They have ups and downs. They had some ups yesterday, more or less. I mean, they were still like, I was the 5th place or 6th place when we started the evening. So maybe today might not be their day. Usually they perform better in Erangel. So let's see what's going to happen on the last remaining 2 matches. But yeah, if they're not going to be getting to the same level of performance what they had yesterday, I'm very well confident that they can actually improve for tomorrow.
Yeah, this game of Erangel was a little atypical. Not really what we're expecting. The original circle, all the crashes, a lot of grenades, a lot of explosives. And as you guys say, a lot of those fights ended instantly, very quickly. Usually, kind of, Toby, we will see the kind of posturing, positioning, corner peeking, everything. This game, not much of that.
I think it's safe to say that this was the game with the least third parties we've seen in a very long time, because there was absolutely nothing to third party. Once you go, oh, there's actually going on over there, let's third. Oh wait, the fight is already over. Never mind. It was just, I mean, there was no way to engage in anything for some of those teams.
Yeah, and then if you do try and do anything like that, grenades are there to greet you. Unfortunately for Apex, even though they're still sitting very pretty up towards the top. And are continuing to now kind of, I mean, this has the opportunity here, Cop, to launch themselves forwards in Erangel, considering, I mean, Calvin spraying up in the air, you know, great stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, when the Apex actually got destroyed, it wasn't so fast. I mean, I think it took like 3 or 4 nades actually exploding. The last member was still proning behind the vehicle for a while, so it wasn't that fast. So they kind of like managed to spread out a little bit, but of course the utility still found them, and of course Karagumruk was very ready for it. So the other teams which went down with the nades and very, very fast executions, they didn't see it coming. But yeah, Karagumruk, they kind of like, you know, had the idea that because there was like 6 or 7 smokes coming down from that hill, so somebody might be coming from there.
Maybe. The welcoming committee was very much so there and very much so welcoming. It is now time to get into our penultimate game of the day. We're going on to Erangel once again. Toby and Copter, bring us the plane.
Copter, I'm worried. I'm worried. If last game was anything to go off of, and we know how things tend to get only wilder and wilder in these tournaments as we make our way closer to the final matches of a tournament. If last game was anything to go off of, what in the world can we expect in this one?
Kameski circle.
Could you imagine? Now you said it. Now it's probably going to happen too.
I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. At least Karagumruk is going to be heading there, so it might be a sign we have the winner of the previous game heading towards Kameski. But yeah, I mean, if I could choose what I would like to see here, that's always some kind of discussion about this area. But I would really love to see the circle be somewhere there on the eastern side of Stalberg, which is going there on those compounds which are on the side of the hills on the eastern side. I like those sceneries.
Let's see. Where are we going to be headed with this game? We will know in just a couple of seconds. In the meantime, everyone's going to get spread on out, get themselves looted on up, and I hope for the sake of Liquid that they'll stick around in Pachinki for a little while longer than the last time around, because even though, okay, FaZe hit their shots, Liquid barely even got to go out of the vehicles, I still believe that not having a vest and stuff like this does have an impact. It means that it takes 2, maybe 3 more bullets to take you down if some of those bullets may not have hit where you wanted to, and I think there might have been a chance for Liquid to respond in some way, but then again, I mean, FaZe also just played that position incredibly well.
I'm just wondering we spoke about Entropic, and they had a very strange landing there. They have 2 members, yes, on the Poshok, but then they have Novik on the north side of the river and Double on the south side of Yasnaya, on the other side of the buildings. I don't know what they're trying here, but definitely they're trying something else.
So if production can hear us right now, please look at the map. Please look at the map, because we want to see Entropic. This is the weirdest split. I agree with you, Cobb. I didn't even notice before you said it, because I would not even be considering to look for teams to be sitting this far apart from one another. This is the most strange split I've seen in a very, very long time.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to be the idea, but yeah, I mean, we know Double, he can do double things, so let's see what's going to be the plan. He's going to be actually picking up a vehicle, going to be starting the rotation, but yeah, you can see it from the map stream, so you can follow it at the same time as well. It's going to be PUBG Esports map channel on Twitch, I think, and you can see the rotations from there, in case they're not going to be here. But anyway, we have Blaze also on the move, so they actually landed there on the usual shelter area, and let's see where they're going to be heading. They will first try to go in the middle, and we actually do have Double here moving towards the middle, as we can see Perfect is holding the legendary J compound. Perfect defending with the M16, and Double actually takes shitloads of damage from there and falls down as well.
Wow. Yep, that's sometimes you can do something about it. Sometimes you can. Perfectix gets himself a bit of a freebie. Not oftentimes to see the M16 being put to use, especially not when it comes to taking people out of vehicles. But that time around, it works out for them. And Entropic, despite being in a very absurdly wide split, are taking casualties early on.
Yeah, Double VLA, they will start the movement as well. They're actually heading, well, not towards the J compound, but anyway, towards the middle. We can see bystanders holding this compound, so they will have the line of sight. Yellow immediately doing some damage towards Hobbits. Fade is going to follow as well, and they will try to come there on the side. They are going to crash here, and they know that there's going to be only 1 member. Currently, Kienos will be coming from the northern sides immediately, but bystanders, they have 1 player less on this situation. Fade is already inside of the building, and then it's going to be shown. Yellow on the second floor, and Dante's going to be catching a Molly, but he's going to put down down the flames, and Yellow has some time to breathe.
I like the play from Yellow here. Throw the molly on the stairs, prevent them from running up towards you. Buy yourself a little more time. The question is whether the time that he's bought is going to be enough. He's still alone up there. You can see the guys are pulled up here. It's a full-on 4v4. Should this fight brew off, which I don't think there's any way of avoiding this confrontation at this point. Yellow, the one up close, trying to hold off, while the current, the remaining bystanders players are looking from the side to do damage. Lots of damage done towards Fate by Keanu, but no knocks so far.
Yeah, please peek. I have the line of sight. Just put your hand on the scope, and I will give you the lead. But anyway, bystanders, they're still holding the line. I mean, they haven't lost anybody. They're actually playing this quite nicely, and of course, they have more members on the fight. But anyway, I mean, the starting situation seems to be it was a little bit difficult for the bystanders, but now they are holding it. Double VL, I think they're gonna be a little bit confused about it, what's going on, because they thought that it's gonna be, one player, let's go and get it. But that's not the case here. So they actually get a very heavy resistance from the bystanders, and as these pink players are fighting here, now we have actually knock coming from Yellow all the way from the distance. That's gonna be Hobbit taken down with the M24, and another one as well. It's gonna be a shotgun action, and there we go. Both sides, and only Faultless is gonna be saving away. I mean, he was not committing inside, and the double VLA, they'll just lose 3 players. I mean, great action with the shotgun.
2 knocks with a dual barrel. He gets knocked in return by a UMP. Copter, I asked you what could be done from last game to this game to kind of surpass the craziness. I'm not saying we've surpassed it just yet, but we're getting close.
Yeah, I mean, 3 guys are down. less than 6 minutes on the clock, and well, Faultless, I mean, he was trying to hold it from the hill. I mean, he was there on the forest on top of the hill, trying to find anything that's going to be moving outside, but yeah, didn't find any, and all of the other players were found from their team.
Wow, that's not a pull-up you see every day. We live again. They wanted to try and see if they can wipe out bystanders early. They thought they caught them on the split, but again, smart move by Keanu upstairs to throw that molly down to allow time for his teammates to make the... Actually, no, it wasn't Keanu, but smart move to throw that molly down. Speaking of Keanu, down he goes. Oh, here comes James. Did he scout it, James? I don't think he did, and now he's in trouble, unfortunately. Goes down, thought maybe that he saw it be clear, but, well, Navi says, nope, it ain't.
I mean, James was just coming there and of course trying to scout it, but I think Navi players were actually on the corners inside of the buildings, and they were hiding there, kind of luring James there. And meanwhile, because he actually Kinefield, we have Gusto knocking down Vasco, we have 80 driving over him. So here we have some action going on. Vasco holding that shack, that's not gonna be successful. And meanwhile, the rest of the heroic, they gotta be withdrawing back to the museum. And the face is gonna be, moving there on the western side, gonna be taking those dips and maybe some of the apartments as well, or the compartments there. But yeah, seems that it was just a single action now, and only Vasco is going to be lost.
Just to top that off, I would have loved to see T-Bone knock AT out of the car with the bolt action. That would have just been the top of craziness for the day, but not quite gonna happen. At least not this time around. I'm sure he's gonna get a chance or 2 more to try and see what he can hit with a bolt. In the meantime, Snooski is looking around. He knows he has Gustav close by. He heard the vehicle pull up. Now he spots him as well. Gustav, do you see Snooski? I'm not sure he has any clue that there's a Norseman player just on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be, of course, definitely going to spot Gusto. I don't think that Gusto actually spotted him down. Meanwhile, Digger is going to be getting a knock from the Entropic, so something's going to be happening there on the northern side as well. And Novik actually flushed down as well. I think he was the solo player from Entropic on the northern side of the river, because Ent is going to be located there as well. Now, Snuskiduski, meanwhile, can open a fire towards Gusto. Gusto will take a lot of damage. Will go down to 25 HP or maybe 20 HP only. But yes, Snuskiduski can find the last connecting shot, and Gusto has the chance to heal up, and he's going to do exactly that.
Yeah, Norseman not really in a hurry to go anywhere, given the fact that they're still. I mean, they're I don't want to say in a good spot in the circle, but decent enough that they have a place to rotate out of, and they're not in a necessary stressful position to have to take fights anywhere. So sit back, wait to see what other teams are planning on doing, and then make the move accordingly in a minute and a half when the new circle pops. Now let's hop over to Apex. They've had a phenomenal game last game, and Sakura can smell the danger, so he's gonna back off and go back towards his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, the Apex will hear the vehicles. They will not connect those shots as well. But Sigurda's gonna get away. I mean, this part of the dirty road is always a little bit scary if you're there on the other side. And I always like if I move here myself, and when I go on top of that hill to have a peek, I'm always worried that I'm gonna find like full team waiting there on the other side. But yeah, that was almost the scenario here as well. But Skated will get away. But I mean, they will actually come with a hurry. And now Fastface at the face clan, they will find themselves, and they have no idea where to go. They will try to get back on top of that hill. And let's see how that's gonna go. Fastface will try to spray them down with the M4 with the 2x scope, but those bullets are not gonna be connecting this time. And it seems that the Skate, they gotta be safe. But I mean, if they would have had all the 4 members down there already from that hill, they might have lost somebody.
Yeah, you could only imagine how much more damage could have been done in that position. But as you said, Skate, they live this fight another day, or at least another minute. We'll see what crazy things happen in 20 seconds when the new circles pop. Face, in the meantime, maintaining their two-way split, should be able to do so, at least for a little while yet. 15 seconds to go, and they will move as well. And right now, I mean, there's a bit of a stalemate going on. Everyone just waiting around for that new circle to pop. And where are we gonna go?
Yeah, just a couple of seconds, then we know Face is already getting to the vehicles. We have Apex here still on the dirty road, Skate, trying to just stay somewhere behind there before they will move. And it's going to go all the way on the north around Yasnaya. This is going to be interesting. We have all the teams there on the south. And only Ems is there pretty much on the middle of the circle. Then we have some teams there on the south. But I mean, this is going to be a lot of movement. So I think that we can safely say the crazy game still going to continue.
You can just imagine the Apex call, get back in the car, we gotta go now, because the circle is so freaking far away from everyone. Is this actually gonna go into Yasnaya? Is that how we match the craziness of last game? Apex, well, they're one of the main teams to mention from that last game, and Hulky now in this one, he's lost all his teammates. He's trying to find somewhere to lay low. Will he be able to do so? I'm not quite sure. Now he's going to go straight into Karagumruk, and I'm not sure that's exactly where he would want to go in this situation.
Yeah, I don't know. He just wants to crash somewhere, go inside of the building and maybe wait there for a while. What's going to happen? So getting inside of Yasna, that's going to be a good decision because now you're inside of the zone. And of course, I think that Yasna is going to be guaranteed to be inside of the next zone as well. So at least you're going to be surviving for a while. And especially when you have such a crazy movement coming rotation from the south, because if Blaze shooting towards Navi, we have Liquid rotating right on next to them. Laza's going to be defending versus Navi. Going to put a nade there right next to Melman. That shouldn't be doing any damage. Ooh. And yeah, it's going to be a crash. So Navi's going to be arriving to the Blaze compound. They have a 2-2 split. We can see Lipsin and Apocalypse there on the hill on the eastern side, so they will try to find something, but no vehicles will come from that direction, and actually the buildings are blocking the line of sight towards Navi.
I like how Lassa is trying to buy time, peek and then back off, and peek and then back off, trying to move around and avoid the utility being used by Navi. Smart plays being put to use here, allowing for the teammates to push back down and try and help out. They know they have them kind of contained within one building. Lassa does have a molly. Would want to see him maybe try and throw the one inside the building to isolate even more. Shots fired, but they're nothing connected.
Yeah, Blaze still holding. I mean, they have the 4 members still alive, and everyone's going to be participating on this fight. They will try to put a molly. They know the location of the face players pretty well. They will also, of course, put the Laza from the rooftop. There's going to be a lot of utilities thrown towards him, nades, mollies, but none of them are actually catching. He's still 100 HP. He tries to change the place all the time on the rooftop. Meanwhile, Apocalypse tries to go for the flank, but now he's going to be putting 4 members together. Melbourne will take a lot of damage. Laza will find the angle towards Quizzy as well, but it's going to be a missing that spray. That nade, for example, that's going to take Laza down from the hill, from the top of the building, and well, Blaze will have to continue with 3.
It's just going to be a matter of time before he will eventually fall. Apocalypse now around the side, finds one, can't find the second. Melman does go down, though. Damage is being done from the side. It's Rip trying to get the peek on the angle on the edge. We'll see if he can do more with it. Example forced to make the push on forward. There are only 2 alive for now, so 2v3 in favor of Blaze. Oh my lord! The turnaround from Rip. 3 HP, able to stay alive. The AK up close does the damage needed to take down Example, and now just Aaliyah left alive. But we'll see if he can get Melman back to speed. Now here comes Face Clan. Full speed forward they go. Pull up mode engaged.
Yeah, they will drive over Apocalypse, so they will crash it. They want the third party, and there we go. Ripnine's going to be getting Alia down. Melman, meanwhile, has been revived and gets Ripnine traded, but that's going to be 1 member still alive for Navi, and now we have the rest of the phase coming in. Fastface, Gustav, Fex, they will get inside. AC will follow it from the smaller building, and Fastface immediately wants to go on the rooftop, so the U out there, and we'll get that kill immediately. Plus, that's gonna fall. We'll find Lipsin as well, and that's gonna be end of Lipsin as well. So that's gonna be a 2 kills immediately. And Blaze Esports, they are gone. And Navi only with Melman anymore on the fight, and Virtus Pro on the side as well.
What am I watching? Please, Virtus Pro, pull up on this building. You know you want to. You know you want to be part of the fight. The thing is, they don't know exactly where Melman is. They are 4 alive. It should be a pretty clear-cut wipe on Navi, full phase, push in all together, see if you can get that wipe, and then even if you get a player knocked, you still get the flush onto Melman as a trade-off. The worst thing that could happen for phase here is if they lose a player with what's going on. Melman, I thought that nade might have bounced all the way out. Not gonna happen. Melman able to stay put outside and avoiding a lot of damage coming in with that utility.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have the circle actually going towards the north, all the way towards the Ends compound. But I mean, imagine if the Blaze guys who are dead already on the in-game was, psst, he's on the bathroom.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. We'll see. Melman, he has thrown smokes everywhere, trying to make an escape here. I like the efforts being put in by the Navi player trying to stay alive, but I think FaZe well aware that he hasn't been able to leave yet, and Fex does spot him. FaZe on the hunt, pulled up at the compound, and they wipe 2 teams.
Yeah, 6 kills already for them, and they are actually getting to the 3rd place now, so 74 points for them, only as 8 points behind Apex. So they're getting back on the play as well. So this is what we usually see, that teams are getting their ups and downs, and FaZe, again, they are getting, well, good amount of kills, and this game seems to be good. I mean, sometimes FaZe, when they play, it's... sometimes it's like, you know, very good all the time. You get a lot of kills, a lot of points. But when they lose the momentum and, you know, have some casualties, it sometimes takes a while to get back on the action. But I think that they are back on the action definitely now. Meanwhile, here on the eastern side and also all around the map, actually, we have the rotations going on towards the circle. But yeah, we have Apex already more located on the northern side, and Virtus Pro will come on the southern side. And Skate, we can just a minor amount of blue marker on the side. They are holding that corner building there on the eastern side of the Yasnaya fields.
And Sense has got to watch out here. I like his tenacity of continuing to peek that one over, trying to force Virtus Pro away, but he also has to keep in mind that he's on his own here, and should he go down, it's going to be hard for Calvin to get down and get the rest out on him. 10 HP. A lot of damages coming in from Virtus Pro, but as you can see here, Skate from the house out towards that west side is not making it easy for them to do anything, and here comes FaZe, full speed forward. They are still 4 alive. They have 6 kills this game already. Where are you going, FaZe? Full speed forward. Here they come.
Yeah, this is the FaZe strain that we have seen on the past. They will go for the Virtus Pro. Lewis gonna be still there rotating, but Perfect is gonna be waiting. We have Apex there as well. We have the spray coming for the Perfect. It's gonna be spotting the FaZe rotation. Perfect is just waiting, but no, it's gonna be actually FaZe. They can't really decide where they want to go. Gusto will go down on the hill. Will find from the vehicle. Perfect is gonna fall down. Ace is gonna be getting that one. It's gonna be complete madness, as we can see. Gusto will find Spyro as well. Now we have Skate shooting from the compound at the same time as well, and FaZe wonders where he's going to be going. They still have 3 men alive. Feck will find one of the members. That's going to be intense, but he's not going to fall down, as FaZe will be spotted as well. And it's going to be Calvin and FaZe together who will find the Virtus Pro and will eliminate them.
How did FaZe come out on top in this one? They were just plowing through the field with their lawnmowers, and down goes Virtus Pro. Oh my lord, am I looking forward to that drive-by there. If it cannot come fast enough, please, please, please have a massive impact on what's going to happen. Calvin, in the meantime, looking back on over, he saw all the shenanigans, he saw all the chaos, and I don't know if he's pleased with what he saw. At least one team was eliminated, and now FaZe, well, they've gotten the kills, and they go, you know what, let's leave again. Let's find somewhere else to kill people. And Simsy, in the meantime, too much going on for him to handle, accidentally runs over Techers.
Yeah. But I mean, Skate got 2 of the kills from that situation. So they were shooting from the western side, from that location that we can currently see. And they were kind of like helping it. So we had Apex, FaZe, of course, and Virtus Pro all shooting there. And then we had Skate coming from the side. So that's how the FaZe actually got the upper hand. Meanwhile, Norseman will be taken down by Heroic and Ends together. Ends got some points as well. Ends currently holding the storage facilities on the southern side of the actual Stalber Mountain. And that is just barely on the northern side of the circle. So they have a lot of visibility, but Ends will have to move away from there at some point.
Let's breathe for a second. Enjoy the calm as long as we can. In the meantime, we'll enjoy the great views of Yasnaya from above. Squeaky giving us a great overview, almost like a drone photo shoot. But no, it's actually Ends shooting down towards bystanders, trying to prevent them from wrapping underneath. And I like what they're doing. Ends, they are staying up on the top, trying to maintain the overview position. But the issue could be, should bystanders be allowed to wrap all the way underneath, that could make it difficult for ENCE to leave this position up on the hill.
Yeah, it's gonna be definitely difficult anyways. I mean, bystanders definitely want to get the kills. They are waiting when ENCE is gonna be coming down from there. The circle, which popped some time ago, I mean, that is actually coming a little bit on the north and eastern side of Yasnaya. So we have a lot of teams on actually inside of Yasnaya, and then we have teams here on the north. So there's probably nobody on the middle except for the heroic. So if the next circle is gonna be, for example, leaving Yasnaya, going there on the middle, there's a very few places. There's no hard covers whatsoever. You'll have to find those dips and the small hills that you can just use the cover, and it's going to be completely madness when the teams are going to be coming from the north and from the Yasnaya at the same time. But yeah, let's follow this situation first. It's going to be Apex versus Skate.
Yeah, we'll see if Apex can continue the stride they left off in the last game. They have 3 Skate players outside the buildings, and Misa behind, kind of playing the Overwatch position. That nade is going to come down, damage done to both players. Second nade, a little too far, only 9 damage done, so not a whole lot of damage being done with the utility thrown forward, not allowing for Apex to get into a better position. Fortunately for them, circle goes towards them, and I can see 5 teams make that 6 teams right now who all have to leave Yasnaya.
Yeah, this is going to be now ENCE trying to leave from here. They will get a knock from yellow. Talking about bystanders going to be losing 1 member, but this is exactly the circle that I was saying that's going to come outside of Yasnaya, and there's very little cover. I mean, there's no place. This is going to be completely madness. I mean, 12 teams with this circle. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, bystanders definitely going to be losing some members, that's for sure, but they will leave. Yorth is going to be trying to get away from there. That's going to be the only member for the bystanders anymore. Yes, we have the secondary member that's going to be knocked down, but they have no chances to save Flammy anymore. He's going to be in the blue, and now we can see Diggory looting. That is super interesting.
Chaos Copter. Chaos will happen, and we are here to broadcast it to all of you lovely viewers out there in the chat. Nogi able to connect with the nades, and again, Apex intense. How do you keep on doing this? These nades are on point every single time. Misa has to back off and leave because the bombardments coming in from Apex are simply too much to handle. Misa now spots Yord in the open, and you get him down. Yord doing everything he can, just scraping around the Rochi on the tree. Not gonna happen. Drive by too strong. As you can see here, jump to the passenger seat, get out that gun, and you will find yourself a kill and a spot in the center of the circle.
Yeah, but you're gonna lose 3 of your teammates at the same time as well as the nades from Apex. So yeah, it's kind of like a bittersweet kill coming from there. Meanwhile, it's gonna be ENCE now shooting from the north, and so they will find teams. So Apex gonna be also find from the scopes of ENCE. We have Fex actually taking Nuki down, so that's gonna be end of 1 member down more from Skate, and only Misa is going to be still staying alive there. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Garagumruk now coming on the side of FaZe, so we can see this all the action happening on the eastern side. Utilities, actually a lot of the utilities from Garagumruk towards FaZe, and there we have Fastface going to be knocking down Voldemort, so that's going to be definitely an opening. But yeah, still the utility is coming. Fex really can't go for the revival. So FaZe, I mean, even though they have got a lot of kills, but they only have 2 members alive.
Yeah, I think they should allow for Fex to get Gustav back up on his feet. Frostface, though, cannot go down in this position. There would be no way for Fex and Gustav to get him back alive, especially not with Apex being around him. Up on that hillside, we'll see how much more damage he can do. Liran trying to look over the top, see if he can spot something, and now Karagumruk opting to make the rotation. Instead, Frost does go down, unfortunately for him. Once again, Apex stands strong, and they hold off around the shack.
Yeah, FaZe is going to be down to 2 members. Meanwhile, we also saw Skate going down, so ENCE found the last member, Misa, from the tree, from the northern side, and ENCE actually is now completely inside of the zone, and just, trying to pick something. They're actually currently scoping towards Apex, and Dix is going to find Tickers down. That's going to be a headshot. Then we're just spraying there on the smoke's going to actually do a minor amount of damage, and we'll get actually a flush towards Tickers, and Ogles, meanwhile, getting some damage from the Weird team as well, but the Weird team will be taken down in the end by Tendelos, so that's going to be the end of Poro. Also, Entropy going to be taken down as a whole, so 7 teams only remaining, and we're like a phase, what is this, 5?
Yeah, we're heading straight into the field. Why not force everyone into the open? Phase 6 is gonna start in just a short amount of time. T-Bone able to find Mexi. You can only hide for so long when you're in that field, and even though he had a couple of vehicles to cover behind, T-Bone and Heroic able to spot him underneath there. So they're gonna wrap out towards the west, try and see what spot they can claim. In the meantime, ENCE on the hill, they have to make their way down. Oculus on the west, they have to make their way in, and we have 3 teams out east now trying to fight each other for the ultimate spot out towards the east of the circle.
Yeah, okay, Apex gonna go for the last 2 members for FaZe. That's gonna be damage dealt towards them as well. Oh, it's gonna be Voldemort getting Calvin and Timothy. Inda's gonna immediately trade it off, but it's gonna be Apex taking it down in just a matter of seconds. But now we still have the utilities coming towards FaZe. I mean, Apex, they had an idea to go for FaZe, but it was actually KG from the other side of the road. They didn't realize it at all. There was a team actually on that side, and now it's gonna go FaZe. It's gonna go. There's gonna be utilities, flashbangs, and they're gonna be spreading out. It's gonna be SG taking down another spray from Frex. Gonna find it from the smoke. And Squeak can be doing some damage as well, but it's gonna be still Gusto here fighting. Lido's gonna fall down, and Fex and Voldemort trying to hide there. Fex gonna fall, and it's gonna be 1 versus 1. And it's gonna be in the end FaZe Clan. They will get the Gara Gumrup Esports down, and they will get 12 kills already on the board.
Get away, Gustav, get away. You know there's a full ends up on the hill above you. Where can he go at this one? I'm not quite sure. He's gonna try and wrap south around. I like this play of just saying, you know what, screw this, I'm getting out of here. I want to stay alive. Let me just play out on the east side and maybe get a shift in my direction next circle and grant myself more placement points. But if you know Gustav, you also know he's not one to just throw down and let it play out. He wants to see if he can have an impact. Now Heroic has to worry because they have a player behind them on their east. They were not ready.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 teams anymore remaining. So ends Heroic, August, and FaZe. That is the top 4. We can see Heroic crashing here right next to August. August is going to be there inside of the circle, but they are very much on the western side, so there's nowhere to go. And Heroic is completely aware about the locations. They're going to be trying to hold them down as well, so it's not going to help at all unless Ends can actually help up the situation a little bit more from the northern side. If they find the angle towards Heroic, for example, then they might give some hope for the August. And Gusto, he actually drove away so far away that he's completely alone there on the southern sides, and to me it seems that nobody's actually scoping that direction, so he can just stay there for a while and you know, we'll see the next circle and then think about how he's going to proceed from there. But now we have the
nice grab around the side. Page trying to end the lost instantly. Fortune out having to do all the damage on the side here. Maybe he can get the knock on towards Page. No, actually a lot of damage coming in towards T-Bone. In the meantime, Beamy does take damage as well, so Heroic in a tricky position. All players down to low HP. All ones has to heal, and Ends doing all they can to do damage. And now Gustav, the player from the east they had to worry about, starts to do damage. Beamy has been found, and Gustav wants more.
Yeah, there we have Gusto with the angle. I mean, they have the 2 kills, and he knows that he can actually do a lot of damage from here because he has the backside of Heroic. Will actually get T-Bone knocked down. That's going to be a knock. That's actually making a huge difference there on the fightings between the Augurs and the Heroic, because now it's going to be 1 versus 1, and 2 guys are crawling. They will try to go for the revivals as well, but currently it's not really plausible because the Page is going to be so much separated there, and he's just waiting for the last member from the Augurs to actually come inside. And meanwhile, all this action happening here on the southern and the western side, that's going to leave Ends, you know, just completely alone there on the north. They have the 4-man versus these 1-man rosters, as Page wants to finish off August, and the 4th UK trying to still hide there on the smokes, but as soon as the smokes are going to be clearing out, I don't know what he can really do, because Page really, he seems to be very much committed on this fight.
It's incredibly difficult for Heroic at this point, having players on both sides. These solos having such a massive impact, and actually Forge just above the smoke, able to see him. And Heroic, they really needed to deal with Forge much earlier. I mean, it's so much easier said than done, but they really had to deal with either Gustav or Forge to be able to fully commit on one side. Unfortunately, the solos prevailed in maintaining control over Heroic, and you can see here Tixu with the arm in hand knows exactly where Gustav is, so it's a 4v1v1. Ends should have this one locked in.
They will go for the drive-by, and there we go. Rostama will find it with the Growl the drive-by. That is excellent, and now they will go for the Ogle as well because they know the location. Tixu is going to be following that one. Skuika tries to find the angle as well, and I mean, Forge 2K, I mean...
Tixu?
Okay, there we go. Boom! And there we go. Ends with 11 kills. We'll get the chicken dinner, and FaZe Clan with 14 kills. Take that.
What an absolutely insane finish too. I mean, honestly, I did not think that last game, the previous one, could be surpassed on this one. I don't know if it was, but it was very close in terms of excitement in this one for sure. Crazy game, crazy finish. Once again, Ends prevail.
Yeah, I don't know. That ending was crazy. I mean, we spoke on the start of the game that can this be any more crazier, or can we get the similar gameplay what we had on the previous game? But yeah, it is now proved that it's definitely doable. But yeah, let's have a look on the standings of this match.
What a crazy game. FaZe unleashed hell on so many teams. 14 kills. So despite the fact that they finished in third, they still jump up into second overall on the game. And ends, of course, once again having themselves a great game. 11 kills and a win to boot. 21 points. And Karakumruk again and again and again continuing to claim points here, Copter.
Yeah, I mean, Garagumruk getting a great amount of points as well, but yeah, FaZe Clan also with these points. I mean, I think that they actually took the second place on the scoreboard, but definitely, I don't know how far this is going to take Garagumruk, but it's going to definitely take them more towards the higher end. I think they were already in the top 5, so let's see if they can actually get the third place already. So they are definitely catching up very nicely.
It's been an absolutely wild day so far, and I cannot even begin to imagine what's going to go down once we head over to the final game of the day. But that's going to be a little moment from now, because first we're going to hop to a short break. So stick around, and we'll see you in just a few.
Can we just give them the trophy already? ENCE is making it look relatively easy, I think it's fair to say here at the moment. They keep looking phenomenal every single game, and now they get themselves a win on the board as well. Toby, Copter joining me. You know what? Fair is fair. Copter, will start with you. What do you want to say?
Well, I mean, I did pick up ENCE at the start of the broadcast, and I'm really happy to see that they're performing. Like I said, usually when team has the momentum, I think that it's one of the most difficult things on the PUBG, that you can actually carry the momentum on the next day as well. So seeing a team to have this kind of performance 2 days in a row, it's what can I say? I just love to see it.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And now, for a lot of these teams, it's going to be hard to make this catch-up happen if ENCE just does not let it go of this right now, because they are going to be significantly ahead in terms of, I think, like 20-some points. Toby is going to be their lead, given what we've just seen from this game, even though FaZe just blasted out in this previous game as well.
I mean, yeah, FaZe, there was no brake pedal on their vehicles whatsoever. They were full speed forward all the way through, and surprisingly enough, it actually worked out really well for them. I mean, they played without a single drop of fear in their life. They pulled up on everything. But then again, I mean, as crazy as it looked, if you look at the timings on their pull-ups, if you look at how they went about the engagements, maybe with the exception of the Virtus Pro pull-up, it was really well orchestrated. I mean, they crash on towards the Navi compound when they were fighting there. They crash up there later on in the game. It seemed pretty well communicated and coordinated, and it worked for them.
Yeah, definitely so. Very impressive. I've got a frog stuck in my throat. But let's take a look at the overall standings and see where we are sat at here at the moment. As previously mentioned, 23 points lead for ENCE. I think the scariest thing for all the teams below them before this, Copter, was probably the fact that they didn't have any chicken dinners yet, and were still in the position that they were. And now that they're rounding out games, that is terrifying for the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, 23 points, that is a lot of points. But the Apex still there on the second place. And FaZe Clan, of course, getting the third place, tied with the points with the Apex. And Garagumruk still holding the fourth place. But, I mean, they're not that far away. I mean, it's only 6 points from the, or 7 points from the second place. So that is definitely well done from Garagumruk. When you look at the rest of the top 8, I mean, the company that they are with, I mean, we have Heroic, Virtus Pro, Skate, Team Liquid. So all the heavy hitters, more or less, on the both sides of them. So I think that Garagumruk is doing very well when you think about the company that they are currently in. And the one thing that I have to say about ENCE still, I mean, even though they have the 23-point gap, but yeah, we have seen on the past that multiple teams which has a great performance, then the pressure's going to be starting to build up a little bit for tomorrow. So I'm really hoping that it's going to be more or less like a normal game for ENCE on the last game of the evening. And then I really hope that they can reset the minds for tomorrow and, you know, like play it from the clean slate, not to think about that they're currently on the lead. Because if you start to concentrate more towards the idea that, yeah, we are already in the lead, we should have this, then it usually causes some problems as well.
Yeah, definitely so. We're getting to the point now here, Toby, as well, going into the last game today and then the games tomorrow, of course, that to try and catch up with ENCE, like, if you are anything below 5th right now or 6th, you need to have a great game now, because tomorrow the averages might not play in your favor.
No, it's gonna be incredibly difficult, not near impossible to catch them if you're outside of the, as you said, I mean, top 5, maybe top 6, and not only would you need an absolutely phenomenal day tomorrow, but you would also be depending on the fact that ENCE don't do anything on that day, like anything remotely close to what they've done today, because it's been absolutely insane. And the fact that they've managed to accumulate 39 placement points, which outshines pretty much everyone else here, the fact that they've managed to accumulate that many points despite only getting 1 chicken dinner, I think shows an insane amount of consistency, which is something I haven't seen from ENCE in a while, and I'm absolutely loving the confident and engaging ENCE that we're seeing now.
Yeah, and in fact, we do actually have an interview with our current leaders, as we will have Tixu joining us from ENCE. Hello, Tixu. How's it going, fella?
Hello. Pretty good. Nothing to complain about.
Yeah, I can only imagine. You were in first place, and then you won a game. This is... how do I even ask this question? What's going on? You guys are playing amazing.
I mean, we want to prove that you can win a tournament without winning a game. So, but now we got the win, unfortunately. So.
Okay. Yeah. I can. Go on.
I mean, everything just goes together. Everything's working out for us. Like we're playing pretty, like really good as a team, and we don't really have any, like, I would say, problems.
Yeah, it's looking like it flows right now, I think is fair to say. Toby, do you have a question?
I gotta ask you now, you of course didn't see as much of the last 2 games as we did in terms of being everywhere on the map. Has the last 2 matches for you as a team, while you maybe weren't part of all the fights yourself, did they feel more chaotic? Did they feel more, like game 6 of scrims type with how teams were engaging each other? Because from our perspective, they were absolutely crazy. But how did you see the last 2 games?
Yeah, it's feeling same for us because we're all the time like on the side that there's nobody there and everyone's just fighting like first circle, second circle, and suddenly in the third circle pops and there's 40 alive, and that's not normal. That's not normal.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that you were experiencing it the same way that we were, because it's pretty wild what's going on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch if you haven't caught some of these moments, I suppose, Sixty, watch these games back because they've been a bit insane. Copter, do you have a question?
Just a simple one. Is this easy for ends?
I'm not gonna change it yet. We'll see it tomorrow.
I respect it.
Well, you know what? With that said, we'll let you go. Do you have any final words, Tixu, before we let you go into the final game of the day?
Thanks for all the fans, for everyone, for supporting us, and todella tavata.
There you go. All right. Thank you very much, Tixu. We'll see you in the next game.
Thank you.
Coupler's gotta translate that because I don't know what it meant.
You don't know what todella tavatan means?
I'm not Finnish.
Okay, go on, Copter.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is not fair because Carlos has been living in Finland, so he knows what it
2
means.
Finns, and you expect me to understand what you're saying?
But it's a Finnish saying, so Torilla Tabata, and it came from the Ice Hockey World Championship when we won it in '95 for the first time. So because Finland is a huge ice hockey fan country as well, and it means that the Torilla Tabata, it will meet at the marketplace, and that's where we have the celebration party always when the team is coming back from abroad with the medal.
You know, to be fair, Toby, I didn't learn this whilst I was in Finland. Actually.
Well, there you go. We both learned something today, James.
I didn't learn it today. I learned it ages ago. It's just a normal esports saying for Finns at this point. Oh my god. Anyway, sorry. Now you know. Now you know. It's very important to know. I think it's fair to say, especially for the Finns. So currently Finland, Suomi is reigning strong here today as Ent sits up at the top. I mean, Heroics pushing up there. We got some great wins from Ware team as well prior. Copter, it's got to be a good day for you so far. I know we keep bringing up this Finn narrative, but the nation is clearly producing a decent amount of extra talent, never mind the talent that's already at the top.
Yeah, I mean, I think Finland has been doing very well on the PUBG scene during the past couple of years, of course. I think all the time when the game has existed. So we have been there, definitely. We have a good amount of good teams. We have a lot of like development programs as well. That we have a lot of local tournaments, so that's going to be helping out. So I think that we have a lot of potential players. And for example, now seeing Ware team for the first time in let's say in a big tournament on the final, it's very nice to see that there's also not just the usual teams. Of course, Skade and Ents and kind of like the Heroic or Maken or Zoiktenam in 47. A lot of names for that roster. They have been there for multiple times, but getting a completely new roster, Ware team to the final as well, that is definitely something I'm very happy about.
Zoiktenam, that's a name I haven't thought about for an age, but there you go. Toby, looking at how things are playing out, though, yes, of course, Ents is still sat at the top. But when you've got FaZe bearing down on you with getting, like, what do they have, 17 kills in the previous game, you know that they are capable of performing these catch-ups, now being in the top 3.
Also, I'm worried that now that FaZe saw the strat they put to use be effective, what their plan is for the final game of the day. Because they're a team that can always come back in the end of a tournament, and sometimes they sit further down the leaderboard and make it up to the top. Now they sit pretty much at the top. And the gap is not as big as it has been in other tournaments. And if they realize that this kind of Bloodhound Unleashed strat where you just, I don't want to say pull up on every fight, because that's not the case, but an over-aggressive playstyle, if they feel that that's working for them, and we know the skills that they all have individually, you can be anywhere on the map, and you can never know when the team comes past you if it's going to be FaZe lane, because they could be everywhere.
Yeah, they definitely could be. And we are about to get into our final game here. And Of course, yeah, Tixu, he has to open up the interview like that, but that's fair. Up until just now, they hadn't won a chicken dinner, but they were still looking amazing. And that's the power that you can see here when it comes to some of the performances, especially being so consistent across some of these games. Final thoughts, Copter, before we jump on in?
Yeah, I'm just wondering that, yeah, when you said about the FaZe playing style, I think Apex was doing a little bit the same as well. So maybe we'll see, like, let's say, 32 vehicles with the 2 persons on the car, and they're going to be just roaming around the circle, and we'll see what's going to happen. So drive-bys and that sort of thing happening.
All right, let's figure it out. It's the final game of the day. Tomorrow we have 6 more coming your way here in full super settings for our grand final. Toby, Copter, bring us the final game of the day.
I guess we're going to be doing it with pleasure. So the plane is going to be coming, and this time it's going to be actually coming from the eastern side. So it's going to be coming right between the Milta Power and Kameshki, right next to Lipovka, and it's going to be heading towards Primorsk. So it's a little bit southern plane. So this kind of planes, I mean, this can generate a whole lot of different kind of circles, as we know. So I don't know. I think there's a good chance for get a circle that has a high amount of water as well. So that's going to be, of course, very hectic if that's going to happen. But yeah, we can already see that some of the teams are taking like the backup places here, more or less, and it's going to be heading towards the north and so on. So it's going to be interesting.
This could easily be an absolutely chaotic game, no doubt about it. I mean, especially if we go off of what happened the previous 2 ones. I'm looking at Entropic right now. The absurd split they decided to set up last game didn't really work out for them. And this time around, it seems like they're flying a little closer to one another. Maybe that's the strat to put to use if you want to stay alive for longer, and it seems like that's the strat they're going to go with. I like it.
Yeah, Double actually died there alone because he was there on the southern side. He tried to go and take the J compound or whatever. And so anyway, he tried to take a compound from there, and then Novik, who was there on the north side of the river, he died there to ends. So both of the solo players, they just went down without getting any of the points together. And there we go. The circle's going to pop there. It's going to be there on the, well, on the western side, on the southern side, on the main island side. So it's a pretty decent one. But yeah, of course, we have a lot of teams there on the eastern side. I mean, the eastern shoreline, we have Karagumruk, we have Norseman, Ends, and a lot of teams on that area. So, of course, there's a lot of teams inside of the circle as well. But yeah, still, this is going to make some teams to maybe do some earlier rotations than they were expecting to.
Yeah, well, let's see. Down towards the southwest, they'll be headed. And I'm looking up towards the north right now. I'm looking up towards Georgipol. I'm looking up towards Everest and looking for a team like Ends to make them wrap in from up there. But also, I mean, even teams that are southeast right now, Karagumruk, maybe it's a stretch, but maybe even Norsemen could opt to wrap north around in this circle because they know there's a lot of teams coming in from that south kind of edge of the main island, and also it's kind of limited what you can really play around that south edge. So maybe trying to wrap north around and claiming something, or just at least approaching from the north angle instead, could be the way to go.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ants, for example, from the Stallberg, it's a pretty straightforward. We have seen them to do it multiple times when they have landed on Stallberg. So we have seen this circle with the same landing position, for example, for Ants. So they usually go from the north, and they will go most probably from the, not from the Q bridge, but the next bridge on the western side of that one. And then maybe bystanders who are leaving from Yasnaya, they will just take the Yasnaya bridge, and they will go a little more there on the southern side, right next to the river. And maybe they will try to come from the same area. And usually if the teams have the same idea, they might be, piling up there next to the key buildings. Somebody might be crossing the southern George Pole, so we'll see what's going to happen. So definitely a lot of options, and like you said, also the other teams on the eastern shoreline, they might do the same. We have Heroic on the Sosnovka Island. Currently, they're trying to get away from there as fast as they can, but that's going to open up, for example, I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe is going to do the rotation through the Sosnovka Island.
We'll see what the play is going to be. Beamy has made his way across. I'm not sure if he's aware that SimC is actually still in that garage compound just to his north. You can kind of see him on your screen there on the left side. He's looking for people. I like the way Beamy is playing this one. He doesn't have a helmet yet, so of course don't want to be too greedy with your peaks, Beamy. Looking forward, and of course now you can see as well SimC does opt to leave. Maybe hurt the vehicles cross on over. No reason for him to risk anything on his own. They are currently sitting tied in second with FaZe at 87 points, excuse me. And no reason to risk going down early, because that's another thing, Copter. Going down early has been an issue for the Apex team for a while, and this, like today and just overall, they've been playing it incredibly well, not doing that at all.
Yeah, now we have Entropic actually going inside of Gotka, where we have Skade, we have actually Nuki trying to get away, then we have the car hunting action, Hawkey with the UMP is gonna get him down. Reggie Bear will find Nuki, and they will drive over, and that's gonna be one, so that is the foreman stack in the car. Can I please get a taxi? And there we go, it's gonna be Hawkey coming with his pals. So that's one thing, but the one thing what I have to say about the Heroics location, because they came there on the end of the bridge line. I mean, they can actually try to hold the rotations coming from the island.
Yeah, there's a chance that they could try and hold off other teams trying to make the approach from there. FaZe are currently opting to rotate in that direction, so should they opt to stay around, there might be kills for them to find. Virtus Pro looking for something. In the meantime, now Heroic drive-by shenanigans continue. It's actually going to be Vasco. No, sorry, excuse me, finding the knock and the kill on towards Intense. So, well, I just said that Apex have stopped losing players earlier, now they do. I'm sorry if that was a curse on my part. And in the meantime, Na'Vi trying to wrap on in and take some control here. And actually, you know what? That might just force Heroic to stay around on that south side.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, that because there's so a lot of movement on the northern side of them, so they can just hold that area and, you know, try to find something from there and maybe just move when the next circle comes. But yeah, we have to worry about that later. Now we have the Na'Vi rotating here right there on the southern side of the Apex. They spotted the Apex guys. There was some shots fired as well. But the Na'Vi seems to be getting away, so there's not going to be any damage dealt towards them, and they will just continue their way towards the west side. But like you said, Toby, FaZe is going to be doing the rotation from the Sosnovka Island side, definitely, and I think that the ENCE is going to be also moving there on the northern side currently. So, yeah, so those expected rotations are happening, and some other teams are opting also for the northern route.
Yeah, the only, I guess, I mean, in terms of Heroic sitting across the bridge there, the only question is going to be whether they are aware of FaZe trying to cross over in this direction. Now, T-Bone is still down in the gas, kind of in the lighthouse, looking towards that south side. And I think he might have seen something, because he's still very, very, very heavily looking in that direction. In the meantime, Reggie out in the open, scouting towards Virtus Pro. Did he see movement? I'm not sure he did. That was a quick scout, but actually you can see he's already now driving in the other direction. So I think he saw something that he didn't want a piece of. Scouting works out perfectly, and he backs off.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky to do that kind of scouting that they're on the middle of the field, because there's so many compounds. But yeah, anyway, he's gonna get away with the in one piece from there, so that's not gonna be a problem. Meanwhile, Hawk is gonna be holding the Gotka area, so they're kind of like spread there around the Gotka area, which is completely fine. I mean, it's not on the middle, but it's very potentially inside of the next circle. And if the circle's gonna be shifting towards their way, then they're actually gonna be on the middle of it. And usually this kind of circles, they actually tend to go towards the Everest a little bit. So yeah, it's a good bet that, yeah, for example, the Entropic might be there on the middle of the circle. Also, Virtus Pro and Double VLA betting there on the chopsticks and the buildings on the southern side of it, so they might be also expecting a similar circle.
While we take a look at Clip and the Liquid gang here, looking down towards the south, see what they can scout. Just to keep you up to date, if you have the map stream open, of course, I strongly recommend you doing that. You can see that FaZe, I mean, they were going over towards the island, towards the West Bridge. Then they kind of opted to go around in a way. I'm not sure if they maybe saw T-Bone and was like, you know what, that's dangerous. They drove back towards the east, maybe to allude to Heroic that we're actually going in the opposite direction. There's no reason for you to be there anymore. But now they're coming back towards the west again, so I'm not quite sure what the FaZe clan plan is right now. Maybe they were trying to bait Heroic to think that they had gone back towards the East Bridge, but they're coming back towards the west. The issue being, Heroic are still down by the bridge, so the bait hasn't worked just yet anyway.
Yeah, we just have to wait and see. I mean, Heroic, I think that they're going to be staying here for the next circle at least, so they're not going to go. I mean, nobody's going to be giving any kind of pressure towards them for now. They know that they have the possibility to get some rotation from the bridge if there's any coming, and that because they don't know if there's going to be FaZe. There could be multiple teams. I think I have seen up to 3 teams actually do the rotation with a similar circle through the Sosnovka Island, so there could be some points incoming, and Heroic, knowing that they will have to get some points, they want to be getting back to the top 3, etc. So they want to try to get the points if it's possible, and if there's like 3 kills coming from the bridge, why not go for it?
Yeah, true. I mean, it is very doable, but then again, we've also seen times and times again where FaZe teams are trying to bridge camp FaZe, and then actually it ends up working out for FaZe. So I also fully respect it if Heroic decides not to stick around. We do get a kill coming in. Evemil falls down. Karagomrok again able to find kills in the early game. It's happened before. Now it does once more as they take down one of the players of Norseman.
Well, we have some fighting happening. So Virtus Pro Perfect is going to be as well spotting, Karagumruk from the northern side. They are currently having only the other half, so there's nobody on the west half of the picnic area. So Perfect is just holding these couple of the buildings, kind of like reserving it. They have the other players there on the chopsticks. Meanwhile, we can see actually now ends coming from that northern side, and actually they're going to take the Q bridge, and they will be going on top of the Everest, because when you come with this kind of rotation, you don't have like any information. You only can see what's happening on the northern side of the Everest. You have to go on top of the hill once to see what's going to be the case, which buildings are taken, which are not, and maybe try to find a place what's going to be your next move, because that is usually the problem with this kind of rotations, that when you come from there, you have no idea where the teams are located, and if you just want to go down from the hill, you might be getting crashed, and especially when you have a circle like this, then you have to know where you're gonna go.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one. Down towards the south it goes. Still plenty of water in. Ents, as you mentioned, I mean, they're far towards the north. They've just gotten into this area. They haven't had a chance to scout anything yet. And now, already, they have to do a full-speed send, if they want to, down towards that south side. There really isn't a whole lot to play around the center. Nami's already claimed full control of the compound. Apex are back out towards the east, having, of course, taken casualties early on. There is limited how much control they can really try and maintain. And everyone else are driving towards that south side full-speed forward.
Well, X-Lighter will be coming as the first member. Let's see how far he's going to go. Virtus Pro not going to be finding those angles. I mean, they're not really opening the fire towards the Garagumruk, for example. And we can see also Liquid rotating there on the backside. So a lot of vehicles, a lot of movement. And it seems that the hotspot is going to be coming there on the chopsticks, and Liquid's going to get past it. Virtus Pro double VLA, as we can see, they seem to be piling up there. And now Liquid, they will just continue the way. Let's see how far they will go. I mean, it's a little bit risky rotation, to be honest. I mean, there's going to be so many vehicles moving. We can see actually Console just going past the Liquid vehicles as well. But yeah, no major damage is dealt.
Manages to sweep straight through the rotation of Liquid. It's not often times to see that being done, especially not going unpunished. But fortunately, works out there. James, the spearhead of the Liquid push, driving first forward and trying to wrap around, I would assume Quarry, maybe trying to make the approach down towards that south side forest area. We'll see if that's where they end up setting up shop. They will have to run through bystanders should they opt to do that now. Virtus Pro, is that 4 on a vehicle? I think it is, and they could be running straight into Ends here.
Yeah, it is 4 in the vehicle. We can see the +3 right next to it. There we have the damage coming from Ends already. Spider's gonna be taking some damage, and they will get Rustamar down. But that's gonna be 1 from Ends, and they will come, and now DK with that angle will get bottling down. Lion's gonna be shooting Spyro. So a lot of beast fires happening there. That nade from Diggory not gonna do any of the damage. Virtus Pro still having 2 members, Lou and Perfectis. Perfectis will go for the revivals. Nobody can save Rustamar anymore, so Diggory will have to do something here. Now Skuik and Tixu are also arriving. And this whole situation, this could be bad for either of the teams or both of them as well. But Skuika will find 2.
Oh, this is incredibly difficult. There's just not anything that Virtus Pro can do. Down they go. Tried to stay put. It's so difficult when you try to pull up forward and can't, because what happened there, as you saw it, you try to shoot when you're in the back seat, but the guy in front of you is doing the same thing, and he's completely blocking off your vision. So I respect the fact that Lou held this fire for as long as he did not want to shoot his teammate in the back of the head, but unfortunately at the end, it ended up happening anyway. So Virtus Pro, 4 on a car, tried to wrap forward, and Ends managed to find himself 3 kills off the back.
Yeah. Well, Ends getting anyway 3 kills from there, and Virtus Pro are gone. 13 minutes on the clock. We're going to be losing the first team. Now we have actually Apex going for the Blaze. Ripnine's going to go down. Laza has been spotted. Circus will find the spray. Will connect the shots as well. But Laza doesn't fall down. Now there's going to be Party Beetle. Who else going to be shooting from the distance? So it's going to be Norseman finding the Apex players open on the field, as we can see the shots coming already. Seems he needs to get away from there, and they will need to take some cover from the hay piles and the hills. And there's also Blaze vehicles coming on the backside, so that could be bad.
We'll see now how they try and make their way through the field. Simc pushed out of the compound, ends up going down. Does still have 2 alive in the building, so Apex still alive in this one. Circle shifting in their direction now as well. You can see on the minimap the edge of the circle there. Blaze should be able to get right back up alive. Have 2 kills already. We'll see where they are planning on going with the new circle having just popped.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a couple of teams actually have FaZe and Augles right there on the northern side of the ferry here. They are kind of like fighting from the existence there. Meanwhile, Apex is going to be spotting Norseman, as we can see Party Beetle hiding there on the shacks. The fire's going to be gone pretty soon. Calvin will find them easily, and that's gonna be one tire down, and probably the second one. Yeah, there we go. And there we have Snuski arriving to the same shack as well. Calvin will find him on the scopes, but he will get inside of the shack, so Apex don't get the damage towards the players, but the other vehicle is gone, and most probably the smokes are still there, so they can still try to go for the ace, yeah. But yeah, seems that they want to stay there on the shack.
Yeah. Quiet for now. Once more, as I say that, bystanders come wrapping around the south side. Oh, you hate to see it when the first pull that connects is a headshot. You gotta keep on driving. You gotta stay alive, mate. One more tag to take you down. Fortunately, they aren't being connected right now. Heroic. All 4 alive still on that south side of the circle. They've just enough for one team to go through. We still have Liquid down towards Primos. They will be the next team to try and make the same voyage, but they've probably just heard all these shots fired, and I don't think they want to go in that direction.
Yeah, it seems also that there's going to be a lot of pressure building up on the quarry area. We still have 2 teams inside, Entropic and Skate inside of the quarry, and then we do have Gara, Gumruk, and Wear Team actually waiting right outside of the quarry inside of the circle. So there's going to be at least 4 teams that's going to be some level fighting sooner or later. So and Navi is going to be also waiting there as well. So that's definitely going to be one of the hotspots when we have, let's say, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes on the clock. I think there's going to be a lot of action happening on that area. Meanwhile, ENCE is going to be coming inside from the north, so they're rotating back towards the east. So they will want to go more towards the absolute north on the circle. They will find Blazes because the 2 members there with the markers on the map, they will be there in front. So let's see how far they will go. Do they find the Blaze members? And if they do, what's going to happen?
I like the idea of wrapping back the other direction. We heard from Texur coming into this game that they like to play on the more, I guess, quiet side of the circle, and that's kind of what they're pursuing here. They heard all the action and the commotion towards the west. Now they're going back out towards the east. That might not be the best spot to be in, but they know they can avoid all the confrontations. They don't need 10 kills in the early game if they can get 10 kills in the late game. So we'll see now how ENCE planning approaching this one. They are just inside the circle, but they need to move forward in just a moment. Beamy taken down. We talked about Liquid having to rotate past Heroic, and they managed to do that. Unfortunately, though, they lose one in doing so.
Yeah, Melman's going to steal that one, so Navi's going to get a point from there. But where are they actually not going? Because they seem to be heading somewhere on the field, and there's a lot of teams already on the field. So Ibiza, Maxi, they will take the vehicles. They will go right past Skate. They will go for the shack where they have the Norseman. Snuski is going to be there. He's going to be crashing on the side of the shack. There we go, first down. And there did we have the secondary player there still as well? Yes, it's going to be inside still, and there we go. Norseman down. Liquid will push the shack, and that's going to be the end of Norseman.
Somehow they managed to stay alive. EB and Maxi make their way inside. We'll see how much longer they'll be able to sit here for until other teams start finding this place interesting to go. KGE, Katagondok falls down. 4th place is where they sit right now, and it's probably also going to be where they end today, unless, of course, if Heroic can surpass them coming into tomorrow. In the meantime, on that edge of the circle, we live again, once again, fighting off this time around, forcing ENCE to leave.
Yeah, Teeks is going to be immediately leaving from there. Going to be separated from his teammates. I mean, they have one of the shacks. I don't think that they want to put three members on the same shack. Meanwhile, Entropic and the Red Team, they're going to be shooting there on the quarry area, so the pressure is going to be starting to kind of like relieve one way or another. That's going to be Surfing getting a kill. Novi's going to be flushed down as well. Red Team, they can still do the revival for Udi. It seems that that might be the case. And Reggie Perdo, he's going to be the last member from the Entropic on the northern side of Red Team, and there's also double VLA watching from the sides of the circle. So yeah, definitely Entropic might be having one of those bad games as well.
Yeah, Reggie backing off, trying to get over the top, trying to find somewhat of an approach to the circle. But what do you want to do? Running into a 4-man Wear Team or running into a 4-man We Live Again? I'm not sure, but neither of those 2 options sound like something you'd really want to have happen. Blaze, in the meantime, trying to get an angle on Squeaky. They know he's over on the other side now. In the meantime, speaking of ENCE, Texu falls down. And that's from Hobbits towards the east.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be, well, yeah, it's gonna be a knock definitely. Let's see if they can still go for the revival. Squeaker's gonna be at the same time trying to defend versus Blaze. Blaze actually tried to nade towards that shack, but yeah, it didn't go inside, and there was nobody on the side of the shack either, so nobody went down, and now the Blaze is gonna be making them move. Lips in a loss, they're gonna be separating from the rest of the pack. They're gonna be putting some smokes, and it seems that they might be pushing towards the shack. They know that there's gonna be a player inside. Meanwhile, Digger is gonna be going for the revival of Teak, so it seems that they're gonna be trying to do that, and they will need that one, but now Fade is gonna get a second knock, and double VL is gonna push towards Diggory at the same time as well. So there we go. With the buggy, but Diggory is gonna be stronger. But now we have Hobbit actually arriving with the C, so we have 4 vehicles, and Diggory is down.
It's like the march of the elephants. They all come sprinting full speed forward. Not a lot you can do when you're waiting on the other side on your own. They come running forward, 1 car apiece. And they will use those to full effect. They get themselves a spot in the circle. Great push in, and now Squeaky all alone in that shack. Ain't gonna be easy to sit tight there. In the meantime, Dante spots Reg. He's been quiet for a while, but now he's been seen, and actually it's gonna be Squeaky to fall first.
Yeah, that's going to be ends taken down. So even though they will end up with the 113 points, so they still have a gap of 26 points. So Apex and FaZe, they are now kind of like fighting how close they can actually go. I mean, of course, if we can see some amazing game from FaZe, for example, they can come very close. But it's quite sure that the end's going to be still on the lead, and they should still have some kind of a gap as well. And now, meanwhile, Entropy is going to fall down as well. It's going to be Aware Team on the end, destroying Entropic. Aware Team did make one of the knocks, but the Aware Team, they have the time to do the revival.
See, out into the field, we will force absolutely everyone. In the meantime, how much use can you make of a Shaggy? Would have wanted to have the vehicles here, as you can see with Liquid. I mean, at least if they're forced outside, they have some sort of cover on the outside, but not a whole lot. In the meantime, down towards that south side, Copter, I mean, we have 4.5 teams down here. I feel like there's only really room for one to make it out of there alive.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tight there on the south side. I mean, maybe they can find like 2 places there on the forest, on the hill, maybe. But it's gonna be very tight. And I mean, there's no cover on the northern side either. I mean, we have Skate there sitting on a shack on the middle, and then we just have people on the side. So this is the center of the circle. This shack here, Skate and Mise and Sikora. Well, they're just holding this one for now. And Double Viola, they have been doing a lot of damage here on the field. I mean, they took down, they kind of like triggered the fight with the Ends. There was August and Blaze fighting as well. But now when Ends is gone, they're going to be concentrating towards Blaze. And Blaze, they're kind of like having the same problem what Ends was having, that they are on the north and they don't really have a place where to go from there.
They need to make the run on forward, and We Live again are not making it easy for them. You can see every single time they get up and try to move forward, they have to prone down instantly again. Fade continuing to do damage in the direction of Blaze, forcing them down on their stomachs and really making it hard for them to try and make an approach in any given direction whatsoever. Shots fired over towards the vehicle, might as well explode it. Not that there's really anyone around there. But try and see what you can do. Tegas in the meantime doing the same thing Blaze are, trying to find somewhere that you can play from in the open. It's just incredibly hard to do at this time.
Yeah, Mise is gonna knock towards the bystanders, so Yellow is gonna be getting knocked. He's not that far away. I mean, on the fields as well, they have the second shack on the control. Fastface is gonna be stealing that for FaZe, so FaZe is gonna be getting 1 point, gonna be passing Apex on the points and taking the second place for now officially. So 88 points for FaZe and Apex with 87. And now we have August actually coming right next to FaZe. FaZe is gonna be hiding there on the smokes. Tenderlost with the molly. Ofex with the nade, and that's gonna be Tenderlost going down.
First knock coming in, full FaZe in this engagement. We'll see how much more they can do here as they push further forward. August, they're the ones holding off. Nice angle from Scardy. Finds down Gustav, able to spot him in the open. Look at Heroic, they're instantly pushing up from behind, and they're gonna spot them. Page finds one, but Tenderlost already taken down, and now August is starting to realize that they are getting completely sandwiched. But not any teams, but Heroic and FaZe, not two teams you want to be in the middle of.
Yeah, more utilities coming from Heroic. They're really defending the angle. Force is gonna go down. Onur's gonna go down as well. So Heroic, they will destroy August. And now they will have to find his face. BB is gonna fall down. It's gonna be Specs. Who else? Who's gonna get BB down? There we have actually Heroic immediately going to the vehicles. Oh no, it's Face. Let's get out of here. But they will still shoot from the distance. It's gonna be Page. Past Face. It's gonna be Face falling. They will fall down. It's gonna be Page all way long together with Na'Vi. I mean, that was the strategical move to get away from there, but they still stayed and they fought, and FaZe is gone.
Vasco did everything he could to bait the attention from FaZe. They're looking down in his direction. In the meantime, Page opens an off angle, allowing himself to get 2 knocks and instantly getting the wipe off on the team. There are 2 now. In the meantime, Na'Vi throwing nades forward. They know exactly where their team are positioned. It's not their team, it's over their team, and they've been found. Na'Vi pushes up, gets themselves 2 kills. They can back off now, get those vehicles, and get ready to go.
Yeah, now he's gonna be making the move. I mean, they will have to decide where they actually want to go, which route, but they seem to be choosing the southern route, so they don't want to go. I mean, there's nothing on the north, but I don't know if there's nothing on the southern side either, so it's gonna be complicated. They just want to play the buildings which are still here. They want to have the angles, and now we have Heroic crashing for the bystanders. We have T1 and Vasco. It's gonna be Keanu falling down. You're still remaining, but he's gonna go down as well, and Heroic 8 kills already. This time it's gonna be Heroic who has the drive-by meta and the tank action with the US.
Well, there were 4 teams on the south side. I said there could only be one coming out of here alive, and it was Heroic to prevail. But the journey is far from over. They've just now made it to the killing fields, and this is where everyone is already now sitting around waiting for them. But look at at the amount of vehicles they have available down here. I'm sure Page would have loved to be able to jump into that BRDM with the cannon on top and do damage moving forward, but no. They're gonna have to move forward on foot, I would assume. Mexi using his last piece of utility. EB didn't have any either, so we'll see what they can make of this here. Apex eliminated. We live again. Grant themselves kill number 10.
Yeah, that's actually FaZe and Apex actually not closing the gap at all towards ends, and now Heroic passing Apex on the scoreboard, so they just might be picking up the second place. I mean, they have 1 point more, and they're going to be on the second place. I think that's going to be the case, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Heroic still having 3 members alive. Liquid still with 2 members. We have Ibiza and Maxi still remaining there on that shack. We live again, double VLA. They will be shooting towards the team Liquid. There's going to be some damage dealt as well. Ibiza will need to go for the healing, and that's going to be completely fine, but they will somehow need to defend, because from the map we can see currently the double VL is completely controlling the north, and Liquid, they're gonna be the closest team for them, so they have a lot of firepower only concentrating towards Liquid, and double VL also with 10 kills, by the way.
Yeah, they're trying to make their way forward now, slow and steady. They are technically inside the circle here, but right now it's only really their vehicles alongside with a couple of smokes grinding them a cover. If they could get the wipe on Liquid here, that would give them so much space to move further forward towards the east. I think that's exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, well, I mean, next circle is going to be meaning a lot, because the northern cover might be completely gone, and we have Skate there on the middle of the circle, so they're going to be still on that shack instead of the next circle, so they could be looking for a great placement, you know, just by staying on that shack. Meanwhile, Na'Vi is spawning up here on the southern side. 5 seconds when we see the circle.
Let's see who's going to get blessed with this next shift. Who's going to get it going your way? Well, I mean, if you're a Liquid fan, you're clapping your hands right now, because EB and Mexi are still in. So all the efforts of trying to make their way into that shack clearly paid off. At least it has up until this point. We'll see how much more they can make of it. As I say that, shots fired towards EB. A lot of damage being done by the Heroic team towards the south.
Yeah, both shacks in the play. Still the Liquid shack on the Skate shack as well. And this is what I usually call a top 6 shack when it's still 6 teams remaining. So it's a top 6 shack. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, they will have to come inside. I mean, they have this, I think this is like a very small hill that they can use the kind of like the long distance as a cover. You know, the hill is covering something, but it's very tricky, and they have a drop box there as well, but they still have to move. So I don't know that they're probably outside actually that area. But meanwhile, they will actually spot the Vasco. That's gonna be Alia getting T-bone down as well. So Heroic will lose 2 of the members, and there's gonna be a lot of shots coming. They will also get the flushies as well. Also, Liquid gonna be losing Ibiza at the same time. So Liquid down to Maxi only remaining, and I mean, people are just dying, and these fields are very deadly.
Indeed they are. Everyone's taking casualties, and right now it's Na'Vi doing a lot of the damage. Melman still got a nade, still got a molly with a ghillie suit and a Groza in hand. Full level 3 gear, making the push on forward. That nade is going to go outside the building. No damage done. So for Skate, they live to see another day and another fight. The molly ain't cutting inside either, which means that no more utility for Melmine. That's the last smoke blooming right now. You need to make a move forward. Skate realizes the pressure is blooming, and they're trying to make their way away from there. But where the hell do you go in this situation? As I say that, Sakura pulls one off the vehicle. Melman falls, but Vasco finds them both in return.
Yeah, I mean, they are gone, but what a shot from Sikora. I mean, that was a headshot from a moving vehicle towards them, so definitely, I mean, that kind of like opened the way that they got away from Na'Vi, but of course they didn't get away from Heroic, and Heroic with 2 members. I mean, now they claimed the second place. Nobody's going to be challenging that anymore. Na'Vi's going to be so far away that there's not enough points that anybody can be actually challenging, so it's going to be Ents and Heroic on the top 2 when we're going to be ending the day. But yeah, let's see how close Heroic actually will get. Maxi is going to be getting Page down, so he beats, the last member from Liquid. Maxi is going to get that kill. Ibiza died earlier, and they are right there on the, Liquid on the northern side of the Heroic, and the Heroic, they can still probably do the revival. They have the secondary member right next to it, and if Heroic wants to be on the top 3, for example, on this game, they have to get the revival done.
Oh, Dante down to 1 HP. That vehicle, is it going to keep you alive, or is it going to get you exploded? The hay ball is going to explode, so at least that's some cover removed. Melman utilizing what little cover he has to work around. Does manage to find a knock. Actually, it's going to be example to find the knock on Mexi again. Active solo player, but doing a ton of damage towards the Heroic players trying to push in from the south side. Quizzy finds Page, and now faultlessly with Melman gone down, that might allow for We Live Again to push further forward.
Yeah, now there's a utility. Fate is going to be showing towards Melman, wants to burn him down, but yeah, he's going to be escaping from those mollies. The Na'Vi is looking very strong, actually, with this location. Of course, the Double VLA going to be getting a lot of pressure from the northern side. Meanwhile, Max's location is very well known, so there's going to be also angles towards that shack. And when he's going to be leaving from that shack, he might be just dying instantly. But yeah, we don't know that yet, how it's going to play down. Fate is going to be waiting for the Na'Vi player to get outside of this small shack, and now he's going to be spotting him down there. We have the spray. Fate is going to get Alia down. That's going to be second member, but the immediate return from Example to the bushes. Vasco's going to find Example as well, so all these shots are very mixed up here, and this is going to give a lot of opportunities also for Example, Liquid, and also for the Red Team, which still have a one player as well.
Look at the solo player. I was just going to say, Skuri has been sneaking around out here for a while, trying to pull off a full-on PO for PGIS here. We'll see how much success he gets with it. 4 kills and counting, trying to find even more. How much more damage can you do from this position, Skuri? Well, not anymore, I guess.
Yeah, Na'Vi's going to find that one. And now it's going to be double VLA versus Na'Vi, Heroic, Liquid, and Na'Vi, Heroic, and Liquid. I mean, I don't know if Na'Vi can actually do the revival. Doesn't seem like it. So it's going to be 3 solos versus 2 or 3 players, depending from the revival of the double VLA. So this seems to be going towards the double VLA's way. But Na'Vi, anyway, with the 9 kills already, going to be getting an excellent amount of double-digit amount of points. Hobbits will go for proning. They will double VLA, will finish off the revival as well. So Fate is back in the play. Hobbits just waiting when Max is going to be getting down, because that's a 2-point kill if he manages to get that one.
Yeah, he's trying to stay alive for as long as he possibly can. Mexi wants to get every single point with this one possible. He knows there are solos in the game still, so any one player to die before him, as you said, would grant him more points than this. But unfortunately for him, everyone knows exactly where he is. We'll see who's going to go down first. Yep, ends up falling. Mexi has to make the move now, and he does. And Hobbits is going to be able to take him down. William again, 13 kills and counting as they look for more.
Yeah, he was just waiting for it. Now Hobbit's going to be spotting Vasco as well. That's going to be the last member from Heroic. Double VLA, they want to close this down. There we go. Vasco taken down. It's going to be only one member from Na'Vi. It's going to be Quizzy. He's going to be hiding there behind. Did he see him? What is the tractor? And there we go. They know the location. Utilities are there already. They are running for it. And there we have Face falling down for Quizzy. But Quizzy takes a lot of damage as well. Hobbit's going to be shooting from the side. Wants to find the angle. Molly is going to be thrown. And now with the scope, he can maybe finish it off. And now we have Boltus is flanking from the side. And there we go. Double VLA. They will get the final chicken dinner of the day. And what a style. They will get the 15 kills and 25 points in total.
Absolutely insane finish to that one. Not oftentimes we see a team like that being able to push out into the field, take that much control, and full on wipe the guys there. They came down from the hill, they slaughtered the entire field, they took control, and they brought home the win.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play. I mean, in the end, double VLA, they got the revival done. And, you know, when they just knew that the guy's going to be hiding there behind the tractor, they just, you know, had all the angles covered. But, yeah, let's have a look at the standings of this match.
Let's take a look and see exactly how many points teams managed to rack up. Heroic able to get 11 kills, but We Live again up there in first place. 15 kill chicken dinner, racking them up 25 points. And Na'Vi, I mean, they win game number 1 today. Now they find themselves a second place with 9 kills. Pretty good performance there, Captain.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I mean, I was actually expecting that the end fight is going to be between the Natus Fincer and the double VLA with a little bit stronger roster. I was expecting maybe 3 versus 4 or something like that. But that just didn't happen. Of course, the Na'Vi had a lot of opponents on their side, so they lost a lot of people there. But also, Ware team on the 4th place, I mean, getting 9 points as well, even though it's not the double digits, but still on the current position on the leaderboard, that's definitely the points that you need, and that's going to help out with tomorrow.
For sure. Guys, we're going to go to take a short break now, and then we'll be back with the round off of everything just after. So stick around, and we'll see you in just a moment.
WLA going to be joining the upper echelons here of the tournament, making sure I'm not muted. Yes, I'm not muted. Whew, that was close. We have ourselves our final win of the day. Joining me, Toby and Copter here to break things down. Another kind of crazier field ending. WLA going to be making the most of it here, Toby.
Yeah, it was a pretty wild finish to a pretty wild day, at least in terms of the rankle matches. It's been, I mean, I've had the pleasure of casting a lot of PUBG, and this has been some of the most absurd stuff I've seen in a very long time. So interesting day overall for sure, no doubt about it.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. WLA though, considering that in the first stage of this tournament, Copter looked fantastic. They've been a bit kind of middling since then, but getting a win on the board with 25 points, especially to push them up the leaderboard, it's going to be very satisfying.
Yeah, I think Double VLA has been one of the teams that has been like a surprising most during, let's say, the past half a year from the Europe. I mean, it's definitely a name. They have been playing well. They have won some tournaments. They have been getting some top 3 places as well. So I think they're definitely doing well. And this is the first time when they're actually like hitting the, let's say, the bigger stage on the final. And it's really nice to see that they're actually like still like getting along, and they can match the performance of a lot of the older, more established teams.
Well, let's take a look now and see where that's put them in regards to the other teams. As we still have Ents up towards the top. This was the one actual perfect opportunity for a lot of these teams to start that catch-up, considering Ents went out very early relative to their previous performances. We Live Again will jump up to 6th place, and Heroic will leapfrog phase 4 now, Toby.
Yeah, not complaining. My pick doing well as expected. Yep, love to see it.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Not too bad. To be fair, my pick didn't do too bad towards the end of the day. They had a bump. They had a bump in the road through the middle of the day, I think, didn't RV, but up to 8th place at the moment, 73 points. There's still a good opportunity, I suppose, Copter, for a lot of the teams on that left-hand side to strike out at the very top across 6 games, but some of the ones down towards the bottom will need to put in some big work regardless.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, about the Heroic, I still gotta say, I mean, they were struggling on the earlier stages, so it's really nice to see that they're back on the performance, and they are getting the 2nd place for now, and they had a great day yesterday as well, so yeah, it's good for them. But they're thinking about the bottom. So, for example, Rare Team now actually getting all the way to 12th place. I mean, at the one point, they were actually on the bottom of the scoreboard, and now they actually have an 18-point gap towards the Norsemen. So I think it's quite safe to say that for today, for example, the Erangel has been working better for them, and I just hope that they're gonna carry the same performance. I mean, it's not impossible. It's only 24 points till the top 8 actually, and I know these players. They haven't been really getting like a lot of money from the prizes on the past. So I really hope that they can actually get some fair share of the prize pool money as well, because they have been grinding a lot. But otherwise, I mean, Bystanders, for example, dropping to the 14th place, Blaze actually going down to the 15th place, of course, means that they had a sub player as well, but still having Blaze there, which was like fragging like, well, a lot of kills on the earlier stages. So having them on the 15th place is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Been a big success for a Ware team, considering the last placement coming into some of the later games, I suppose. And for there now, I don't think I would have considered at the end of day 2, we would be saying that Ents is the team that has by far the most kills. They're obviously a great team, but normally I'm thinking of them as a team that pushes for placement, but they've been fragging out as well. Let's take a look at those top players and see if Ents are popping up, because Diggory is up at the top. 4,200 damage for him as well here, Toby. That's stellar.
I mean, he's been playing phenomenally, and I completely agree with you with what you were saying. I mean, Ents, they usually are the team that will go into phase 6 with 0 kills and quote unquote get what's left in terms of kills. So they'll take a win with 3 kills. They'll take a win with four kills. But because they now engage fights earlier, they dare to push more earlier, they come into that late game with 0 kills. Now they have 3 or 4 kills already to back it up, and that just pushes them that much further ahead when they then get the great finishes off in the end of the game there as well with it.
And Vex on his trial contract currently with FaZe is making his money's work out, I think. 20 kills coming in, taking the 4th place here, Copter. Vex looking really good on FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, that is good. I mean, I think that the when it was announced that the Yuba's gonna be kind of like standing aside from FaZe clan, of course, there's a lot of speculations who's going to be playing for them. We saw the magical Godzilla on the server as well, and then there was a lot of speculations about that one. But I think that Fex is actually a pretty good fit for the team. I mean, they know, of course, him from the past, and the playing style, the amount of aggression he has been doing on FaZe, and also, of course, earlier on the TSM, for example. I think it's really fitting, and the role kind of like which was left from Yuba. He's like filling those shoes very nicely.
Yeah, definitely so. So well done indeed. Vasco also showing up there alongside for the game. And that is kind of how things boil down here today, of course. Brilliant stuff across the board. But before we do head off, let's take a closer look at what we can expect here for the newest patch coming to PUBG.
The new rollout of Survivor Passes, updates to Erengel's infamous bridges, improvements to reputation, match history, and performance, and more as we dive into the Update 11.2 patch report. Welcome back, Survivors. First up this patch, we're rolling out the Survivor Pass changes we've been chatting about. Starting with 11.2, the Survivor Pass and its theme will no longer be linked to the new season. This allows us a little more freedom in what we put in the passes while not being forced into a full season duration. Our first pass is a little less serious than the lava-filled highlands of Paramo. With Survivor Pass Pajama Party, you can unlock several different nighttime looks. You'll have 4 weekly missions available, and a total of 6 challenge missions that offer free and premium rewards, along with some G-Coin. The max level of this pass is 50, and like before, you can grab level up packs separately or as part of special bundles that include the pass itself. Pajama Party only runs for 6 weeks, so don't sleep on this one. Next up, Erengel's infamous bridge to Sosnovka Island is getting a small rework. Our goal here is to tone down the choke point aspect of the bridge slightly, offering survivors an alternative means of crossing, once the explosions stop. To do this, we've widened the bridge slightly and added new catwalks. We've also improved cover a bit by adjusting the dump truck cargo box. We don't expect this will majorly change how people utilize the bridge, but we'd love to hear your thoughts once you've given the new bridge a few rounds of play. Our reputation system is getting some needed updates as well. We've made it easier to recover reputation if you've fallen below level 1, and your rep will also level up faster past level 4. A max deduction limit has also been added to prevent cases where someone could be falsely reported into oblivion by the enemy squad. We'll continue looking at the system and try to keep it performing as it should and free of abuse, so please let us know if there's anything else that needs to be looked at. Match history has seen some visual design improvements and has some added information, and there have been a number of performance improvements to the game overall as well. And one more thing. After quite a bit of feedback from the community, we've increased recoil slightly for passengers in moving vehicles. We hope this will put a little more challenge into those drive-bys, but let us know if it's too little or too much. Full details on those can be found in the patch notes. For now, pick up the new Survivor Pass, drop into Paramo, and turn your squad's slumber party into a slaughter party.
And there you go. That's what you can expect. I've been playing around on the bridges. It's good old fun. Good old fun. Bit wide, but cool little additions in terms of the walkways. Well, gentlemen, we are basically done for today. How have you enjoyed yourself, Copter? It's been some great games today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these games was definitely something, just like Toby said, a lot of action there, and I really enjoyed the matches, of course, and I enjoyed the results as well.
Yeah, and Toby, how about yourself? As you say, your pick, not doing too bad.
No, I mean, I love to see it. Love seeing the teams dare to go out and get the kills, dare to go out and play aggressive to get as many points as they can with all the kill points in there. So love to see it. It's been a good ride being part of the ESL, and I'm looking forward to see the final 6 matches tomorrow.
That's right. Tomorrow we have those 6 more games coming at you. Same place, same time. As, of course, we will be crowning our champion, who will be walking away with 12,500. And, of course, the championship under their belt. Will anybody rival ends up towards the top after they've had a spectacular tournament already? Tomorrow, you got to tune in and find out for more PUBG action. See you then.
We're ready for the first game. Wherever we go, nice.
Half the day is coming in.
It's gonna bring chaos and havoc for sure.
Final and there we
Just my match is saying, continue.
Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord,
That they just might seal the
great
We do have one guy down.
Job done.
Couple marking you great. You gotta get the fight the first time, find the second.